Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1451 New World. Chapter 1451 New World. Two tall, dark walls made of mossy stone bricks. A short and narrow passageway that led into the darkness in the distance. No signs of a ceiling above, but a damp feeling that suggested its existence. This was what Damien and his group saw when they first stepped through the crack, though it took several minutes for them to see it. The act of stepping through a dimensional crack into another world was spectacular in many ways. One's body was forced to align itself with the new laws it felt, either adapting or being suppressed by them. Along with that, one's mind would be assaulted by information as one traveled between planes, an experience most couldn't handle. Adding on top of that the chaotic tunnel that bridged the heavenly world to the other world, it was an overwhelmingly negative experience for those who had it. Damien was fine. There was never a situation where Damien wasn't fine after spatial travel. Darius and Tiamat, however, were a completely different case. It took them a long time to get their minds in order and heal their bodies from the trauma of the transfer. Afterward, they had to check the calibration of their bodies to see how they'd been affected by the New World's laws. They could definitely feel them. Those laws were like heavy plates of metal on their shoulders, pushing them down. Their mana was suppressed, and their power was restricted to an extreme degree. Both of them would be able to overcome it. Tiamat could feel the inherent connection she had with this place the moment she arrived. Her body was suppressed, but at the same time, it was changing, morphing as it encountered an energy it considered familiar. She didn't doubt that she'd be adapted to the new world soon, and perhaps she would even thrive in ways nobody expected. Naturally, as someone with a far less mysterious birth, Darius didn't have the same fortune. He was truly suppressed. Whether it be his laws, his mana, or his divinity, he could feel them all caving under the pressure of these new laws. Luckily, he possessed a heavenly flame. Even if everything else failed, his flame would not. Therefore, he would eventually find a way to survive as long as he was given the chance. Damien didn't have to worry about something like his energy or divinity being suppressed. He possessed the same energy the people here used, and his divinity was far too powerful for a mere otherworldly universal law to touch. When the void was also taken into account, it would have been stranger if Damien was actually affected by the environment. But since he wasn't, he was able to observe the surroundings with much more ease than his companions. At first, they seemed to be in some type of tunnel. However, deep in the distance, Damien could see that the tunnel branched off in two. Is it some sort of system, or? There was another, more likely possibility, considering the nature of dimensional cracks. It's a labyrinth. Damien could practically smell the stench of a trap-laced, beast-filled maze of mystery from this place. It was that same damp smell, like nothing contained within had been able to get out for untold millennia. It's more complicated if it's like this. Damien was expecting to just arrive in the other world, but it clearly wasn't that easy. Dimensional cracks were not an organic phenomenon. This much had been made clear from the start. Since dimensional cracks were opened by the foreign races, they naturally prepared what was on their side. Whether that was dungeons, mazes, or labyrinths, there was always some sort of structure waiting for those who were brave enough to explore the other world. The only known exit to these structures was the gate itself, which would close after explorers returned to their own world through them. However, was that really the only answer? Is this really just a separated plane used for invasion? Or is this a whole new world that we haven't discovered yet? Nobody else had taken the time to even try. It was disappointing, but it was true. Damien would be the first. And since his goal was not the labyrinth, but what lay outside, he had no plans of entertaining this structure's demands. Demonic energy flooded the air. It was black and demonic, inky like the mana of the Nox. This was the natural energy of this world. With it, Damien could do whatever he wanted without interference. Of course, he still had to learn the world's laws to do anything intricate, but if it was just a show of power. Boom! Rolling waves of fog swept through the entire labyrinth, powered by Damien's mana. They seeped into the walls, into the ground, into the ceiling. They brushed past those living and those dead, clogging those inanimate and meant to take the lives of others. Everything in the labyrinth was touched by Damien's mana, and when he was certain that not a single spot was left untouched, begone, he banished it. From the walls to the ground to the ceiling, from creatures dead or alive to those inanimate objects meant to take the lives of others, everything disintegrated. Well, everything except one creature. "This must be the guy," Damien said out loud. "This one? Really?" Tiamat responded skeptically. "Well, everything else is gone, so it has to be him." "I see, it's a bit disappointing." "True, but it's reality." Damien shrugged. Around 30 meters in front of them was a massive creature that looked like a cross between a bull, a human, and a snake. It had a deadly aura for sure. It was obviously more than capable of massacring demigods like they were pigs and chickens. However, that being wasn't unaffected by Damien's attack. It was missing half of its body already, and its position was one of submission, not aggression. I guess it sensed the threat to its life and surrendered. Tiamat's guess was spot on. This creature's fight-or-flight instinct was non-existent. It was the strongest being it knew other than the ones who contained it here. In its mind, anyone who was stronger than it was one of them, which meant it had no choice but to submit. That creature was the guardian of the crack, the one who killed everyone who entered to clear it, and the one who would have caused havoc in the heavenly world if Damien didn't stop it here. But it wasn't the only thing in the labyrinth. The reason Damien didn't participate in the earlier subjugation presented itself now. This labyrinth, at one point, was filled to the brim with vanguard forces of all 5 types. After the first wave, there was meant to be a second and even a third before this particular crack died down. But the instant Damien arrived in the labyrinth, he wiped all those vanguard forces out of existence with a sweep of his hand. That kind of power couldn't just be shown in front of the general public now, could it? Damien's strength didn't need to be publicized more than he allowed it to be. But that was beside the point. Since they were in a foreign land now, Damien didn't need to hide so deeply. And since they were out of the labyrinth due to his actions, he could finally confirm the main theory he'd had since he first learned of the foreign races. This isn't a separate plane. It's not a separate universe either. No, it was deeper than that. There was nothing in the surroundings to cue him into anything, but he could feel it just from the air brushing against his face. This place. Damien's eyes widened. A fact he never thought could be true until today. There was no way to deny it. This place is an entire cosmos, completely independent from the one I know. Chapter 1452 New World. Chapter 1452 New World 3. The labyrinth was built far removed from any sort of society. When it fell, Damien and his group were exposed to the natural wilderness of the otherworld. However, it was different from what they expected. The general air of this place was desolate. It gave the feeling that the entire world would be barren, with rotted soil spanning for millions of kilometers without any attempts to purify it. That was a misjudgment. While the air still maintained that feeling, the environment itself was quite diverse with unique flora and fauna that Damien had never seen before. The area they were in now was reminiscent of a jungle. The trees were naturally red and glassy, almost transparent, if not for their color. The surrounding plants also had similar colors, completely opposing the green and lush appearance of their home, Cosmos Wilderness. The auras of beasts populated the large area they were currently in, but none of those beasts came remotely close to where their group was. No matter the cosmos, living beings prioritized survival. After the labyrinth's disappearance and Damien's group's entrance, only a fool would go test the waters and see what happened. Let's start exploring. Stay close and report everything. If you see something suspicious or interesting, wait until the rest of us arrive before digging deeper. Damien gave the orders, which Darius and Tiamat accepted. It was much faster for the 3 of them to split up if they were going to properly investigate the area. However, as they were in a foreign land, they couldn't be too pretentious without knowing the consequences. Darius went west, while Tiamat went south. Damien was given 2 directions to choose from, but before moving, he spread his awareness. The other 2 can probably barely sense their surroundings right now. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to do this. Darius and Tiamat would need at least some time to get used to their new states. Damien allowed them to explore individually so they could familiarize themselves with this world before they went deep into its midst. He, on the other hand, didn't need to take such extraneous measures. His awareness wasn't blocked. Sure, he couldn't use laws like existence yet, so he couldn't access absolute perception, but his base awareness was more than enough. As it spread through the jungle, Damien saw many interesting plants and creatures. The ecosystem built in this jungle over time revealed itself to him beautifully, allowing him to see both the similarities and differences between this place and the world he knew. But after a few minutes, Damien stopped his prying. This is too inefficient. He retracted his awareness. Sending it out in every direction gave him a lot of information about the nearby area, but it didn't allow him to look past what he was already seeing. Instead, he gathered his perception and shot it in a single direction, pushing until he couldn't push anymore. The direction he chose was north. It was a good decision, better than he ever expected it to be, because as his awareness flew north, he found himself hitting a wall. Literally. What is this? Damien poked and pried at the wall, but he couldn't get a sense of it. It wasn't a physical wall. It was completely invisible and ethereal, and while it was blocking his awareness, it didn't seem to exist for the creatures native to this area. Strange. Damien traced along the wall. His awareness found itself going both east and west, getting further and further away from the central point that was his own body. Is it like that, then? Damien already had a guess in mind. If the natural inhabitants of this world weren't blocked by something that could stop him, it obviously meant he was being stopped because of his origin. If so, then that invisible wall marked the edge of the area he was allowed to explore as someone who came through the dimensional crack. It doesn't seem like a man-made mechanic. Could it be that the foreign races also experience this on our side? Damien's mind wandered. I'm sure they haven't been restricted like this. At least, not the majority of them. If that's the case, then there has to be an accompanying mechanic that gets rid of the wall. His thoughts raced as he tried to uncover the mystery. He didn't realize he was doing so without much prior knowledge at all. After entering the new world, Damien's spirit took over. He was still aware of his overarching goals, but his desire to see and experience new things was far too strong for him to maintain the same single-minded focus on a goal that he kept in the heavenly world. He went over several possibilities, walking east from his original position at the same time. Whatever this area is, we're at the northern tip of it. Logically speaking, if we head straight south, we'll encounter more than if we go in the other two directions and trace the wall. If he wasn't wrong, Tiamat would be first to HM. Damien's perception suddenly picked something up, but he didn't try to dodge it. Within the same second, something grabbed Damien's ankle and yanked him into the air. Well, this is something. Damien smiled wryly. His ankle was currently caught in a rope trap that had been tied to a nearby tree branch. He had been captured by one of the most primitive means imaginable, but that was exactly why he allowed himself to be caught. Tick, 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 tick. A strange sound emanated from the distance. It was like the call of a reptilian beast locating its prey, but it was oddly throaty, as if there was more to the animal than just the functions it needed to survive. Damien glanced over, peering through the canopy, and what he found was Karangha, a human. A female human covered in clothes made from the leaves of the surrounding trees. Her face was caked in blood, purposefully spread in a tribal pattern that seemed to denote her status as a warrior. She approached the tree where Damien hung from her post in the nearby canopy, maneuvering her body animalistically as she repeated the same word. Unavaktira na kunakurana. It was a language Damien didn't recognize, but it was definitely a language. That was a word made by a creature with some sort of intelligence, a creature born in civilization. Damien's eyes lit up in excitement. How could he not be excited? It was a language he didn't know. Since when did something like that exist? Grand Heaven's boundary and the heavenly world had plenty of ancient languages that were still practiced by those few and far between who knew them, but everyone spoke the universal language by default. The concept of a language barrier simply didn't exist. For Damien to encounter one now, how could he not be surprised? This person is a key. Damien was happy to play the role of helpless prey to this clueless person, because if she took him to the place where her people gathered, she would be giving him so much more than she ever realized. The role of an explorer in a foreign land. Damien had taken on before, but none of those lands had ever been truly unexplored. This time was different. This time, he was truly the first. And because of that, every experience he had was riveting. Chapter 1453 New World. Chapter 1453 New World 4. The tribal woman approached Damien carefully. She didn't immediately assume that he was captured because he'd been caught in her trap. Her arms and legs moved in tandem like those of a beast rather than those of a civilized human, which allowed her to maneuver the jungle with much more proficiency than she otherwise would be able to. It was an obvious adaptation made by the human body for survival, but Damien appreciated it well. He had reached a point in his life where beauty didn't mean anything to him. Damien had 4 wives. When he looked at women other than them, let alone attraction, he hardly even recognized them as women. His eyes were too indifferent. Therefore, despite the foreign beauty of this woman, Damien didn't have any such thoughts. He was focused on her body, though. The way her muscles flexed and moved, the way they protruded in places where they usually wouldn't, and the way they'd evolved due to her way of life. Damien was extremely interested in it. He was even more interested in how she developed her power, but he couldn't see that without alerting her to his security, which was the opposite of what he wanted. The woman already approached him. She was staring at him from atop the tree branch from which he hung, clicking her tongue in that strange way. Tick, 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 tick. At first, Damien assumed it was some sort of echolocation or something similar, but he soon found his views changed. Every time she clicked her tongue, a wave of energy subtly spread into the atmosphere. It registered his heartbeat, his breathing, and even his micro-expressions as he pretended to be prey. She's testing the waters. The fauna of this jungle likely had similar systems of their own. If Damien responded to her clicking, she would register him as a threat and take measures to neutralize him. If she sensed anything wrong with his breathing or heartbeat, she would do the same. It was an interesting method, quite animalistic, just like everything else about her, but it was absolutely effective. Even Damien was forced to control himself, regulating his heartbeat and breathing to make it seem like he was unconscious. When is she going to? He didn't get to ask his whole question before he got the answer. The woman started pulling on the rope he was attached to, pulling him up the tree. The strength she used to do so was far beyond what her smaller frame seemed able to handle, but the lean muscles that were present throughout her frame allowed her to do it with ease. Damien's body was slung over her shoulder like it was nothing. Tick, 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 tick. She turned in another direction and clicked her tongue again. After assuring her surroundings, she leapt to the next tree. Swoosh! Whoa! Damien almost opened his eyes in that moment. The second they reached the next tree, they had reached the one beyond it. The winds rushed by as the woman moved. Her speed was impeccable, especially considering the extra weight she was carrying. The environment turned into a blur. If an ordinary mortal was moved at this speed, their body would be torn apart by the sheer pressure of the wind. To truly understand how powerful the woman was, Damien's weight had to be mentioned. Damien didn't weigh the same as an average man. At his weight, if he was still a mortal, he'd be somewhere around 200 pounds, give or take. However, he was nothing close to immortal. Damien's body had undergone several transformations, and on top of that, his physical strength was immense. It was impossible for his body to maintain a normal weight with such power hidden inside of it. Damien weighed several thousand tons at the very least. He could easily control this weight in normal cases. It never hindered him, nor would others feel it. This was a special case where he had to stop regulating it. Yet, the woman was carrying him with ease. If she's a picture of the average hunter of their civilization, then I really can't underestimate them. Strength was normal. Thousands of tons meant nothing to a demigod. Even if Damien never regulated his weight, whether it was his wives or others, nobody would have a problem lifting him or pulling him around. This woman wasn't a powerful practitioner, though. She didn't have any signs of mana training in her body. This obviously didn't stem from her origins, since the Noxan members of the foreign race Vanguard had clear signs of mana training in their bodies. The system of practice this tribal society used was different from the norm. Another interesting fact Damien was able to realize before he even met them. The woman rushed through the jungle with extreme familiarity. She didn't move in a linear path, taking extra precautions so that on the off chance that Damien wasn't as neutralized as she thought, he wouldn't be able to trace the location of her home. It wasn't just Damien, but all the beasts in the vicinity that she was wary of. But she still eventually made it to the village. Her steps became heavier and her pace slowed. Soon enough, Damien once again heard her voice. Umak tara, tonkurunga di peto riveen. Pertak nikten, kuranga nidipon. Senior, the woman had a short conversation with a man, evidently another member of her village, before seemingly reaching a conclusion. I can't understand them at all. Their language bears no similarity to ours, but I think I can roughly assume what they're saying. The word kurangha was one Damien had heard more than others. It was obviously being used to refer to him. As for the rest, Damien had no idea, but they were probably discussing what to do with him. They were tribal people, but they weren't stupid. They could clearly tell that Damien wasn't some beast that resided in the forest. They were probably confused by his presence. The question was how they would respond to that confusion. Damien couldn't spread his awareness or open his eyes, so he could only perceive the village with his natural spatial connection. It was ingrained in the trees. He couldn't tell the exact details of the residences and facilities around him, but they were made out of a material different from the ones he'd seen before and had a structural integrity that made it somewhat difficult to teleport between them. The village society was in the sky, not the ground. The woman took Damien up several layers of canopy before reaching her final destination. At that point, she took him into a building and threw him on the floor. Damn, not enough time. Damien was in a cell. He was certain of that. Unfortunately, he didn't have much of a chance to scope out the village while she was bringing him here. She was just too fast. For what I can tell, they're more advanced than I originally thought. It's as if they're a budding civilization with the knowledge of an old one, but for some reason, they're only developing in certain aspects while ignoring the rest. It was probably a product of their environment. The jungle didn't give them room for many amenities, but they still chose to live here, which meant there was something here that was worth staying for. Damien waited a bit before he opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw, he had no choice but to smile wryly. You guys? In front of him were two very familiar people with two very embarrassed expressions on their faces. It seemed Damien wasn't the only one who was captured, but, judging from their expressions, it seemed he was the only one who did it on purpose. Huh. Damien laughed in astonishment. This is quite an interesting situation. Chapter 1454 Gehenna Tribe. Chapter 1454 Gehenna Tribe. What happened to the two of you? Since they were stuck in a cell anyway, Damien thought he might as well ask. Well, Darius spoke first. I fell into a hole. Frankly, when he was barely aware of what happened. He was just walking through the jungle like normal and looking at everything around him in wonder when he suddenly found himself at the bottom of a hole. It wasn't even a deep hole. Darius had more than enough strength to jump out and continue on, but somehow he couldn't do anything he thought. He was caught off guard. In those few seconds he spent in the hole, he'd been tranquilized by an extremely powerful substance. He passed out, and when he woke up again, he was here. It was similar for Tiamat. She didn't get caught so easily, of course, but after a series of events that involved several primitive traps that were strangely powerful, she was also tranquilized and brought here. The two of them weren't weak just because they'd been suppressed. Damien was surprised to find that they'd been genuinely captured, and with such regular means at that. I guess this tribe is really something special, he said after hearing their explanations. Damien didn't admonish the two or doubt their abilities. Since he knew what he could do, he instead opted to change his perception of the tribal village. And the question arose, why wasn't I tranquilized? There wasn't really an answer, but it was a question that had to be asked. Anyway, what's the plan? Tiamat and Darius looked to Damien for structure, but he didn't have anything to give them. I think there's something interesting in this jungle. I want to investigate it. We might be delayed in our main goals for a bit, but I don't think it's a useless endeavor. Damien didn't get much of a chance to survey their current whereabouts, but he was certain about his assumptions. There was something here, and this tribe was heavily related to it. He wanted to know more about them after seeing the woman from before. Their language, their culture, their ways of using power. He wanted to study it and see how it differed from the conventions he knew. And with the jungle's dense mana activity, this was a great place for him to familiarize himself with the laws of the foreign cosmos. I'll follow whatever you want to do, Tiamat said. Same here. You're the leader. I don't think I can make decisions better than yours anyway, Darius added. Damien nodded with a smile. For now, we should lay low. Keep your strength contained, and don't thoughtlessly provoke the villagers. We need to get on their good side before anything else. The villagers currently viewed them as a threat of some sort, different from what they usually faced. This much could be ascertained from their imprisonment. However, as Damien's group represented the unknown, the villagers didn't immediately bare their fangs. Instead, it looked like they'd chosen a more mindful route. Damien, Tiamat, and Darius remained in their cell for several days. Every few hours, a villager would enter the prison and bring them food. Said villagers wouldn't interact with them or even look at them, but it was obvious how curious the people were about the group of travelers they'd found. Damien's group didn't look like them. Their skin was white, their bodies were taller and wider, and they gave off a scent like something exotic, something the villagers had never faced before. With the villagers' natural grayish complexion and smaller bodies optimized for rapid movement and hunting in the jungle, Damien's group practically appeared like aliens to them. Even Tiamat, whose skin bore some resemblance to theirs. They kept the trio imprisoned for over 3 days, not as a show of power or something similar, but because they had to decide what they wanted to do with them. Naturally, a conclusion didn't come easily. There were several arguments among the people. Some conservative tribe members wanted them killed, while some more pacifist ones wanted to send them away and pretend they were never here. Some wanted to test if they were prey, and some others wanted to get to know them and satisfy their curiosity. The village was only home to a few hundred people, but they were a tight-knit family. A decision on matters this important couldn't be reached easily. After all, the consequences had to be considered. Nevertheless, after 3 days of debate with no sign of compromise, Damien's group was hauled out of the jail cell and brought in front of the people. They were stood on a raised platform on the ground, surrounded by the village. People stood on balconies and treetops everywhere, gazing at them with a myriad of expressions. Damien caught the woman who captured him in the crowd as well. She was standing behind an old woman with a crown of feathers on her head, evidently an important figure in the tribe. The old woman was one of 10 elderly figures who sat like a council in front of Damien's group, judging them. By the way the rest of the tribesmen showed them respect and gave them space, it was clear that they were the main decision-makers of this group. Umbak Tarik, Iriate Sakanikurana, Gay, Harash Topan Golong, Pinia, no Kuranga, Dijenna, Loparni, Kola Kudambaza Boni, Jenna Nipola Tarade, Ezra Polak Dineti. Hear the elders went back and forth, arguing in their own language. Of the 10 of them, 9 were participating in the fierce argument that got louder and louder with time. Arms were flung, several gestures being made towards Damien's group, none seemingly friendly. It was a chaotic scene. Judging from the expressions of those observing, this kind of conflict didn't happen often, but the tribe was split. There was a clear divide between them on how to deal with the group of sentient beings they'd captured. The only one who remained involved was the elderly woman with the feather crown. She didn't speak. Her eyes remained on Damien, and sensing her gaze, Damien looked back up at her. Something mysterious happened when their eyes connected. Zip! It was the sound of an object moving incredibly fast, but nothing moved at all. It was a sound only Damien and the crowned elder heard, a sound like electricity arcing back and forth between their gazes. They hadn't formed some sort of connection or anything like that, but there was something there, It was as if they both realized that their purposes could be fulfilled through the other. Or maybe it was something deeper? Damien couldn't quite explain it. This wasn't similar to anything he'd experienced before, but he knew it was a good thing. Because the second he felt that feeling, the crowned elder banged the staff in her hands against the ground. Thud! The sound silenced everyone. Whether it be the other elders or the gossiping crowd that had gathered, none of them dared to speak. The saintess had come to a decision. The crowned elder. The saintess slowly stood up. Ton kurunka gares nigifena. She said those words, and immediately the crowd went into an uproar. Thud! Her staff struck the ground again. Scene! She shouted, her voice resounding through the entire village. Even with the language barrier, Damien could understand that she just told them all to shut up. Dirty looks came at him from one side, while fervent curiosity struck from the other. These looks made the verdict evident to Damien as well. It was good that these people were quite expressive. They will be allowed to stay. What the saintess said was something along those lines. And that was the end of it. Damien and the rest were taken back to their cell, but the treatment they received on the way was far removed from the rough pushing and pulling from when they were first brought out. Within the day, as they waited in their cell, they were once again escorted out to a nearby hut that had clearly been recently built exclusively for them to reside in. It was that easy. Perhaps trust wasn't gained and hostility was still rampant, but Damien and his group had been given permission to stay in the village. For a conclusion that came without them having to do anything at all, it was quite welcomed. As for what came next, none of the three could have expected what their lives would turn into. Chapter 1455 Gehenna Tribe. Chapter 1455 Gehenna Tribe, to a year. It flew by before anyone even realized it. With the saintess' approval, Damien's trio was given permission to live in the village. However, it wasn't an unconditional thing. The three of them were far too uncultured by the villager standards. They didn't know any language, they didn't know how to properly hunt in the jungle, and they didn't know the customs of the world that everyone else knew. The saintess permitted their stay, but they weren't expected to stay for long. She basically just freed them and allowed them to do what they wanted. However, Damien chose to stay. Since that was the case, he had to assimilate himself into the village. That was the start of new life. If Damien's group wanted food and shelter, they needed to contribute to the tribe. As for how to do so, the past year was really a learning experience to figure that out. The three of them were split up, since each of them had their own specialties. Tiamat was taken by the village's women. She, of course, had several things to say about this, but she didn't really have a choice. If they were going to stay here, they had to abide by the village's ways. Luckily, though, this wasn't a tribe with a heavy patriarchy or matriarchy. There were women in many varied roles, so Tiamat definitely could have become a guard or something of the sorts. But the tribal women thought differently. When they took her away, Damien didn't see her again for the rest of the year they'd been here. The only thing he knew was that she was fine. After all, the tribe wasn't openly hostile to them. A majority of them were curious about these people who'd appeared in their lands so mysteriously. That group was the one with Tiamat, so Damien didn't worry about what she was doing. Darius' role was more surprising. Darius was a man who only thought about combat. He never thought of himself talented or suited for anything else, nor did he want to be. The tribesmen didn't think the same. They took him to their forges. He became an apprentice there, where body language mattered more than language, and began learning from the blacksmiths. They'd seen the flame inside him from the moment they set eyes on him. That flame was wild and untamed, but it was so beautiful that no blacksmith could resist it. They didn't want to see such a flame go to waste, and for that reason, they decided to bring Darius in, both to satisfy their own interests and help him. Darius and Tiamat didn't leave the village often. They didn't need to for their roles, and while Tiamat's situation was still unsure, Darius didn't have the strength to enter the jungle as he pleased. At first, the tribesmen thought none of them would. However, they hadn't met Damien yet. Damien attracted the most hostility out of anyone from their group, particularly from the men of the tribe. He wondered why for a while, but the answer was sillier than he thought. It wasn't because he did something disrespectful. It wasn't because he was strong. It wasn't because he'd become a hunter, one of the most prestigious roles within the tribe, and had gathered a great amount of praise from the elders and his peers. It wasn't even because the saintess seemed to be protecting him. No, rather, it was because of the woman who'd been sticking to his side ever since the first day. The same woman he'd been learning the local language from. And the same woman who'd captured him when he first arrived in this world. She was something of a darling to the tribe. The hostility shown to Damien wasn't some petty nonsense like misplaced love. Rather, it was the protectiveness of hundreds of men who all were like older brothers to her. Her name was Talia. The tribe had a tradition where surnames were only given to those who were married based on a number of factors, so she didn't have one yet. She'd shown an interest in Damien from the start. He couldn't understand it at first, but as she taught him a language, he became more familiar with her reasoning and character. She was a playful one. She liked to explore the jungle and understand more about the world. She truly enjoyed hunting like no other, and when she was doing so, while she looked extremely serious, her enjoyment was beyond anything Damien had ever seen. She was a loving person who viewed the entire tribe as her family, and she was also the successor of the saintess. Talia took interest in Damien because she realized how he'd fooled her when she first captured him. She wanted to see his strength, mysterious and esoteric compared to the tribe's methods, and she wanted to understand how he hunted. They became friends fast, and thanks to her, Damien had an easy year with the tribe where he learned more than he ever thought he would. They were the Gehenna tribe. They had been living in this jungle for at least tens of generations, and they had such a unique culture that Damien was fascinated by something new every day. The environment they lived in, this sacred jungle of theirs, was a diverse environment with rivers of clear water, mountains, and huge swatches of land filled with a mystical variety of creatures. Learning to hunt them, learning to prepare and cook them, learning what they meant to the tribe. Damien felt like a kid again, just recently introduced to the wide world. Today was another regular day with the Gehenna tribe. Damien and Talia had just returned from their hunt, bringing a massive panther-like alien beast carcass with them. As always, they were greeted at the entrance by a large crowd of people, all of whom praised them for their kill. Once again, Damien and Talia managed to hunt something none of the other hunters were able to touch. It was a meal that would feed the entire village on its own, which meant the rest of the meat could be stored for later use. How could the tribe not be happy? Despite Damien being a Kurangha, the Gehenna tribe's word for foreigner, there were many people who already considered him a part of their tribe, a true member of their family. It happened in just a year, and Damien was enjoying himself far more than expected. Life in the tribe was great. It really was. But in the back of his mind, Damien always remembered his original goal. There were things he had to do, which meant this well-spent time would come to an end soon. Damien sighed to himself as he thought about it. That moment would definitely be a sad one, but it was inevitable. Though, it wasn't in the foreseeable future, so he allowed himself to enjoy the time he had without thinking about it. Stray thoughts filled his head as he walked through the village, and only when he finally got rid of them did he hear the voice calling for him. Great hunter! His eyes turned to the side, where a small woman had appeared at a time unknown. She was calling him by a title given to him by the older women of the tribe, so he knew she was here for something more business than casual. Was there something? Damien's words were a little choppy, since he still wasn't used to the language, but he got his point across fine. The small woman nodded, her eyes relatively serious. The saintess has summoned you. Damien's eyes widened. The saintess whom he hadn't seen since that day they were granted permission to live here. What did she need from him? Chapter 1456, Gehenna Tribe. Chapter 1456, Gehenna Tribe. 3. The saintess lived at the highest point of the village, at a point almost above the canopy of the surrounding jungle. The saintess of the Gehenna people was told to have the ability to converse with spirits. This ability also gave her a connection to the Great One above, the Gehenna tribe's interpretation of the heavens. To get her abode, which was meant to keep her most connected to the highest power, one needed to use a complex set of rope bridges and unique floating structures made out of the surrounding foliage. It was intentionally made difficult to reach, but the people of the village could get there without any sort of trouble whatsoever. Naturally, Damien didn't have the same familiarity they did, but after living in the village for a year, it was easy for him to follow along as the small woman guided him through it all. When they finally reached the place, Damien was surprised by how humble it was. All the houses and facilities in the village had an almost spherical design. They looked absolutely beautiful and were an incredible display of architectural skill. These facilities were usually relatively uniform, but everyone liked to decorate their own abode. The houses in the village could be told apart by their various colors and the decorations put on the outside, some of which were similar to things that existed in Damien's own cosmos. The Saintess house, however, maintained the natural faded red color of the wood it was made from and didn't particularly have any flair to it. It was the most normal-looking residence. Its position in the sky told enough about its true stature. Entering the house, Damien was left alone by his guide, meant to proceed further without interference. The house wasn't too big. It was only around 30 meters across, so Damien could see the other side from where he stood. However, there was a curtain separating the house into two parts, and to meet the Saintess, Damien had to first walk through the curtain. It was a sort of ceremony that would cleanse his body and adapt him to a world where spirits could manifest. Damien, of course, walked through with an extreme sense of intrigue. He didn't feel anything particular as he passed through, but, as I thought, the Saintess' voice came from the space in front of him, her figure still yet to appear in his vision. "You are not like the rest." Her words were relatively simple as she dumbed down her speech for a non-native speaker like Damien to understand. But it immediately became clear that he wasn't supposed to feel nothing when he walked through the curtain. "Saintess." Damien gave his greeting, bowing lightly to show respect. "No need for that." "Comme sit." The Saintess beckoned him forward. Despite not being able to see her, he still felt the gesture and knew where to sit. He walked forward 5 steps and sat down where he stood. His rear met a small cushion that wasn't present before, and the scenery around him changed. It was the same wooden house. However, the Saintess was now present, just a few feet in front of Damien, facing him with a small table between them. "Have you enjoyed our home?" The Saintess asked a simple question. She looked the same as the first time Damien saw her. An elderly woman with pure white hair. The wrinkles on her face were prevalent, but each and every one told a story of the life she'd lived. The feather crown on her head remained there despite her being in the comfort of her own home. It was a sign of her position and wouldn't leave her head for the rest of eternity. She would carry it even in death. Damien always felt a profound aura from this woman. It made sense that she had a position like Saintess. She seemed incredibly suited for it. But Damien still didn't know why he'd been called here. "It's a great place," he responded, following the flow of the conversation. "Your place is nothing like what I've ever seen before. You are a foreigner." The Saintess nodded, as if it was natural. "This world is new to you, no?" Damien's eyes widened slightly. The term foreigner always bugged him. The obvious definition was obvious. Since they were not of the tribe, they were foreigners. However, it was clear now that in their case, the meaning was deeper. "Your kind does not exist here." The Saintess spoke as if she understood Damien's doubts. "Doesn't exist?" Damien echoed. "Yes." The Saintess nodded again. "You. Nothing like you in this world." Was it a matter of appearance? It was true that Damien had only seen skin tones that would be considered unnatural in his own cosmos here. To them, he probably looked like some sort of twisted clone of their species. But the look in the Saintess' eyes didn't seem to be referring to something as superficial as appearance. "What did you see?" The Saintess, an existence that could converse with that which was ethereal to all others. What did she see when she looked at him? "What I see," she said, mirroring his words. Her eyes became hazy, as if she was looking at something beyond reality. "I see Gehenna." Gehenna, the namesake of the tribe. It was not the tribe itself, but something else. Damien always assumed it was a concept they worshipped, but he was wrong. Gehenna existed in reality. and when the saintess looked at him, she saw a reflection of it. The land of mist, the spirit cemetery, Gehenna. The saintess' eyes snapped into clarity. Her eyes focused directly on Damien, peering into his soul. Gehenna will open soon. You must go. Damien raised his brow. Is that why you called me? Yes. To enter Gehenna, you must pass many trials. Today, I tell you about Gehenna, so you may begin your journey. The way she talked was like it was predetermined for Damien to enter that place, whatever it was. Damien didn't like how that sounded, but it was true. The instant she mentioned it, he felt his heart skip a beat. This Gehenna, is it the reason you allowed us to stay in the village? No. The answer was so instant that Damien almost reeled when he heard it. The saintess smiled, as if mocking his wariness. You are fated with our tribe. You may not feel it, but you are already family. You are not allowed to stay for Gehenna. Rather, Gehenna chose you. Je ne chose me. The saintess didn't give him a clear answer. She just smiled that same vague smile, as if telling him to find out the rest himself. Damien took a breath. Whatever Gehenna meant, for it to be the tribe's entire namesake, it had to be something grand. Naturally, he wasn't going to give up the opportunity to go there. But before that, there were some things he needed to know, and the saintess seemed to have called him here to tell him those very things. It's only been a year. A development like this was surprising, but more than welcomed. Then please. Damien nodded, covering his excitement with a blanket of caution. Tell me about Gehenna. Chapter 1457 Gehenna Tribe. Chapter 1457 Gehenna Tribe for Gehenna, the namesake of the tribe. According to the saintess, it was a land beyond reality that would only open when it chose to. There was no rhyme or reason to its appearance, but when it was preparing to do so, the saintess would always know. As the saintess said when she first introduced it, Gehenna had another name, the Spirit Cemetery. It was a direct translation from the Gehenna tribe's native language into the universal language of the cosmos. The saintess explained with great grandeur. She spoke about legends and myths, about stories as old as time. But as Damien wasn't one to believe such stories until he saw for himself that they were real, he took most of it with a grain of salt. Though, he didn't completely put them out of his mind. He respected the Gehenna tribe. He wasn't immediately going to declare their beliefs as something fake. Nevertheless, as its name suggested, Gehenna was a place where spirits resided. It was the graveyard where the most heroic beings of the Gehenna tribe rested their souls, along with the ancients who ruled the sacred jungle in eras long past. And it was a prison for beings whose souls could never be allowed to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Gehenna was the source of the tribe's strength, and it was the place where their beliefs stemmed from. While its appearance was mysterious and erratic, the tribe naturally had traditions related to it. For instance, their acknowledgement ceremony. This ceremony would take place for whatever generation Gehenna opened for. The rising youths would be allowed to enter the cemetery, where they would find opportunities and chances to grow. It was quite similar to the secret realms of the heavenly world, but there was a key difference. These chances only came to the Gehenna tribe because of their bloodline, because they were people of the jungle. It wasn't a place others could just enter. That is why you are so mysterious, young hunter. The saintess gestured into the air around her. You can see them, can't you? Damien glanced away from her, merely panning his gaze around the room. I can. He'd been seeing them since he got close to the saintess' residence. They were flying through the air, appearing in all shapes and sizes. Some were animate, while some were not at all. But they all possessed the same light halo, the same glow that marked them as beings of a different, more ethereal world. Their spirits? That is right. They have yet to reach the other side, but they will one day become spirits too. Damien didn't know what spirits were in this world. In his home cosmos, spirits are not such grand beings. They were wandering souls, or maybe just beings made of mana. Some were just part of a race of spirits that didn't necessarily have a special state of existence compared to others. However, it wasn't just the Gehenna tribe's belief that spirits here were special. No, all of these tiny beings he was seeing, all of these small white specks in the grand, grand world had legends supporting their existence. All of them had some kind of meaning, and their existences were special. There was something more to them than just their form. It is because Gehenna chose you. The saintess spoke again. I do not know why. I'm only a messenger. If you want to know what your connection with Gehenna is, then you must go there. It will allow your entry. Damien was the only foreigner to ever be welcomed by Gehenna. The saintess was naturally curious about why, but she didn't ask any questions. However, he couldn't just enter because he wanted to. People still existed. Gehenna was a sacred place. A foreigner entering that place as he pleased was naturally not something everyone in the tribe could accept. But there was a way to make them. Damien had to undergo several trials the tribe had set in place for those who wished to enter Gehenna. It would be somewhat difficult, but as long as he could do it, he would be able not only move on to the next step properly, he would be able to extinguish most of the hostility those few tribesmen had for him. Damien accepted without much of a second thought. The saintess smiled happily. Go to Perrin. He will give you your first trial. Those were the last words she said to him. She'd called him to deliver the message. She didn't have anything else to say. Since their meeting was over, Damien gave her a respectful bow before bidding farewell and leaving. It was a short meeting. It was short because the saintess couldn't say everything she wanted. She was just the messenger. She didn't have the authority to decide which messages could be delivered at what time. So she had to withhold the things she knew. The time to deliver those messages had not arrived yet. The man with eyes of gold. She whispered to herself, her eyes once again hazy. Has he finally come? Her body shook as if she'd been struck by a cold breeze. To overrule the darkness, to corrupt the corrupted, he shall arrive. A man with eyes of gold, the apostle of the ancients. With his mighty sword, he will bring light to the darkness. With his burning heart, he will save the world. A story she'd heard when she was young. A story she thought would always remain just a fairy tale for children. Was it finally time for it to come true? She stood up, using her staff to support her movements. Time is running out. She didn't expect to have guessed this time, but she'd known Gehenna was opening for several years now. The problem was the other thing she knew. She stepped out of her residence, looking down at the entire village sprawled out below her. There, she saw a smiling woman, young and innocent. That woman was her successor, and someone she treated like her own daughter. Her eyes contained a trace of melancholy as she looked at that woman. I trust in you, Talia. She knew Talia couldn't hear her, but she continued speaking. Become the woman I believe you to be, and bring our tribe back to where it once stood. Damien didn't know it. Actually, nobody in the village did. The saintess' power wasn't just to converse with spirits. No, it was something far greater. The saintess looked into a time yet to occur, and she saw the fates of all living beings. She herself was not excluded. The future was not set in stone. Fate was something that could be changed. It was, right? Regardless, time waited for no man. Before long, chaos would ensue. Even the saintess, with her mystical power, was left to wonder. Would everything go as she'd seen, or would a miracle occur in its stead? As she looked down at the village, days passed and turned into weeks. Damien began to blaze through the trials placed upon him. No matter what the villagers and the world threw at him, he moved like an unstoppable beast. Gehenna continued to approach until it was only a few days away, and Damien was left with only one trial before he could gain entry. Unbeknownst to him, however, chaos was approaching. Extremely fast at that. Chapter 1458, Gehenna Tribe 5. Chapter 1458, Gehenna Tribe. The tasks given to Damien weren't all life-threatening things. Actually, the trials weren't always meant to be life-threatening. The Gehenna tribe was made up of a variety of peoples. Some of them had incredibly unique trades, while some worked in more common occupations that contributed to the well-being of the tribe. Regardless, everyone had a role. When they all came together, they formed an amazingly functional society. The trials Damien was to undergo weren't special to him. Rather, every youth who was set to enter Gehenna had to do them. However, they already had their roles. Their trials would be within the role they'd chosen. They would still be extremely complex and difficult, But not every youth had to risk their life in the jungle to earn the privilege to enter Gehenna. That was the job of hunters. Damien had been acting as a hunter since he came to the tribe, and with the talent he'd shown in the trade, everyone accepted him as one almost immediately. However, Damien technically didn't have an assigned role. More than that, just being a hunter wasn't enough to earn him the same privileges as the native tribesmen. He was still an outsider. No matter how much the tribe accepted and loved him, not all of them would allow him to intrude on their sacred internal traditions just because of that. Damien's trial was harder than his peers. That was because his trial was a combination of all of theirs. The man the Saints sent him to meet was a blacksmith. His first trial was in the forge. It was one he was particularly happy to partake in. Damien had a great deal of experience in front of a fire. When he was stuck in no return pass, he used both liquor and forging to appease his boredom. He'd been using his alchemy skills to make liquor relatively consistently since then. He hadn't done much since the last one he made for Grand Heaven's Boundaries Universal Core, but he was still touching up on his craft whenever he found the time. His forging skills hadn't seen the same attention. Mirage broke on an ancient battlefield. Since then, Damien had slowly become someone who didn't need to use weapons, so he never got around to repairing it. He didn't plan to start using weapons again anytime soon. He didn't think they'd be able to handle the power of his existence law, no matter how much he enhanced them. But he did plan to bring Mirage back. It was a sword that accompanied him for a very, very long time. Decades upon decades of experience, the blood of millions or even more enemies, and the memories of those times were all contained in the sword. Plus, it wasn't soulless like the Devourer he used when he was young. Mirage had a rudimentary consciousness. Damien couldn't just let it die and be done with it. That sword meant a lot to him. But if he wanted to fix it after it was shattered by something as esoteric as a chaotic mixture of everything he had, he needed a forge worthy to do so. Void Palace didn't have one. Well, they did, but it wasn't enough. Void Palace's forge wasn't meant to repair weapons like Mirage. There was an ethereal aspect to it, since the sword's sentience had to be restored as well. When Damien walked into the Gehenna tribe's forge for the first time, he got that feeling. Feeling the heat of the flames, the sound of metal clanging against metal, the smell of ash and chemical reactions. Damien understood it with his body. This was a place blessed by spirits. There was no place better than this to restore Mirage. It lined up with his trials too. Basically, Damien needed to obtain acknowledgement from the professionals in these fields so they could support him later. That was the nature of his current task. It was easy when it was put like that, because all Damien needed to do was show off a little. In front of blacksmiths, he was more than happy to flex his skills. Damien got in front of the forge. He took out the anvil and hammer he received in the ancient battlefield and closed his eyes. Phew! With one breath, his mind and body became one with the forge. Pieces of mirrored material almost like glass, but far too powerful to be glass, appeared in the air along with the frame of a sword, and Damien went to work. The main materials he used were already part of the sword, but Damien had quite a collection of resources after spending decades in the heavenly world. He was working on instinct, mixing metals, and creating alloys to test. However, he trusted his instinct more than anything. And more importantly, Mirage did too. Every move he made was like a work of art. The flames in the forge left their owners, swallowing him in an inferno as he harmonized with their motions. The law of fire. Damien was familiar with its form in his home cosmos, but only now did he understand it in this one. Damien thought they'd be different because he'd changed cosmos, but as he'd learned over the past year, the base structure was the same. The laws here were chaotic. They seemed twisted to be more oriented to chaos, burned away from their original forms, but at their core, they maintained the same formula. First came creation and destruction, followed by space and time, life and death, and the 5 elements. Was that the formula for existence? Or was there something more to it? A seed of thought entered Damien's mind. It was a question that didn't seem to hold much weight, especially since Damien had a sub-universe of his own. However, can I create existence? Standing in front of the flame, experiencing the miracle of creation occurring naturally, he wondered. And as he wondered, he dreamed. A new goal. a goal he'd never imagined before. It wasn't attainable anytime soon, or perhaps anytime in the future, but he would make it happen. But before that, he had to focus on what was happening in the present. Damien spent hours in the forge. He impressed and astonished the onlookers long ago, having gathered a crowd that had gone beyond just the blacksmiths, but he wasn't putting in effort just for them anymore. Still, they stood there watching his every move, enamored by the beautiful performance he'd unwittingly put on. Time passed. The flames died down slowly, and Damien's fluid movements became clear to all again. Like a dance, he floated around the forge. Each step of the process was accomplished with utmost precision, but more importantly, the loving hand of a blacksmith who cared for his creation. And when the process finally came to an end, not only did Damien pass his first trial with flying colors, he once again held Mirage in his hand, a pure sword made with his heart, a sword that meant more to him than just its role as a sword. That sword now stood in front of him again, blessed with the power to slay gods. Chapter 1459, Gehenna Tribe. Chapter 1459, Gehenna Tribe. 6. The Gehenna Tribe was interesting in many ways. In some facets, they were surprisingly advanced, while in others, they lagged behind a larger society. Their usage of power could be considered a little bit of both. To preface, the energy in this cosmos was not mana. It was the force Damien had been calling demonic energy, but a name like that was no longer accurate. The tribe's people called it Barak. In the universal language of this cosmos, it was called Malik. Either term could be used, but Damien chose the former since he had a good relationship with the tribe. In any case, both words meant the same thing. They both were directly synonymous with energy, just like mana. Barak was a more convoluted and chaotic energy than mana. In easy terms, it was like mana's evil twin. To use such an energy effectively usually required one to embrace its properties and seek destruction over order. However, the Gehenna tribe didn't abide by that belief. Their doctrine was one of order. Since they followed the will of the spirits, they also followed the way of nature. They didn't utilize Barak the way it conventionally should have been used. Instead, they learned how to use their natural bodies to change the nature of that power, turning it into something purer. But even then, Barak didn't carry the same properties as mana. They were two completely different energies with two completely different frequencies, even if they could mimic each other's properties. The Gehenna tribe didn't use Barak with their bodies. They believed completely internalizing the energy would make one's body impure and ruin one's connection with the spirits. Instead, they developed a system similar to Damien's Anuntum Matrix, which could control the ambient mana in the atmosphere. And their chosen medium to use that energy was weaponry. This was the relatively unevolved part. Weapons were probably the most barbaric medium one could use. They were liabilities on the battlefield, since their quality and unique structures had a huge impact on how one's power would actually be manifested. There was a reason most people only used one weapon for their entire lives, choosing to upgrade instead of replace at every turn. That weapon would become suited to them, able to release their power as they wished it to. However, it would never be as efficient as using one's own body. In most cases, because they had been using weapons as their medium for so long in this jungle ecosystem, the Gehenna tribe had mastered a unique method of utilizing their weapons that others couldn't easily replicate. Even Damien had some trouble understanding it at first. It was the type of thing that had to be seen rather than heard about. The first trial ended far earlier than it was supposed to. Damien was meant to spend several days with the blacksmiths, showing them his mastery of every aspect of their art. He, however, managed to do so with the creation process of Mirage. They didn't need to see anything else after that. His second trial was with the medical sector of the tribe, where he spent several days learning their esoteric methods and showcasing the unique splendor of heal. After that, Damien experienced the lives of cooks who had to make food for the entire tribe, soldiers who guarded the tribe and managed judiciary duties, and even people who practiced the various arts, who provided the tribe with their entertainment. Weeks passed as Damien spent time with them. Outside of his role as a true member of the tribe, he learned their traditions and the hard work they put in to sustain themselves in this cruel environment. And as time passed, that final trial approached. It was the Hunter trial. For all intents and purposes, it was Damien's main trial, the test he had to pass to truly be acknowledged in the role he had chosen. The people of the village had seen as Damien earnestly worked with them and understood their culture. They watched as he became more and more proficient in their language until he was practically a native speaker. They knew that Damien wasn't just some ordinary foreigner anymore. That was why they did it. Not out of discrimination or hostility, but out of respect. For your last trial, you will hunt the Uruk. Damien once again stood surrounded by the entire tribe, with the elders looking at him from above. However, this time, as the saintess spoke, he kneeled respectfully and accepted his final trial. The reactions from the crowd were far different this time as well. Nobody spoke. Nobody showed hostility. Rather, they all cast Damien glances of worry. They were unable to say anything. The Uruk was a creature close to an ancient. It had lived for millions of years and had reached the level of a deity. Wasn't sending Damien to face a death sentence, but Damien accepted the trial. He didn't have to. He'd already done more than enough to earn the right to enter Gehenna. If Damien accepted, what could they say? The atmosphere wasn't as excited as it should have been for Damien approaching his final task, but the people did maintain hope for his success since they'd witnessed his power. They dispersed as they did when the saintess gave the final word. Damien went back to his home to prepare for his coming expedition. As he sat calmly, going over strategies in his head, he heard a knock on his door. He knew who it was. There was really only one person who'd come to visit him like this without warning. "You're here." He spoke as he opened the door, his tone playfully annoyed. "Why wouldn't I be? After you did something stupid like that. I had no choice but to come and beat some sense into you." Whoosh! A punch flew past Damien's face the instant those words landed. He, of course, dodged it easily, but it was only the first of its kind. Whoosh! 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 A flurry of similar punches came from all directions. Damien casually moved right and left, avoiding them with simple movements as he took a few steps back into his house. His visitor wasn't going to let up so easily, but the time for greeting had already ended. Thud! The door closed behind them naturally, leaving only the two of them alone in the house. "So what's up?" Damien smiled and sat down. Since she was done greeting him, he was certain she wouldn't throw any more punches. "What's up? That's all you have to say." Talia sat down as well, the expression on her face very obviously angry. "How could you say you'd hunt the Uruk? Do you know what that is?" Damien knew she'd come tonight. If there was anyone who was willing to directly confront him about anything and everything, it was her. "I know you're powerful. However, the Uruk is more than just power. That is a beast beyond beasts, something a mere man cannot handle." Talia had hunted with Damien. She'd seen his strength firsthand, but even that didn't give her confidence that he could fight that monster. To Talia, Damien was a young beast, powerful but incomparable to an ancient. The Uruk, on the other hand, had terrorized the jungle for generations. It had seized a massive portion of the land as its territory, and that territory had been unchallenged for a reason. Yet, Damien said he was going to hunt that beast and bring it back? How could he say something like that so easily? "I can't let you do this." Talia had made up her mind already. "I'm coming with you. I will not allow you to do something so dangerous alone." Chapter 1460 Uruk. Chapter 1460 Uruk. 1. "You want to come with me?" Damien smiled wryly. He understood her worry, but he didn't understand how her presence would make the situation any better. After all, if he looked at the situation through her eyes, then the Uruk was far too powerful even if the two of them tried to handle it alone. Of course, he'd done extensive research on the beast, having been aware of this task for a few days now. He was confident he could defeat it even with his current abilities, withholding almost all of his powerful laws. Still, it was a bit amusing that the solution Talia came up with was accompanying him in the battle. "Yes, if we cannot fight it, I'll grab you and run." "Grab me and run?" "Over the shoulder, just like last time." Damien's wry smile only got more pronounced as Talia spoke. He just realized how much she'd underestimated his strength. It was true that they'd hunted together. Damien could handle most of the beasts in the forest alone, but when they hunted together, he never opted for this path. He was learning about the Gehenna tribe through its people. As he moved with Talia, he allowed her to take on most of the fighting so he could see how she maneuvered her energy and techniques. And without the context to understand that, Talia assumed it as weakness. Yes, she respected Damien, but she wasn't going to view his abilities unrealistically because of that. In this situation, she trusted their teamwork more than his power, and in the worst-case scenario, she had absolute trust in her own speed. What to do? Damien understood Talia's character quite well at this point, and if there was one thing that stood out, it was her stubbornness. She was strong, and just like all strong people, she was headstrong as well. No matter what he said here, he'd surely find himself with her on his tail. He couldn't prevent her from coming with him once she'd made up her mind. The fact that she was even here in the first place meant the elders had given up on trying to convince her otherwise. Damien sighed. All right, you can come with me. Talia's eyes lit up. However, Damien didn't allow them to stay that way. You won't be fighting with me. You can observe, and if, at any time, you think I'll lose my life, you can intervene and save me. How's that? It was the best compromise he could make. In this way, he could keep Talia out of danger as best as possible. If she was in a place he knew and didn't move, he could keep the battle away from her and finish things before she could act recklessly. Talia stared at him suspiciously, but after a few minutes of thought, she relented. Fine, but if there's even the slightest chance that you'll get harmed. She let her meaning be known without saying it. That's not what I asked for, though. Damien was a bit befuddled by the leap she'd made so casually, but he had no choice but to accept her words at this point. In any case, he just had to avoid getting hurt, which was pretty easy for him since his body was nigh immortal. We leave at daybreak, so go home and prepare. Damien sighed again as Talia happily pranced around his house, having gotten her way. I'll meet you at the entrance. She knew his personality as well as she knew his. If she pushed any more, he was sure to get annoyed. With those words laced in playfulness left for Damien's ears, she made her way back home, and her expression immediately faded. She put up a smiling front for Damien, but she was certain he didn't know the gravity of the situation. No matter what he had heard about the Uruk, it wouldn't be enough to prepare him for what it truly was. She clenched her fists until her palms bled. Flashes of memory went through her head, reminding her of a terrifying time long past. Uruk, no matter what, she had to see it die. If for nothing else, then for her revenge. The sacred jungle where the Gehenna tribe lived was home to a plethora of flora and fauna. It was massive, spanning over such a great distance that most of it was unexplored, whether by the tribe or those in the larger societies existing outside it. However, there were some things that everyone knew. Not because they wanted to, but because they were forced. The ancients who ruled the jungle were one of those things. Ancients were massive beasts beyond imagination, able to destroy populations of the Gehenna tribe size with less than a breath. They were equivalent to gods in the perception of most, and in the truest sense, that was pretty much what they were. The concept of godhood didn't exist in the Gehenna tribe. Their elders were definitely around that level, and the saints couldn't even be measured, but they didn't necessarily chase godhood or understand what it was. They reached it naturally like beasts, which meant they didn't actually possess the divine status they had earned. The way it worked for people who gained godly strength without godhood was complicated, but that was beside the point for now. The Uruk was a creature approaching the level of an ancient, and it shared territory with the Gehenna tribe. It was a threat that needed to be destroyed for the tribe's continued existence. If it managed to grow into an ancient, they would be either slaughtered or forced out of their homes. Therefore, the tribe's elders had been planning to get rid of it for a very long time now. The problem was that they didn't have the firepower to do it. Their original solution was technology in the crudest sense of the word. They would create contraptions that could kill the Uruk, which gave them both power and the ability to strike without risking their lives in close proximity with the beast. However, Damien fell into their laps before they got the chance to finish designing said technology. And while the elders and a majority of the tribe didn't think he was powerful enough to act as a perfect solution, the Saintess personally backed his strength, so they could only believe in him. It was difficult, because they had personal experience with the Uruk. It had attacked the village a little over a decade ago, and in its wake, it left an almost exterminated Gehenna tribe. A brave group of warriors from the tribe managed to drive it away, but they sacrificed their lives in the process. The tribe had been recovering since then, and they'd never left the periphery of their village enough to provoke the Uruk again. Such a drastic move was completely against the way they'd spent the last 10 years. But Damien didn't know their story, nor did he know the Uruk. All he knew was that there was an enemy in front of him, and he needed to kill it. It was true that the Gehenna tribe still didn't know much about Damien, because if they did, they'd have known. When Damien's mind entered a state like this, hell was guaranteed to break loose. For anyone he declared his enemy, that is. Chapter 1461 Uruk. Chapter 1461 Uruk 2. The Uruk. Its name had been said many times already, but not much about it had earned the same treatment. The Uruk was a dragon-esque monster, but only in the sense that there wasn't really anything else from the heavenly world that could be compared to it. Its body was as large as a dragon's, spanning several tens of kilometers easily. It had scales running across its entire body that even the strongest weapons couldn't pierce, and its reptilian snout was perfect for breathing storms of fire onto its victims. The beast didn't have wings. Its body was far too heavy to lift organically. However, owing to its enormous physical strength, it could leap high enough into the air for it to practically be flying. That massive physical strength and form, along with the occasional elemental abilities it used, made it impossible for the average hunter to challenge. Hell, even in the wider world, there weren't many who dared to challenge it. It was an incredibly powerful beast, but wasn't the most powerful. From what Damien heard, he felt that the creature couldn't compare to a primal sovereign or some of the more terrifying beasts he'd met, like the Azure Dragon. Its description seemed exaggerated, and while its capabilities weren't anything to laugh at, he also didn't think it was strong enough to scare him. He maintained those thoughts when he saw it in person, but he understood where the rumors came from. That thing is a real beast. It was ugly with no semblance of humanity at all. That wasn't to say more humanoid beasts provoked a sense of security. It was more a look into the creature's eyes. Even dragons had eyes filled with intelligence. There was a reason to both fear and revere them, whether they had sentience or not. The Uruk had a face straight out of a horror movie, and its eyes were deep and soulless. It lived only for blood and territory, something only the most barbaric of people could ever grow to worship. It lay there, slumbering in a clearing large enough to build several cities on, taking up the majority of the space. Damien and Talia were roughly 1,000 kilometers away still, but that was barely an inch to someone of Damien's strength. He gazed at the beast, trying to gauge anything from it. However, as expected, it's easier to do it firsthand. Talia would be safe at this distance. Damien knew the Uruk's strengths, and it was up to him to find its weaknesses. Was there really a need for him to wait? I'm engaging. He left those words for Talia, but by the time she registered them, he was already gone. First off, let's test those scales. Boom. Damien flashed away. He could barely teleport as he'd only skimmed the surface of this world's spatial laws, but his speed was more than enough to mimic the act. He pulled his fist back, covering it in barrack, and slammed it forward against the Uruk's snout. It was quite a loud movement. Naturally, the sensitive beast was immediately alarmed by his presence. Its eyes flashed open, and the first thing it saw was the reason why it felt a dull pain rattling through its skull. Barrack exploded outward, creating a flurry of black clouds around Damien and the Uruk. The impact force of Damien's strike slammed the beast's head into the ground, but it rapidly recovered, almost completely absorbing the impact into its body without a problem. Ruwa-Ayer. It let out a violent roar as it scanned the surroundings for its attacker. Without detecting even a flicker of his visage in the vicinity, the Uruk attacked wildly. It spun its body in a circle, using its thick tail to slam through everything within its radius. Boom! 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 Glass-like trees shattered and exploded, sending shrapnel flying into the air. Countless beasts were left without homes and rapidly scrambling away, wondering just who the hell decided it was a good idea to provoke the Uruk. And Damien was standing in the air, totally unaffected by its outburst. Those scales are no joke. With a defense like that, I'd probably need to use destruction laws if I wanted to do any damage. Unfortunately, he didn't have access to those, so just blindly attacking until it drops dead isn't an option. It was a shame, but it was pretty obvious this would be the outcome. All right then, let's move on. Damien's arsenal was pretty limited right now. He could use Barak just as proficiently as he could use mana, and his capacity for it was nigh unlimited. However, when it came to laws, he was still quite weak. The progress he'd made in comprehending them was quite pitiful over the past year, but it was mainly because he didn't actively try to comprehend them. He was allowing his body to naturally adapt to the laws, so they came to him instead. This way, he'd meet them in their purest forms, which would allow him to gain more knowledge on the alternate cosmos itself. He made this decision for his long-term benefit, but in the short term, it was quite inconvenient. In any sense, Damien had a ton of experimenting to do before he could actually kill the Uruk. But since he was quite a sturdy specimen himself, the Uruk wouldn't be able to kill him while he did. At least, that was Damien's assumption for what he'd seen and heard thus far. To see if it was the truth, all he could do was take action. Damien charged back in a battle. The Uruk was currently looking for an enemy on the ground. It didn't know he could fly, which was his advantage. He didn't want to give it up easily and let the beast start confronting him in the sky as well. So before he attacked, Damien returned to surface level, and he went berserk. He used his fists as his main weapon, practically engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the Uruk. Explosions began to cover the jungle over a radius of several hundred kilometers in every direction except the one where Talia was. Damien did say he wasn't going to opt for a physical battle with the beast, but while he was testing its capabilities, this was still the best method. Therefore, he attacked like a beast as well. The scene was hard to describe. Well, it wasn't really, but from Talia's perspective, the scene was the most improbable thing she'd ever seen. A human and a massive beast were wrestling, throwing each other to the ground and slamming into each other's bodies with all their power. And that human wasn't showing any signs of exertion as he went blow for blow with the Uruk. This is a real battle. Talia's eyes were as wide as saucers, practically popping out of her head. She'd never seen anything like this before. She didn't know a human could have such power. She suddenly had to reevaluate Damien entirely. And within only a few minutes, her reasoning for watching this battle changed completely. Even if Damien was hurt, she didn't think she could help him. She now understood why he seemed to laugh at her when she confidently came and claimed that she would save him. But she still had every reason to be here. Her instincts screamed at her. Somebody needed to witness this moment. The moment humanity overcame the wild. It was a place the tribe had been yearning to reach for its entire length of existence. And Damien was about to take them there. That was what she felt as she watched him. Chapter 1462 Uruk. Chapter 1462 Uruk 3. Boom. Another explosion. Damien was thrown back several tens of feet, but the Uruk had it worse. The massive beast was flung into the sky, its back facing the ground. It wriggled around, trying to reorient itself to land on its feet. However, was Damien going to allow that? Bang, 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 bang. Waves of Barak rushed into the sky. Every time the Uruk moved, a wave of purple-black energy struck its opposite side, canceling out its motions. All right, stage 1 is over. Damien smiled. He had taken some time to get here, but it was all according to plan. The Uruk was powerful. Damien understood that its power couldn't be underestimated from the start. It hit him like a tank whenever it could get a hit in, and the fiery breath it let loose was enough to turn the surrounding jungle into a molten hellscape. It hadn't even used the acidic breath attack it was said to have, but it was safe to say that Talia was the only living being remaining in the vicinity. Everything else had either died as collateral damage or ran away. Damien, as always, started his battle with a physical confrontation. Through it, he learned how dense the Uruk scales were. After that, he continued provoking it so he could learn its attack patterns and weaknesses. After experimenting for a while, Damien got a hold of the information he wanted. The Uruk was as heavy as it was strong. It moved slowly, but its large, sweeping attacks seemed to reach its enemies before they could react. Damien, however, was able to use its slowness against it relatively easily, especially when it was combined with the beast's limited range of vision was exploited too. The Uruk had forward-facing eyes just like most predators, but its body was too big for it to completely make use of the advantages that gave it. It had huge blind spots that got bigger as one got closer to its body. From those blind spots, Damien could easily land any attack he wanted. The problem came back to its defense. The beast had evolved through millennia of battle, after all. A weakness like that had been covered long ago, specifically with a dense canopy of scales that Damien still couldn't puncture. Hence, he put the beast in the air. I think that'll be the method. It may have seemed like Damien made no progress at all, but he actually did get somewhere with his experimenting. By ruling out so many possibilities, he was left with really only one way to kill the beast. Flash! He flashed into the sky and slammed his foot down on the Uruk's underbelly. The beast came crashing down to the ground at a speed fast enough to turn any other creature into a bloody mist. Boom! The Uruk didn't have sentience, but it was smarter than the average beast. It understood that Damien was an enemy it had to take seriously, and it understood that he was looking for its weaknesses. However, it was unaware of what he found, assuming that, like every other challenger, Damien was stumped by the defensive power of its scales. With that assurance, it waited for the perfect moment to strike back. And this was the one it found. The Uruk could be slow at times and fast at times. It really was difficult to understand the limitations of its movement capability. This was entirely intentional. Until it found the opportunity to corner its opponent, the Uruk would never show its true power. That was why, as Damien watched with wide eyes, the Uruk managed to flip itself during its split-second freefall and land on its feet. Ruawayer. It wasn't just a roar. The Uruk accurately pinpointed Damien's position in the sky, and, with its jaw open, it spewed a mixture of acid and flames that blanketed the sky. Damien was caught in the attack. No matter which direction he moved in, he wouldn't be able to escape before his body was too damaged to move. The Uruk's acid could melt most metals and go through organic material like butter. Just like its speed, its acid was an attack saved until the final moment. That meant the Uruk was confident Damien would die here. Unfortunately for it, Damien was half immortal. There it is. Damien saw it the first time the beast used its breath attack, but he wasn't completely sure. The Uruk seemed like a beast that prioritized defense, but it really didn't. It was born with inherent strength, and that was the basis of most of everything it did offensively. The Uruk's evolution through its life was to use defense as offense as well. By getting rid of all its weaknesses, it could become an unbeatable enemy to anyone. That strategy got it to the position it was in today. Usually, for beasts that had densely protected exteriors, the solution was to attack their internals through their orifices. The Uruk was aware that its mouth would be a tempting target for its enemies, especially while it was shooting flames. Therefore, it evolved so that its throat would be closed off when it did so. The inside of its mouth was also reinforced so that its tongue and the areas connected to its nose and other organs couldn't be pierced. This way, in its most vulnerable moment, it wasn't actually vulnerable at all. Damien had been increasingly impressed with the Uruk's instinctual intelligence as he fought it, but at the end of the day, it was still a beast ruled by instinct. If one looked at the minute details, one would find countless cracks to exploit. The one that Damien found was related to its mouth. Let me retreat first, since he could see a certain woman whose skin was usually a dark gray color sitting in the distance, her face a pale white color. If he didn't show that he was fine, she would surely have a heart attack. Plus, I need a better angle. Damien pushed out of the acid cloud. Barrack gathered in his hands and feet. Bang, 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 bang. The purple-black energy blasted through the atmosphere, slamming into the Uruk's body from every side. As the Uruk maneuvered to tank them with its scales, it failed to realize they were just a distraction. Shick! Shick! Two massive needles made of Barrack punctured the beast's eyes, rendering it blind. Ruurier. As always, the beast's instinct was to clear everything around it. It thrashed around in case the enemy was near, and it shot waves upon waves of flames and acid into the skies in case the enemy was trying to retreat. Just like clockwork, the instinctual patterns of a beast, especially an arrogant beast, would never change. As the Uruk's flames died down, there was a split-second opportunity. In the spark of an instant, before it closed its mouth, there was a flaw. The defensive wall that hid its throat from enemies went down, and Damien was given access to the easiest method to kill a massive beast. Boom! He summoned a tsunami of Barrack and condensed it into a 100-foot-long harpoon. His muscles bulged and flexed. He assumed the perfect form, transferring the energy contained in his flesh into the Barrack. And as he pushed his arm forward and let go, the harpoon flew at a speed comparable to light, practically becoming invisible to onlookers. The rest was history. Damien's Barrack had no plans of staying hidden for long. The second it hit its target, it exploded, and the world quaked in fear of its power. Chapter 1463 Uruk. Chapter 1463 Uruk for Barrack, or rather Malik. The Gehenna tribe viewed it as an impure energy. Their tribe had always been unconventional in their use of the energy because they didn't believe that it was beneficial to absorb it in its natural state. The spirits allowed them to purify the energy, and with their weapon techniques, they were able to turn the energy into the pure Barrack that they'd been using for the majority of their existence. There was nothing wrong with this method. The Gehenna tribe had access to a unique set of powers that nobody else could use, and their familiarity with it allowed them to wield it with enough power to protect themselves. However, what was this? What was Talia witnessing right now? Damien used Barrack in its normal impure form. Unlike the white halo that appeared around the Gehenna people when they wielded the energy, his was purple and black, with a heavy aura that was more than just suffocating. She'd seen it before. It wasn't much of a surprise, since it was already known that people outside the tribe didn't use pure energy. However, the level to which Damien used it was something she'd never seen before. He didn't even try to control the energy's form. He allowed it to flow as it pleased, and in return, the energy responded to his wishes and did exactly what he wanted it to. The entire time he was fighting the Uruk, she watched his energy move. It enhanced his speed and strength. It fortified his body, and it could do practically anything as long as Damien wanted it to happen. Against a monster who could use energy like a fifth limb, what could the Uruk do? Talia didn't understand that Damien was baiting and probing the beast. All she saw was him gliding around, fighting without a single bead of sweat on his forehead. And before she could even understand what was happening, the fight was over. The Uruk was impaled by a harpoon made of Barrack. It didn't seem nearly long enough to accomplish such a feat, but the instant it entered the Uruk's body, the harpoon expanded and slammed out the back of the beast, breaking into the ground below with the rest of its momentum. That Barrack then exploded, turning the beast it skewered into a rain of blood and meat. It was that easy. The Uruk died without any ability to resist, completely unaware of the fact that it had been fighting an unwinnable battle from the very start. To Talia, it was something out of a fairy tale. In reality, it was just a difference in class. At the end of the day, the Uruk was not an ancient. The Uruk was not a god. And if it wasn't a god, then it didn't have nearly enough power to stand against Damien. Yes, Damien was missing a majority of his strength. Because of that, even he had been wary about rushing into battle with an unknown enemy. However, when he got there and started the battle, he realized that he was overthinking. No matter how strong the beast was, no matter how weakened he was, he still held power that nobody under godhood could resist. That was the kind of monster Damien became when he started comprehending true existence. But how was she to know that? What Talia saw was a miracle beyond her comprehension as someone who'd lived in the jungle her whole life. The beast that had terrorized her and her people for ages had died. That unkillable beast who killed her parents. It died to a force she had never experienced before, from a man she never expected to be a monster in disguise. How was she meant to feel? She didn't know. There were multiple emotions bubbling up inside her. Fear, relief, respect, intrigue, wariness, and most importantly, excitement. It may not have made sense to an external observer. Damien surely wouldn't understand it, but this was a life-changing moment for Talia. One of many she'd have in the coming days. The territory Damien entered through the dimensional crack wasn't just jungle. Rather, the sacred jungle was the only uncharted part of said territory. There was a reason the labyrinth was placed there, outside the jungle that spanned more distance than that between the sun and earth. There was an entire interconnected society of many cities, towns, and metroplexes. And just like every other society, this one had its own ruling authority. Somewhere deep within the territory, members of that ruling authority were moving. A shadow approached a large mansion in the middle of a grassy plain. It brushed against the grass before disappearing, reappearing in a study-like room on the second floor. Reporting, the shadow immediately kneeled and made its presence known to the man sitting at the desk before him. Speak. The man's voice was dark and brooding, containing a hint of something vile. The shadow bowed his head deeper and made the report he came to make. The only thought in his mind was leaving this place as soon as possible. Traces of the spirit realm have been recorded by our forces bordering the Eucelian jungle. The man's eyes flickered over to the shadow. It was clear that his interest had been aroused. The spirit realm, you say? The shadow's body shook at the prospect of this conversation elongating, but he had to speak regardless. Everyone knew of the Count's obsession with the jungle. Yes, sir. The spirit realm should be opening within the next 2 weeks. According to the findings of the research division, the crown should be kept in that place. The Count's eyes narrowed. Leave. The shadow instantly prostrated himself and vanished, more than happy to leave that terrifying being's vicinity. Watching the rat scuttle away, the Count felt a bit of amusement. Cairo, are you there? I am here, my lord. Another being appeared in the room, an old butler that had served the Count for eons now. Prepare a team. We will go to the Eucelian jungle. Understood, my lord. We set out at daybreak. Understood, my lord. Very well. Knowing this was his cue to leave, the butler bowed and made his exit, though without the same fear as the shadow. Left alone in his study, the Count almost couldn't contain himself. Finally, the crown, an object he'd been trying for over 1,000,000 years to locate. A trace of its existence finally came to him. Nobody knew what the crown was. Nobody except him. His people thought he was obsessed with the jungle because of the secrets it hid, and in part they were right. However, the reason he became obsessed with the forest was a story that dated back many years to a certain encounter he had in his youth. He remembered the things he heard that day. As long as I have the crown, he would become invincible. As long as I have a crown, he could kill his god. The night passed quietly, with none the wiser about what was to come. And when the red sun came over the horizon, the Count's party set out. The Saintess was never wrong. Chaos was approaching the jungle. The only question was, would the jungle be able to survive? Chapter 1464 Gehenna. Chapter 1464 Gehenna. 1. The happenings outside the forest couldn't make their way in. It was impossible for the Gehenna tribe to communicate with the outside world, especially not with how deep in the forest they lived. They continued on with their lives, completely secluded. At the moment, practically the entire tribe was waiting anxiously for a single man to return. The atmosphere had been tense since the morning. When the earth began to shake near the afternoon, their anxiety only got worse. Perhaps nobody realized how close they'd gotten with Damien until he left. And since Talia went with him, their worry only worsened. Of course, the Saintess had supreme confidence in her decision. She showed no signs of stress despite her successor going to fight the Uruk, and that was the only reason the rest of the village wasn't in a panic right now. The saintess status was immense, practically indomitable. The villagers weren't members of a cult, so of course they had their own individual thoughts, but they still tried to calm themselves using the saintess as their example. Nevertheless, the village was a volcano right now, just waiting to erupt. Whether the eruption would be one of joy or sorrow, however, was still unknown to them. The odd mood in the village drew out a few characters who'd been too focused on their own matters to appear in public recently, namely Darius and Tiamat. Their reactions upon understanding the reason behind that strange mood were reasonably mild. They, as people in close contact with Damien, didn't doubt that he could slay some tiny beast. But they were definitely interested in what he'd been doing since the last time they saw him. Darius had been working in the forges for a very long time. As days turned into months, he earned the respect of his peers and masters. His fire control became superb, and his power became far more pronounced. Darius began showing an appearance like the true owner of the sun and moon divine flame. Because of this, quite unfortunately in the sense of timing, Darius was sent on a mission at a nearby volcano, where he could enhance himself even further. He only recently returned, and hearing that he missed Damien's show in the forge, he was definitely saddened. But, promising himself that he'd ask his brother to teach him some skills when he returned, Darius returned to the forge to train. He'd become quite attached to the art after all. Tiamat wasn't all that different. She was naturally more indifferent than Darius, but she did have an interest in what had happened in the village in the past year. She hadn't been anywhere close to her. The instant she got accepted by the village people, the women took her away, claiming she had impure air around her mind and heart. They took her to a small Zen garden with a waterfall and a calm atmosphere one wouldn't expect in this brutal jungle. Tiamat was opposed to doing what they wanted of her. Some of it seemed relaxing, but others seemed to be trying to turn her into a more traditional woman, which she wasn't a fan of. She did end up doing, as they said, though, not because she had a sudden change of heart, but rather because she found out that the garden was the perfect place for her to connect with the world. The so-called chaos in her heart and mind was caused by the confusion she felt towards this world. The best way to solve that confusion was to understand the world itself. She only participated in the various acts of the tribeswomen once in a while. The rest of the time was spent in meditation, which was why she hadn't been around. Tiamat came out of meditation for one reason. She felt danger approaching. Something in the world seemed to be changing. A vile aura was approaching, and Tiamat felt that if she didn't leave seclusion, she would regret it for the rest of her life. It was only a coincidence that she came out in time to experience this. The moment when Damien and Talia arrived at the entrance of the village without a single scratch on them. As they stepped into the village amidst the silent gazes of the tribespeople, Damien smiled and waved his arm through the air. Thud! At first, it wasn't clear what had fallen to the ground. In a pile of meat chunks that seemed primed for cooking, half of a massive head was buried. They recognized it instantly. The Uruk, from her place high above the village. The saintess spoke, her words resounding through every nook and cranny. Has fallen. That was the last silence the tribespeople would experience for several days. They erupted into cheers. Damien was immediately engulfed by the crowd and picked up. He was being paraded around the village before he knew what was happening. People got to the drums, letting music alight the village. It was time for a celebration. As night fell, the meat of the Uruk was cooked to perfection. Actors and dancers came out to give performances on Damien's valiant feat, as heard directly from the mouth of Talia. Everyone indulged in food, drink, and entertainment without limits. Damien, as the main character of the event, was seated directly in the middle and given the treatment of a king. Talia was nowhere to be found, but she wasn't the type to indulge in such events in the first place. And while Damien thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere and appreciated the way the tribe regarded him as one of their own, he also wasn't particularly a fan of parties. He stayed with the villagers until a little past midnight when the alcohol started getting to him, and when he saw the opportunity, he slipped away. He headed deep into the jungle. The Uruk was dead, and since he killed it, the surrounding beasts considered him the ruler of this territory. As such, they didn't dare to even think of attacking him. The night view here was peaceful. This world wasn't like the heavenly world whose stars were artificial. Out there, beyond the barrier that encaged this territory, was a sea of stars completely foreign to Damien. I want to see it. Even disregarding his path to existence or the war with the foreign races, he really wanted to get out there and explore the sea of stars. That was a desire he'd never lose, no matter how old or powerful he got. He remembered that day. It was the first conscious memory he had in life. It was the moment he awoke from the delirium of infancy. The stars decorating the sky, creating a beautiful mosaic that no artist could ever hope to replicate. As a man, he'd already conquered the stars he saw that day. He was looking at a new sky now, a new horizon. Yet, there would never be anything more calming to him than that wondrous mosaic painted in the sky. Damien took a deep breath, thoroughly enjoying the cold breeze against his skin. Something good will happen soon. Gehenna would open in just a few days. He wanted to spend those days in peace, just like this. However, he sat up, preparing to greet the person approaching him from behind. I wonder what it'll be this time. Chapter 1465 Gehenna. Chapter 1465 Gehenna 2. There's only one person who would visit Damien at a time like this, and really only one who could find him. The person timidly approaching from behind was naturally Talia. She had taken some time to herself to process what she'd seen in the jungle earlier. For that reason, she didn't attend the party or even speak to Damien ever since he killed the Uruk. Their return was a silent one. And while she did entertain the tribespeople when they asked her about the battle, she really needed to consider all the thoughts carelessly swimming around her head. In the end, she found that none of her questions would be answered unless she went to the source. It didn't take her long to find Damien. There were many beautiful locations in the jungle, but Damien always went to the same spot to look at the stars when he wanted some time alone. Usually, Talia wouldn't disturb him when he was here. She also had a safe space deep in the jungle that she used to get away from the world, so she understood how important silence and isolation could be. Today was a special case, because there was no better place to ask what she wanted to ask than here. Damien was expecting her presence, since she revealed it a few seconds ago. She walked up and sat next to him without a word, preparing herself for the first question. "What are you?" She didn't know how to phrase it. It came out in the most visceral way, but that was Talia's question in its truest form. Damien looked over curiously. It wasn't like he was offended. Her question came from a place of ignorance, not judgment. Talia had never seen someone like Damien before. No matter how human he looked, it was hard for her to regard him as one. That wasn't the kind of power a human could possess. In a sense, she was correct. For Damien to handle this power, his body had changed to the point where even the system couldn't determine his race. And even if that wasn't the case, he was still more than human. He was divine. Divinity was like a race of its own. One's original race and roots wouldn't change when they achieved that level. However, that race would always be prefaced by their divine status. They were demigods and gods before anything else. But there was no way to explain that to Talia. What would happen if Damien told her he was a divine being? She, as someone whose worldview was defined by her surroundings, would never be able to understand it properly. Worst case scenario, she'd get offended or even think of him as someone deserving of worship. Neither outcome was good. Though, Damien knew it would just fry her brain rather than provoke such a drastic response. It was still useless to try and explain divinity to her at this point. Because of that, Damien had no real way to answer her question. He really was the monster she saw him to be. Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing was up to her. What kind of answer do you want? It wasn't the response Talia expected. She didn't know what she wanted to hear. A truthful one, she said. That was where she settled. Damien nodded. What she wanted wasn't a figurative answer, but a literal one. Her curiosity stemmed from what she'd seen. She was already aware of Damien's personality. She wasn't going to classify him as something other than what he'd shown her, just because his power was so monstrous. She genuinely just wanted to know what he was. So he gave her the answer she desired. I don't really know. I started as a human, but that changed as I changed. At this point, I've become something far removed from that humble beginning. For the sake of that power, rather, as a result of it. I see. Talia furrowed her brow. Then, if I reach your level, will I still be human? I don't know that either. That depends on the path you decide to take. Talia nodded thoughtfully. She seemed quite connected to her roots as a human. When Damien was younger, his brutal mentality meant he was willing to sacrifice anything for power, so erase change always excited him. It made him feel the weight of his power. Physically, he later became more attached to his humanity, but his thoughts on his actual physical race didn't change. It could change as much as it wanted to. As long as his humanity was maintained, he'd be a human. That was the answer he had for Talia if she'd asked the same question more figuratively, but she instinctively understood this reasoning and didn't need it explained to her. Damien still didn't understand why Talia had come to him. She didn't ask him much after that either. Just a few questions on how his power worked and how he used Barrack. Afterward, she just sat there in silence. She was considering many things inside her mind. Surprisingly enough, she learned more from that first answer than anyone could imagine. To Damien, her reasoning for seeing him was confusing, but she wasn't as confused as he thought. Damien just wasn't used to people like her. She didn't come here with some sort of deep question in mind. The curiosity that burned in her soul was about those things she didn't know, and human emotion wasn't included. Everyone, no matter how secluded, experienced emotion the same. Talia witnessed something beyond the scope of her existing knowledge when she saw Damien fighting the Uruk. She questioned whether she could achieve that level, and she questioned what would happen if she did. Her desire for knowledge was more practical than most, but there was definitely an aspect to it that others wouldn't understand. She didn't quite get it either. Was she questioning the tribe's beliefs? Was she wondering if she should use Barrack more recklessly? At first, she was. But Damien told her that he changed as a result of the power he had. He didn't change for its sake. In the same way, she didn't have to change for the sake of power. But seeking its peak would result in change regardless. That was the kind of change she wanted. Therefore, rather than questioning the tribe's methods, she went a different route. I will become as strong as you. I'm sure you will. It was a statement she couldn't have said if she knew about divinity, but precisely because of her naivety, Damien believed she could do it. I will get there with the tribe's techniques. I'm excited to see it. The way they interacted had changed somewhat, but Damien didn't mind. He also found the Gehenna tribe's techniques interesting and had actually done some work on his own to improve them. He was actually planning to give that method to Talia soon, but seeing this change in her, he changed his mind. It won't be too late once she's figured it out on her own. The night passed in relative silence. Talia left Damien alone a few minutes after that short conversation, leaving him to gaze at the sky alone again. To Damien, it was just a passing moment, a promise from someone young and full of energy. But for Talia, it was monumental. She finally got a hint about how she could take the Gehenna tribe higher than it currently was. Chapter 1466 Gehenna. Chapter 1466 Gehenna. 3. Solitude seemed to be a trend these days. First, it was Darius and Tiamat, and now Talia had also joined them in the endeavor. After leaving Damien that day, Talia found herself with a new motivation like she'd never had before. As she acted on that motivation, she naturally lost the time to focus on other things. Talia had to break down what she knew about her clan's techniques and rebuild them from the ground up. It wasn't an easy task, but Talia's understanding of those techniques surpassed that of even some of the elders. She was the hunter who represented the village. Regardless of her young age, she managed to stand on par with the most experienced hunters and even show them up on occasion. Every single day, she went into the jungle, and every single day, she got more and more experienced. The basis of the clan's techniques was to convert Barrack into a purer form with weapons as a medium and utilize it from there. Every hunter understood the inefficiency of this method. Weapons, at the end of the day, would only be a hindrance if one relied on them too much. However, nobody had been able to find a way to purify Barrack internally. Even if they had an idea, none of them dared to attempt it because that would require breaking the clan's traditions. Talia didn't lose faith. Her conversation with Damien actually allowed her to gain a faith she didn't have before. But she also lost the thought process that led her to follow that faith without question. She was willing to ask the questions that needed to be asked and do the things that needed to be done for the sake of her faith, even if that meant deviating from its path. The Gehenna tribe needed to evolve. They'd been stuck in their current position for too long. Seeing Damien, a single man, eliminate the threat that haunted their entire tribe for generations, Talia realized just how weak they were. If they could just use energy with their bodies, if they achieved the versatility and power offered by that method, wouldn't they become something greater? Her way of thinking was somewhat naive since she was just starting to grow out of her static mindset. However, she was on the right path. Everyone in the village could see it. Many people wanted to know what she was up to, but none of them bothered her as they watched her diligently work towards her goal. Some even went to Damien to see what he knew, but he feigned ignorance. After all, Talia's path was her own, and he was more than happy to just contribute to her growth silently. Unfortunately, while her spirit was there, she didn't have enough time to make real progress. It had already been several days. Damien's spectacles were definitely grand, but nobody forgot about the real reason behind his endeavors. Gehenna would be welcoming visitors soon. The Saintess had already proclaimed it. The youths who were selected to enter the realm would leave in 5 days. Still, Talia sat in her own residence, paper strewn across the floor. Time? She didn't need to worry about it. She was already close to a breakthrough. If she could make it there before Gehenna, then wouldn't that just be an added plus? Life continued to move. It continued to approach. The day for everyone to realize the strange ways in which destiny worked. Silence reigned in a small Zen garden far separated from the tribe. This place was odd in nature. While it did exist within the village, it was a place not even close to it. There were several places in a massive jungle where space folded upon itself and gave way to connections that could take one to various different locations. There were 3 such phenomena in the tribe's land, and the Zen garden was by far the safest of them. It was also the most hidden, both in its entrance and true location. The Zen garden was a place that no being could enter without express permission. Therefore, for Tiamat, there was no better place than this to meditate. Tiamat came out of seclusion for a few days after hearing about all the racket in the village, but she returned afterward. Since nothing of note was happening, she wasn't really interested in Gehenna. Neither she nor Darius were given the right to enter because neither of them had the qualifications. Darius was disappointed about it, but she didn't really care. She was obviously going to attend the realm's opening, but in the days before that, she was planning to continue doing what she'd been doing for the past year. Tiamat allowed herself to be swallowed by the world. One had to wonder what she wanted to see. Ever since her youth, Tiamat had been alone. She never felt a connection to anyone or anything. In fact, the only semblance of the feeling she got before meeting Damien was the closeness she felt to the prison that entrapped her for over 10,000 years. However, this world gave her that feeling. She wanted to know why. As for what came after that, even she didn't know, because she had little to no information about what she was actually looking for. But the world was providing her with it regardless. As if welcoming home a child it had dearly missed for a very long time, the world accepted her and allowed her to witness the things she was never meant to see. They started as dark flashes of memory, just flecks that didn't have any real meaning on their own. When Tiamat concentrated and exerted herself to dive deeper, however, those flashes expanded into something indescribable. This world's energy accepted her. Instinctually, she felt that this place was her home. But how? She had never been here before. It didn't exist in her memories, no matter how early she went. Those flashes told a different story. She saw herself, or rather, a version of herself that she didn't know. A dark queen, yet a newborn baby. An unbelievable monster born from inconceivable circumstances. Lost in reality, trapped in the depths of her own mind. A figure was there, a huge figure she could never seem to see the face of. Something about that figure felt familiar. As its hand approached closer to her, she felt what should have been warmth. It was cold, extremely cold. That being was not human. That being was not living, yet it was alive, and it terrified her. From that being, she felt what should have been love, but it was really the indescribable urge to tear her to shreds. Her existence was a burden. Her existence was a blessing. What was she? Not a single person knew. Tiamat clutched her head. It hurt, like thousands of needles were stabbing into her scalp. She didn't understand what was flashing through her mind. The more she saw, the more uncomfortable she became. She pushed on for the sole purpose of getting what she wanted, but the further she pushed, the further she seemed to move away from reality. Yet, the less real reality felt. The more she felt as if she was witnessing the truth behind the images shown to her. For the past year, she'd only been experiencing spiritual chaos. That chaos had been dying down recently, but it still appeared in the aforementioned form, a blob of memories and words with no semblance of rhyme or reason. She wanted to see the bottom of it. But for now, she had to take a break, not only to calm her own psyche, but to witness the event that everyone had been waiting for. Gehenna. It was finally time for Damien and the rest to enter that realm. Chapter 1467 Gehenna. Chapter 1467 Gehenna. For many things had to occur before Gehenna could be entered, but the time to enter was approaching fast. The ceremonies of the tribe were incredibly important. As a society that lived by tradition, they believed it absolute. The events began 3 days before the day Gehenna appeared. First came a tribute to the spirits, a ritual to request protection for the young ones entering their realm. This took an entire day and consisted of many tribal dances and ritual sacrifices where the best of the tribe's food and wine was burned at an altar while the entire tribe prostrated themselves around it. On the second day, the actual entrants were all brought together. Damien finally saw the other 20 or so youths who'd be entering the realm along with himself and Talia. They were brought together by the elders of the tribe and made to worship for a day. Damien experienced many things he hadn't before. The Gehenna people had many statues made in the likeness of their ancestors and the ancient gods of the jungle. Once protection was requested from the spirits, prayers were given to those deceased to introduce them to their future generations so they could recognize each other in the spirit cemetery. And finally, on the third day, everyone returned to their homes. They remained indoors without contacting each other, staying in meditation and connecting themselves to the jungle. Damien also used this time to meditate. The reasoning behind the event was to clear away the trials and tribulations of reality from the hearts of the tribe's people. Meditation to connect with the jungle, to tune themselves into frequencies only those ethereal forces could sense, meant reaching a state of selflessness. That state brought one closer to truth. It brought peace to the heart and mind. Damien didn't necessarily feel such things from the jungle, but he wasn't as skeptical as he used to be. He had personally experienced the jungle's spirituality on several occasions as he explored it on its own. However, the jungle had not accepted him. For that reason, it never allowed him to truly connect with it. Damien didn't mind. It was obvious for him to be treated the way it was treating him. If anything, the Gehenna people were the strange ones for being so welcoming. Still, the rejection of the jungle was the main cause of his lack of comprehension in the past year. How could he comprehend the laws if the law didn't allow him to see them? Nevertheless, he meditated. Even if he couldn't get much, he could still slowly make progress as long as he tried. The night passed as everyone in the village partook in the traditions, and when the sun broke over the horizon again, everyone gathered again. Damien and the rest were led into the forest under the gazes and cheers of the village people. The youths were proud. Talia had a serious expression on her face, but even she couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. They walked through the forest with the guidance of the elders, taking a path where they encountered not a single danger until they reached a clearing roughly 10 kilometers from the village. This location had an aura of spirituality that even Damien could sense. Here, Gehenna will embrace you. Sit down and meditate. The saintess spoke, motioning towards the center of the clearing. Damien and the rest walked there and followed her instructions. Once they were in a meditative posture, the saintess raised her staff into the air and began chanting in an ancient tone. The language she used was different from the ones Damien had learned, but it shared a resemblance that made it evident that it was an ancestor of the languages that existed in the current era. The entire village had followed them here. They formed a circle around the clearing and watched as the elders raised their staffs behind the saintess and joined her in her chanting. Little bulbs of white light, like dandelions in the wind, rose from the ground and decorated the entire clearing. Those light balls gathered together and flew into the sky before cascading down as a collection of auroras that beautifully lit up the clouds. A hazy mist filled the air, blurring not only vision, but consciousness. Damien kept his eyes closed and felt the changes. He could sense space getting more and more chaotic, reaching a breaking point where it would swallow everyone sitting in the middle of the clearing. It's time. Within a few seconds, he would be entering that mysterious place called Gehenna, where, according to the saintess, he'd find his destiny. He readied himself for the transportation, sinking deeper into meditation until, he felt something enter his palm. His eyes peeked open, and he subtly saw the movement of the saintess' hands, along with the smile on her face. It wasn't a happy smile. What did that smile mean? He wanted to check what she had given him, but before he could, he found himself stuck in the midst of spatial transmission. He gripped his fist, making sure the object wouldn't fall out, and allowed the energy to embrace him. And in a single moment, almost completely hidden in an aurora of light, the group of 20-something individuals vanished. Silence reigned in the clearing. The tribespeople looked at the saintess, while the saintess stared into the sky. She brought her staff down slowly and turned around. The expression on her face was now one of utmost seriousness, completely different from the one she sent Damien and the rest off with. Prepare for war. Damien stood at the entrance of Gehenna. He didn't pay a single bit of attention to the realm. Instead, he took the token that the saintess put in his hand in that final moment and read its contents. The tribespeople got their weapons ready. Though Tiamat and Darius didn't understand what was happening, they prepared themselves as well. The things written on that token weren't small tidbits of knowledge at all. This cosmos was called the Sacred Abyss Universe. The one Damien came from was the True Void Universe. This cosmos was ruled by a being called the Dark God and his ensemble of lackeys, organized in a feudal hierarchy system. And this territory where the Gehenna tribe lived was ruled by a count, a god that viewed lesser beings as ants. These were facts that could have been mentioned outside. Why did they FUCK? Damien roared when he realized it, but it was already too late. He was not able to tear through the realm and leave on his own without access to existence. It went just as the saintess had planned. Damn it, he could only remain trapped here as she intended. As she stood before the entrance gate to Gehenna, the entire tribe behind her, she smiled. A terrible foe was approaching, carrying with him a terrible fate for the tribe. But everything would go as she planned. All the pieces would line up perfectly. No matter what happened as that great evil approached closer and closer, as long as she had any say in it, her tribe would not fall. Chapter 1468 Gehenna. Chapter 1468 Gehenna. 5. It was difficult to understand what had occurred without experiencing it personally. The saintess left a lot of information in Damien's hands, to the point where he could barely focus on the changed atmosphere around him. The information about the names of their two cosmos came out of nowhere and didn't seem to have any place in the rest of the things contained in the token, but it was a clue to what the saintess power could achieve. As for what came after, it was a slew of knowledge about the Sacred Abyss universe. More so, a slew of information about the world the saintess saw. Damien never realized how powerful the saintess was. Her power came from a force he couldn't see, so it was only natural for him to underestimate her. Damien had been in the Gehenna tribe for over a year now, but the time had passed so fast it hardly felt like it had been that long. The village people were great and welcoming, and in that atmosphere where he felt like he could do whatever he wanted securely, his perception became hazy. He was already disconnected from the laws. When he was fed a proverbial lotus that made his awareness of reality drop, the effect was only multiplied. Everything had gone according to the Saintess plans from the moment Damien's group arrived in the tribe. Everything had taken place in such a way that Damien would be rushed into Gehenna without a chance to reconsider things. Because if he just sat down and thought about it for a second, he obviously would have found something odd about it all. The Saintess knew something bad was coming for the tribe, and she knew exactly what it was. The problem was that she didn't see a way for them to win against the threat they were facing. So, by any means possible, the Saintess drove destiny forward and pushed those who needed to see Gehenna into the realm before an all-out war broke out. But she knew her plan wasn't absolute, and those who entered Gehenna needed to come out at some point. That was the only reason she informed Damien. The Count, specifically Count Varix. He ruled this territory of the Sacred Abyss universe, and was one of 32 counts under the command of the Dark God. None of them were particularly good people, but Count Varix's reputation was bad, even by foreign race standards. He was known for abusing the people who lived in his territory, and his greed for power allowed him to sacrifice anything and everything. The Gehenna tribe had an encounter with him in the past. Or rather, the Saintess did. Ever since then, she knew he would appear before her one day as the person fated to bring her death. She knew how much he lusted after the crown that was contained within Gehenna. She couldn't allow him to have it, and she couldn't allow him to interfere with the destiny of her tribe's people. As such, she only let Damien know. There was no way to stop what was already happening anyway. Damien obviously made a huge scene at the entrance when he broke it all down. With the information presented and the way the Saintess decided to present it, with the way Gehenna cleared away the confusion in his mind, Damien was able to put it all together. The Saintess had prophesied her own death. She had seen the end of her clan, and she'd tasked Damien with protecting the most prized geniuses they had birthed in the past generation, so that the legacy of the tribe wouldn't fall easily. Damien gritted his teeth furiously. I should have realized it earlier. Damien had extremely positive emotions towards the Gehenna tribe. They treated him like family without a hint of prejudice, accepting him as one of their own. However, he didn't actually get close to anyone, including Talia. Was the Saintess trying to prevent him from getting emotionally invested in their fate? Was she trying to protect him? If she was, then she failed. Because the things she did for his sake without asking for anything in return were enough to earn his utmost respect. Focus. Damien closed his eyes. He took long, deep breaths and arranged all the new information he just learned. He spread his senses into the surroundings and completely calmed down. Only in this state would he be able to do something meaningful. Okay. He boiled down the compiled facts into only the things he needed to focus on. A god was approaching the tribe with their deaths, and this realm was his goal. He couldn't leave Gehenna on his own, not without accomplishing whatever the Saintess sent him here to accomplish. But he had to leave soon, so that he could save the tribe from their doom. The Saintess may have been planning for this moment for a very long time, but to Damien, everything changed too fast. Life was calm until the instant Gehenna opened. If there was anything that stood out about it all, it was that the Saintess really knew how to hide her fangs. Focus. Damien kept his senses focused on the surroundings. He immediately felt the differences as compared to both cosmos he'd been in. The laws are chaotic. This place also had its own unique law form, which meant time is also different here. There was nobody else in Damien's surroundings. The geniuses were all separated during spatial transmission, which allowed Damien to act without worry. He sat down where he was, judging this area safe, and immediately went to work comprehending the time dilation. Time passed, and he felt its flow. He compared it to what he knew from the true Void universe, and he compared it to what he learned in the Sacred Abyss universe. In the end, he was able to roughly determine some things. It's good. Very good, in fact. From what he could tell, he had at least a few months for every hour that passed outside. It was hard for him to get a completely accurate picture without being connected to the Sacred Abyss universe's time laws, but his rough estimate was enough. I have around a year. He didn't know when the Count would arrive at the tribe, but he knew that once a god took action, they wouldn't last for more than a few seconds at most. Count Varix's personality, from the information the Saintess provided, was extremely arrogant. Damien was going to rush and get out of this place as soon as possible. But in the worst-case scenario where he couldn't arrive in time, he had to place his hopes on the Count's arrogance and pray that he would send weaker troops to attack first, giving Damien some time. Everything was properly digested in his mind. Damien finally got the chance to look around and actually see where he was. No matter how urgent the situation outside was, he had to put out of his mind. Before he could worry about that, he had to get out of here. And to get out of here, he had to personally find out what all this fuss about destiny really meant. Chapter 1469 Gehenna. Chapter 1469 Gehenna. 6. Damien was not in the wilderness right now. He wasn't in a place that looked like it should be in a secret realm at first glance. He was in the middle of a cobbled stone pathway that spanned for several tens of meters in both directions. In the distance, he could see a massive arch that looked like the entrance to a city. There wasn't much behind him, but the path at least made it seem like there was something to see in the distance as well. If this path was crowded with people, it would look no different from the outside world, like a path leading towards a bustling metroplex filled with life. However, this path was not filled with anything but mist. The white fog was extremely prevalent, more prevalent than anyone else. It existed as a layer that crept against the ground and went all the way into the sky. But surprisingly enough, it didn't block vision or perception. It actually made Damien's eyes see farther, and it made his mind clearer than ever, allowing him to swiftly react to the situation he suddenly found himself in. My awareness doesn't spread very far. I guess I have to give up on actively looking for others. Damien had made the decision to follow what the Saintess wanted to an extent. He would protect her kids, but he wouldn't allow her to die so easily. To do so properly, he wanted to team up and move with them through this realm. But since it wasn't at all possible to find where he was yet, he had to give up on finding them too. Luckily, I know at least a little bit about the realm. Gehenna had two types of beings within it: good spirits and evil spirits. Good spirits were usually ancestors of the clan and human heroes. The ancients of the jungle were also mainly good beings. However, one could never be sure. Some of them had tricky personalities, and some teetered on the border of evil, making their actions and personalities chaotic. As for those who were completely on the side of evil, they didn't have one specific form. They were unequivocally vile. It had to be known that the Gehenna tribe didn't know how to deal with souls. They came in all shapes and sizes, all races existing in the world, but they all had one thing in common. They were unequivocally vile. It had to be known that the Gehenna tribe didn't know how to deal with souls. Nobody put these evil spirits in Gehenna. No, the sacred abyss universe forced them into this realm because their sins were too heavy. They were people who absolutely could not be allowed in the reincarnation cycle because their evil was too powerful to be cleansed by this cosmos wheel of samsara. Damien didn't want the others to be tempted by those evil spirits. The problem was that none of them were powerful enough to resist such powerful beings. No, my thinking is wrong. This place didn't work like any other world Damien had been to. Strength didn't matter nearly as much here as will. If the youths of the tribe had the appropriate mental propensity, they wouldn't be affected by forces beyond their control. Plus, this realm favors the Gehenna tribe. This place was their namesake. They had an eternal connection with it that none could replicate. That was the reason Count Varix was attacking them before entering the realm. The youths of the tribe would likely be met by their ancestors before anything terrible could happen to them. Even if those ancestors didn't find them worthy of their opportunities, they at least wouldn't let them be touched by the evil spirits. I guess I'm the only one on my own then. Damien smiled wryly. He was used to it. Plus, this was probably for the better. I'm not here to meet the ancestors of Gehenna. If he was, then the Saintess would have made sure he gave the ancestors a reason to meet him. I'm here for something else entirely. Damien started walking towards the arch in the distance. It was hard to learn what to do in an abandoned place like this without a single clue. He knew what would happen to the Gehenna youths, but what did that matter to him? Talia was probably already facing a lucky chance, while the rest would be the same soon. He, however, had to just walk. The arch was closer than expected. He reached it within 5 minutes. And as he walked through, he found himself encountering a large plaza with several statues lining its edge. There was a fountain in the middle with a huge statue of a dragon. Its eyes were made out of rubies, and its every scale was finely outlined and detailed, making the statue seem like it was filled with vitality. The loosely cobbled pathway turned into an organized gray brick formation that drew one's attention to the central figure. There was nothing around the plaza. The mist once again came in and shaded the periphery, making it seem like there was nothing in this world but this place. Damien carefully observed the floor, but he didn't see any mechanisms within it. He had the option to turn around and look for something else, but he had no plans to do so. Everything the Saintess said about this place tied back to destiny, that esoteric force that worked on all living things in mysterious ways. If Damien appeared here, he was meant to be here. He approached the dragon statue with caution, staring into its gemstone eyes. He could see some sort of glint within, even though there was no sunlight for the jewels to reflect. "Are you alive?" He felt stupid talking to it, but this universe wasn't short of its strange beings. It wouldn't be odd if the statue had sentience. Damien didn't receive a response to his call, but the eyes flashed strangely, indicating there was something here. He walked around under the statue, observing it from every side. "I've never seen a dragon like this before." Damien was no stranger to dragons. He'd seen them in every shape or form they came in through the Azure Dragon's memories. However, this wasn't something he'd seen. A black dragon with red eyes. It was a common archetype, but this one had a particularly shaped scale pattern that seemed more like that of a fish than a flying beast. "Do I touch it? Or—" Damien moved away from the statue in the middle and looked towards those in the surroundings. More fantastical beasts. Not a single one bore similarity to another, and not a single one looked like something that existed in the true Void universe. And they were all staring at him with those gemstone eyes, soulless yet filled with spirit. A hazy red halo began to fill the beautiful white mist. Yet the white mist also rose. It felt like a spectacle was about to begin in this plaza, with Damien at its center. No, spectacle is the wrong word. This aura is. Damien was very familiar with it. The entirety of Grand Heaven's boundary was laced with it for as long as Damien had lived. It was the aura of war, something that could only appear if bloody slaughter had been occurring in a location for tens of dozens of millennia at the very least. The start of my destiny. Damien watched as the statues came to life. A picture was painted in front of his eyes, one where he could see who these statues used to be. And as he guessed, the start of his destiny was here. The beginning, as always, is war. Chapter 1470 Gehenna. Chapter 1470 Gehenna 7 war. It was something Damien had long been used to, but this was a form he'd never seen it in. An illusion formed around him. He was encased in its grasp, and his body was changed into another one. Damien was sent to a place that bore similarity to the ancient battlefield, and on it, he was faced with and surrounded by two different armies. One was made up of dragons of all kinds. This was the group he was with. As for the enemies, they were a variety of mythical creatures including Cheelants, Dryads, and everything in between. They oozed an aura of malevolence, a clear indication of their hatred for the dragons. And the dragons were filled with absolute pride, believing themselves unshakable. The war began before Damien had a chance to fully understand the situation. Both sides charged at each other, and deaths immediately appeared on both sides. Standing in the middle of it all, Damien suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He watched a dragon fall. He remembered that dragon's name, and he felt the anguish of losing a good friend. His eyes turned red with fury. Not taking a single second to think, he joined his fellows in battle, killing the enemy he didn't even know the identity of. And he killed. His claws, which were once only used to calmly trek the earth, became weapons that carried the blood of hundreds. His maw, only ever used to eat and speak, had been wetted with the taste of iron, a disgusting taste that easily became addicting. He was truly a powerhouse. He had never killed before, but when he was taken to the battlefield, his true purpose in life was revealed to all. Yet, with every dragon that fell, the rage he felt was deepened. He had a personal feud with the enemy side now, unable to recognize himself within the beast he was possessing. But it didn't matter what he did. He was only a single dragon, recklessly charging in without a plan. He could kill as many enemies as he wanted, but his comrades would continue dying. As they did, the dragons who once thought themselves invincible were felled one after another. As they continued to fight, they didn't realize how their numbers had diminished. Damien wasn't aware of it either. His boiling rage was the only thing defining him. Under its guidance, he killed his way all the way through the enemy line, coming out the other side with not a single being in front of him. Only then did his eyes return to normal. Only then did he realize he was the only one left. How long had it been? The battlefield was long gone. His young body, which had never tasted war, was now built for it, covered in scars and wounds from previous battles. He was no longer just a youthful dragon. He was old, nearing the end of his life, and yet his rage had only just faded. How long did he spend drowned in his emotions? Even he couldn't tell, but from the signs in his body and mind, he had been on a blind path of revenge for at least several tens of thousands of years already. His eyes panned his surroundings, clearly showing his confusion. He was surrounded, the beast from the statues preparing to end the dragon race's legacy through him. He had been trapped in a cage of his own making, and while he ran around in its confines none the wiser, his enemies took ownership of it and truly left him without a chance to escape. If he had just moved wisely, if he had rallied his comrades and worked together, would the dragons have fallen? They were noble creatures above any of the others here. But because of their pride, because of their arrogance, and because of their impatience, he was the only one remaining. A single black dragon with burning red eyes, a physical reminder of his feudal rage. That feudal rage, which became the very reason for his demise and the extinction of the dragon race. The scene paused. Ha ha ha. Only Damien's rough breathing remained. All other sound banished from existence. He looked around at the scene of slaughter around him. The message you're trying to show me. As he came to himself and thought about what had just happened, his true intelligence allowed him to realize what the purpose of this place was. I will always remember it. Tragedy was one of the most ancient concepts. Whether it be the beings who existed at the very beginning of time, or those who would come to exist far in the future, everyone would experience tragedy the same. Damien was not an exception to this rule. He'd lived a fortunate life. Despite his struggles, he always managed to gain the power to overcome them mentally and physically. But he would also experience tragedy, and he had to accept the concept's permanence. That was the reason he was made to experience this war. So he would reaffirm himself and not lose himself when the time came. The power Damien was coming into was too immense for his emotions to fluctuate heavily. Once he truly become one with existence and surpassed it, existence would move with the slightest change in his demeanor, whether he liked it or not. It was a war Damien watched and participated in, brutal and filled with split-second decisions that sometimes had to be brash and erratic. It was in that atmosphere that he learned the true consequences of failing to control his emotions. He had to keep himself stable. No matter what happened to him, no matter what he experienced, he couldn't fold under pressure. Calmness. It was a war Damien watched and participated in, brutal and filled with split-second decisions that sometimes had to be brash and erratic. It was in that atmosphere that he learned the true consequences of failing to control his emotions. And as he came out of it, he now understood more deeply than ever the importance of reigning over them. Damien was usually confident in doing so, but he'd been wavering recently. It was naturally because of his father. He knew Dante was in a bad situation from a long time ago, but realizing how dire it was agitated him greatly. He'd been going through the motions, living life in such a way that the Saintess was easily able to manipulate his perception. He couldn't do that anymore. No matter what happened outside, no matter what he saw when he left this place, he had to remain calm. That was the lesson he internalized. And as he did, the purpose of this battlefield vanished. The great beings surrounding him began to fade. Their expressions now changed into warm smiles, visible even on their gnarled, beastly faces. They may have been enemies on the battlefield, but it had been a very, very long time since that battle ended. They no longer felt the hot-blooded emotion that forced them apart in the first place. Now, their role here had been fulfilled, which meant they could finally return to rest. They were tired of reenacting this same moment from the past over and over again. They were forced to do so because they could not satisfy the purpose their war was intended for. Damien's arrival changed that. They were finally free to enjoy the peace of Gehenna as they lived out the remainder of eternity. And Damien was also free. The mist opened a path for him when the ancient spirits departed. It was time for him to see what else this place had in store. Chapter 1471 Gehenna. Chapter 1471 Gehenna. 8. Every statue in the plaza represented an ancient of the jungle that was drawn to Gehenna at the end of its life. They had participated in wars and slaughter all their lives, only to realize how pointless their struggles against each other were. Their true enemy was elsewhere, but by the time they figured out that person's identity, they'd already destroyed themselves. Gehenna was a cemetery for spirits. For some it was heaven, for some it was hell, and for others it was purgatory. These ancient spirits experienced something in between. They had to relive their tragedy over and over again for eons. It started before they entered Gehenna, and when they came here, the realm imitated that reality. It was punishment for their sins. However, as Damien finally arrived and participated in the demonstration, finally granting purpose to their endless battle, their punishment ended. They could now experience the heaven that existed for pure spirits in Gehenna. That was what Damien granted them, and in return, they gave him their blessing. Whatever the force that made them repeat their battle was, it gave Damien his lesson on tragedy. The ancients, on the other hand, provided something that manifested itself physically. Damien felt his body change. It was subtle and basically didn't constitute any change at all. But internally, Damien could feel his energy flowing much more smoothly. He was accepted by a portion of this realm. And more importantly, with their blessing, he'd be accepted by the sacred abyss universe, allowing him to comprehend its laws. It was a beautiful gift that gave Damien the chance to do what he'd been trying to do since he got here, an apt gift in return for the freedom he granted them. The plaza remained unchanged. There's nothing else for me to do here. Damien gave one last look at the statues before following the trail the mist left him. Its unusually clean surface was still decorated with the many statues that had always been there. The strange light that glinted in the eyes of those inanimate beings, the slight hint of sentience that caused one to question the border between reality and illusion, was gone. There's nothing else for me to do here. Damien gave one last look at the statues before following the trail the mist left him. He arrived at a new area within 5 minutes. This time, there was nothing present besides him, and there didn't seem to be anything special in the surroundings. The mist moved once again. It rose into the sky and cascaded down as a shower of light. It changed color, mutating the atmosphere until Damien found himself in a white room. There was a pistol in front of him, a common hot weapon that functioned purely on science that Damien hadn't seen in ages. Around 10 feet away were 3 people tied to vertical tables like experimental subjects. One was his mother, the other was his wife, Rose, and the last was a stranger. To his own head was another gun, held by a shadowy black figure who silently urged him to take a decision. This time, the intent was clear. Damien immediately picked up the pistol and shot the stranger. He didn't need to think about which life to take in this situation. However, the test wasn't what he thought it was. As the stranger's body jerked, the bullet piercing straight into their skull, Rose's body twisted as well. Blood leaked from her mouth as she weakly smiled at Damien. A hole appeared in the center of her head. The stranger was fine. The bullet Damien shot flew into Rose's head instead. It was cruel trickery. Damien knew this was an illusion, and he understood what it wanted to say to him. It was the same as last time. He needed to maintain his calm and assess the situation properly before acting. He knew that was what he was meant to do. But he refused. There was a fine line between calmness and indifference. Damien knew to be calm in every situation. Despite the rumbling volcano hidden in his heart, he had been moving calmly to solve Void Palace's troubles ever since learning his father's fate, and even before that. He usually approached all situations rationally regardless of whether they included his loved ones or not. However, this wasn't reality. This was a test. Damien didn't need to consider outside factors or risks. He wasn't meant to show what he would do logically. He was meant to show what he wanted to do, what his desire was in this situation. I don't think it knows. The force that was testing him didn't know the difference between calmness and indifference. He would show it exactly what that difference was. Damien raised his mana. This was an illusion, so he was allowed to use it as he pleased. With a single move, he changed the scenario. The concepts of order and harmony worked together. The laws of space and time worked together. And as the bullet was rewound back to its original trajectory and Rose was brought back from the underworld, reality itself changed so that only the stranger would be struck. It was a change that was big enough to affect causality, but not big enough to completely ruin it. As such, the punishment Damien would receive for overexerting himself wasn't nearly as pronounced. Still, existence didn't allow him to casually wield it. He was forced into a pain similar, yet not to the same extent as what he felt when he killed the homunculus back then. But that wasn't enough to stop him. Situations like these were always a two-step process. Calmness. With it, he could make sure his loved ones were safe and secure without any mistakes. But it wasn't indifference. So once their safety was certain and they were in a place where it wouldn't be challenged again, Damien was allowed to unleash the fury he kept contained while he saved them. The power he used was an illusion just like everything else, but the true illusion that contained him shattered the second he unleashed the full extent of his aura. Damien was returned to the clearing where the mist led him, but he wasn't done yet. He gathered all his barrack, along with the rudimentary laws he gained access to after being blessed by the ancient spirits, and slammed his foot into the ground. Boom! A crater almost a kilometer deep was blown open in the ground. It was evident Damien could have done more, but he held back on purpose. This was enough to show his intent to those whom it concerned. He would remain calm when he needed to. However, he would not throw away the emotions that defined his ego. He would stay his hand when he could, and he would act subtly when he could, but the second his line was touched, no matter who it was or where they would face their retribution. No exceptions. Somewhere within Gehenna, a certain being twitched. For once, it had been acknowledged. It shivered slightly in excitement. Meanwhile, the mist opened for Damien, allowing him to continue on his way. This would be fun. Finally, someone had come who could sense it. Finally, it could find joy. It was good for the being in question. However, it wasn't quite the same for Damien. One could only wait and see how he dealt with that being's twisted definition of joy. Chapter 1472 Gehenna. Chapter 1472 Gehenna 9. Unlike Damien, Talia did spawn in the wilderness. The scene was most familiar to her. If someone asked her where she could find peace, she'd always have the same answer. The jungle. Ever since her parents died, defending the village from the Uruk, she'd been obsessed with the jungle. It was the place that housed terrifying monsters like that. It was a horrifying landscape filled with death and danger, but it was also unbelievably beautiful and captivating. The jungle was a place that even the Uruk, no matter how powerful it was, could escape. For that, Talia respected it, and for its beauty, she loved it. The wind against her face as she rushed through the trees was one of the most comforting things she'd ever felt, like the feeling of a mother's hand brushing against her. The feeling of a weapon in her hand being used to kill, not for pleasure or survival, but for the well-being of the clan, made her feel a sense of honor unlike any other. And just like Damien, she loved to look at the stars and marvel at the grandiosity of the world. Her reasoning was different. She never thought about exploring the stars. That was far too advanced for her. Instead, when Talia looked at the stars, she saw those she'd lost throughout her life. When she took time alone, she looked up at the stars to talk to them, always maintaining hope that she'd get a response back. There is nothing more familiar to Talia than the wilderness, and, as such, that was exactly where Gehenna placed her when she first arrived. Talia didn't get repeatedly tested like Damien. In fact, none of the Gehenna youths did. For most of them, the instant they arrived in the realm and walked around a little, their guardian ancestors found them and took them for training. Only Talia and Damien experienced something different, and only Damien's experience was so unreasonably different. Talia didn't immediately meet her ancestor, nor did she only meet one. As she familiarized herself with a new jungle, warily standing on the trees and scanning below for evil spirits, she was swept into the sky. Her body became a kite, propelled by the winds to fly higher and higher until she was above the clouds. Naturally, it was terrifying. Talia screamed like a little girl. She closed her eyes, but when she felt the impermanence of her surroundings, she began to panic. She'd never been in the sky before. To her, this sacred place was not meant for the human body. If she fell, she died, and if she ascended, she'd meet those who passed long ago. Stuck in this limbo, where traditional belief contrasted with reality, Talia was continuously thrown higher and higher until she landed on flat ground again. Or rather, on opaque clouds, a white marble flooring that existed only in the sky. She continued to remain careful. Talia knew much more about Gehenna than Damien. This place wasn't just a spirit cemetery, nor was it just a prison. Gehenna was something bigger. Gehenna had its own spirituality, and with it, Gehenna would exert its influence over the world. Only the Gehenna tribe had gained the privilege of being blessed by it, but Gehenna's reach spread far beyond the jungle. How else did all those evil spirits arrive here? Gehenna was a mystical and esoteric existence that seemed to support reality itself. So even though what Talia experienced seemed to go against her faith, it actually made her infinitely more of a believer than before. This realm had its own spirituality, since it brought her into the clouds. Talia followed the path the mist provided her without question. At its end, she found a majestic structure, unlike anything she'd seen before. Standing atop the clouds, as if it weighed nothing at all, was a massive pantheon that seemed to belong to none other than the gods. It was pure white like everything else, with gargantuan columns spanning its exterior to hold its weight. Each and every one was carved with another story, another heroic tale about a hero of the past. And on the column most near the entrance to the pantheon was a story about two lovers who had given everything for their daughter. For most people, the ancestors would descend to the earth. They'd train and guide the youths until their time was up, and then return to the pantheon. But Talia was the next saintess. Entering Gehenna meant something entirely different for her. Every generation of saintess would be made to enter Gehenna in their youths. During that time, they would be blessed with a power. No two saintesses ever had the same power, because the powers they received directly correlated to the fate of the clan. The saintess of the last generation had the power to defend. She was able to form a massive barrier over the clan that saved them from countless threats until she died. The current saintess had divination, though nobody knew the true level of her ability. Her purpose was to predict the clan's terrifying future and set up an escape path for them, one that was eventually hinged on Damien and made his responsibility. Talia was the next saintess, but she didn't know about what was happening in the outside world. She'd come here assuming this appearance of Gehenna would be just like the one she'd witnessed in the past when she was only a child. How could she know that she couldn't have been more wrong? Today was the day Talia truly became the successor for the Gehenna tribe's saintess position. Today was the day she received her unique power. And today was the day she understood what her role would be for the rest of her life. A single ability that held so much weight, that was what waited for her within that pantheon, along with those who would present it to her. Talia took a deep breath. She was prepared to meet the ancestors. She was actually excited for it. She'd heard tales about the great heroes of the tribe since she was a baby. She grew up adoring them, and it was because of them that she went into the forest for the first time with the intent of being a hunter. She couldn't wait to meet those same heroic figures who inspired her life path, and continued to inspire her now that she was trying to improve the fundamental techniques of the clan. However, she couldn't help but wonder, are they there? The people who most recently gave their lives for the clan. According to the legends about Gehenna, they'd be granted entry for their sacrifice. The fact that they would be here, resting peacefully, was one of the main things that allowed Talia to regain her sanity after their passing. But standing in front of the Pantheon, where she'd truly find out whether or not she'd ever see them again, Talia was forced to hesitate. Mother, father, she couldn't waste time asking if reality would match her expectations. The only thing she could do was walk up those steps and meet destiny herself. The Pantheon's massive stone doors opened for her automatically as she approached, indicating her belonging here. And the darkness within, laced with countless powerful auras, assailed her. Without cowardice, without weakness, she would not remain terrified in front of destiny forever. She would overcome herself, and, in the process, she'd overcome the world. It was yet another lesson she'd taken from Damien, and right now, it was the reason she could steel herself before the mountainous task ahead. With that mindset and the will to move forward, Talia entered the jaws of fate. Whether what happened inside was considered fortune or misfortune, well, only Talia herself could decide. Chapter 1473, Gehenna. Chapter 1473, Gehenna 10, Pure Human Emotion. Unexpectedly, pure human emotion was the so-called theme of this realm. How many days had passed? With the mist blocking the sky and the law of time vague, it was hard to really follow how much time had passed. However, Damien had been tested so many times that he had gotten used to this realm. These tests weren't random. Someone or something was consciously guiding them and choosing what would be tested. And every single time, it was human emotion. At first, it seemed as if the being was trying to teach Damien something. The first few illusions had the same feel. However, Damien continued to push back. Instead of following the grain and learning the lessons he was supposed to learn, he exerted his own beliefs as well, turning every trial into more of a conversation than anything else. Damien and that being did not always agree on their ideals. That being believed in indifference. For some reason, it refused to acknowledge the worth of emotions like love when power was concerned. Damien, on the other hand, refused to give up those emotions, instead using them to fuel his power. Which of their opinions was right? Both sides were too stubborn to ever change their beliefs, so it really didn't matter. But it was rare for someone to appear who could have a conversation like this without it devolving into hostility. Damien was interested in understanding the psyche of the being he was facing, so he entertained its games. As for that being, it had never truly been acknowledged before. It had never felt what it was like to have a conversation until it met Damien. It wanted to continue that conversation, to understand how smaller beings thought, to see how Damien would resist conformity with his morals. Because of that, the conversation soon changed pace, from large dilemmas that were meant to force Damien into tough positions to more calm trials. These were not clashes of opinions anymore. They were questions. What is love? Why do humans cherish it so? What is the point of relationships when they can break so easily? Questions one would expect from a teenager or someone first experiencing emotions they'd never seen before were asked one after another. Damien began to doubt the identity of the one he was speaking to, but that being didn't allow him the chance. Because it would ask a question like, why do you do so much for other people? And then follow up by asking something along the lines of, if humans are jealous of the vastness of the universe, could the universe hold the same feeling towards the numerosity of existences within it? Damien couldn't necessarily answer the first properly. He did his best to explain what was an inherent and unquestionable feeling for him. However, the second one, that was something he experienced himself. When he spoke to grand heaven's boundaries' universal core, this was the feeling that was viscerally transmitted through every single one of his words. The universe was massive. The people within it could only look into the stars and wish they could explore and see every corner of it. Yet, no matter how long their lives were, they wouldn't be able to reach the end. But the universe was not free from jealousy. The universe was jealous of just how many existences resided within it, It was envious of the connections they could make with each other and the stories they could create. Now, knowing there were multiple cosmos in existence, Damien didn't know how to feel about this. However, he was made to wonder if the being behind the mist felt similar to the universal core of that time. It wasn't human, that much was certain. Whether or not it was even a living being was questionable. That being wanted to learn about humans, but never considered things from the perspective of a human. It seemed to long for the smallest of things, yet it had a supreme understanding of the grander and more vague concepts that plagued the hearts of men. It was a strange being, as if it had experienced everything yet nothing at all, living a life that could barely be considered a life, yet was a life beyond any other. It was a being of contradiction, and that only made Damien want to find it even more. That was why he continued entertaining its little questions and tests. His position was unknown. He'd been walking for ages and in every direction imaginable. It was possible that he was only a few dozen feet from the original plaza he arrived at, but he also could have been several thousands of kilometers away. He really didn't know, until the mist cleared again, leading him into a cave. It was lined with blue crystals that shone in the darkness. They created a path that led deep underground, to a place no other had entered before. Damien followed it to its unassuming end, a scene one would expect from a regular cave. Rather than an illusion, what greeted him, there was a hidden pathway. The cave itself folded inward and consumed Damien, bringing him into the space. But even then, he didn't feel much different than usual. Even this place was covered in mist. It swirled around strangely without a breeze to affect it. Unlike the mist outside, the cave mist was pure white, unaffected by external factors. I haven't met a single evil spirit yet, but there's been a few brushes. Every time Damien saw red mist in the distance, it was an evil spirit trying to approach. However, every time an evil spirit approached, the mist would rise up and fight it off, allowing Damien to focus on what he was doing. The mist clearly didn't want their conversation to be disturbed. Is that why it brought me here? Was this the mist's dwelling? The place it was assured would remain secure? There wasn't much to see other than it. The pure whiteness was hazy, but it managed to conceal everything else in the hidden room, if there was anything at all. Damien still glanced around, confused as to what he was meant to do. But as he sat there, he eventually realized it. It danced and swirled. It flew all around like a collection of tiny spirits trying to get Damien's attention. It had been present since the beginning, but because of its form, nobody had ever regarded it as a being that could be communicated with. But Damien had done exactly that, and it brought him here to continue. The mist itself has been my conversation partner this entire time. It was the mist asking him curious questions about human existence and telling him about the myriad wonders of the cosmos. It was the mist that set him up to view the battle of the ancients and learn to keep his calm. And it was the mist that forced those ancient spirits to continue fighting until his arrival. Was it for entertainment? Or was there a deeper purpose behind the actions of this strange being? Nobody could ever know because nobody could recognize it. But that had changed now. And as Damien looked into the mist looked back at him. It was time for them to have a proper conversation. Chapter 1474, Calamity. Chapter 1474, Calamity 1. The fact that the mist brought Damien to this place meant that it had already accepted him. When Damien looked at it in what could only be considered its eyes, it lost all resistance it had. A strange scene played out for an audience of none. As Damien sat there, the mist slowly crept towards him. It was shy and tentative, almost doubting every single movement it made, but still inched closer and closer until it was right in front of Damien's face. There was no difference between this mist and the mist that populated the entirety of Gehenna. However, it still felt different. The wisps around Damien were active, as if they were trying to communicate with him. And as Damien had been communicating with the mist for a while now, he basically understood its purpose. This confused entity was used to being alive. It had obtained spirituality long enough ago for it to understand the mysteries beyond the universe's creation. However, it had been detached from reality that entire time. It never was able to properly interact with existence, even though it was an existence of its own. And because of that, it developed a natural curiosity that seemed childish in the eyes of someone who didn't know how fortunate they were. The mist was always trying to be heard. It wanted to be seen. But who could treat mist like a living being? Who could even recognize the mist's spirituality instead of writing it off as a mechanism of Gehenna? Only Damien did. And only Damien decided to converse instead of going through the motions and finishing all the trials. That was why the mist brought him here. The fact that he possessed those other qualities was only an added benefit. Regardless, now that he was here, it knew what it wanted to do and was doing its best to convey its intent to him. Damien watched it curiously. He knew what it was saying. Interpreting its meaning became easy after conversing with it for so long. It took him a bit to respond because he was curiously observing this strange entity like none he'd ever seen before. But in the end, he still closed his eyes. Cool, mate. He answered the mist's desires. With express permission given, the mist danced happily. Several wisps surrounded Damien's head, and the mist pushed forward into his spiritual world. You? Damien didn't have to speak anymore to convey his thoughts. Neither did the mist have to try so hard to be understood. It entered his mind and formed a connection with him. To the mist, this was a happy moment beyond any happy moments, as it could finally experience existence as it was always meant to be experienced. However, for Damien, what just happened? He could only recognize the mist's identity once it started to merge with him. This mist, no, the concept of mist, this was part of existence itself. Existence was a massive concept. It represented anything and everything, and due to its sheer grandiosity, it was hard to qualify it. However, just as the universe could have consciousness, just as higher laws could choose their own wielders, existence was also semi-conscious. The concept of mist was a physical representation of the spirituality of existence. The mist that found itself trapped in Gehenna was only the main consciousness, but it experienced everything in existence from the perspective of existence itself, leading to its twisted sense of identity. Gehenna was the place where the mist resided, overlooking all of existence. Gehenna existed because of the mist, but to the mist, Gehenna was a prison of its own making. It wanted to see existence from the perspective of those who resided within it, because from its position high above all things, it genuinely could only long for such experience. Just as humans were envious of the universe, just as humans stared into the night sky and dreamed about the day when they could explore the stars with their own 2 feet, existence itself wished to walk on the earth and experience the mundane things that it never had access to. It was hard for Damien to fathom that he'd just found a concept of existence. He didn't feel like he'd just found a concept of existence. It was because, among the concepts, the mist was unique. It wasn't something to be comprehended in the first place. It wasn't even meant to be found. The mist found Damien. No matter what, it would have found Damien eventually because it existed in all things. If it wasn't in Gehenna, then there would likely be another place similar to this one where Damien would eventually run into the same scenario. But it happened now, and that's probably because of my circumstances. Damien and the mist began to communicate once it entered his mind. The mist wanted to bind itself to him. He didn't have to provoke it. That allowed Damien the chance to answer the questions the mist presented him. Why had it found him at this juncture? It was because he found another truth of existence, the fact that there were multiple cosmos in reality. As for what the mist did, you damn brat, just give me an answer. Damien clicked his tongue as he tried to find out, but the mist refused to tell him. While the entity couldn't necessarily speak like a normal person, it could still make its intent clear. At the moment, it was saying something along the lines of, "Take me to see the world, and you'll find out naturally." Damien could only scratch his head in confusion. Why does it feel more like I've picked up a pet than a concept of existence? This was the third one he found. If the unrecorded wasn't mistaken, then he only had 3 more left before he could truly control the concept. However, Damien felt like it would be much more complicated than that. The list began to clear from Gehenna. It, of course, would still exist here, just as it existed everywhere else. but its main consciousness had now been transferred to Damien's soul. It had merged with him, and according to it, there was more to Gehenna than Damien or the Gehenna tribe knew. There was indeed a crown here, but that crown's identity was far beyond what had been postulated by even Count Varix, whose obsession with it was the precise reason for his attacking the tribe. You want me to go find it? Damien raised his brow with intrigue. He was getting a positive response from Mist. I'll get more powerful with the crown? Is it something you want? The Mist shook its head as if it couldn't say any more. Is that you should find out yourself? Look, or I can't say anything more. Look? The Mist quirked its head in confusion. Damien sighed. I forgot. You don't even have a head. I'm going to go crazy. There he stood, talking to himself like a crazy person. Damien absolutely felt insane with the way he could hardly interpret the Mist's meaning through its implied expressions. Still, the fact that the Mist wanted him to find the crown remained true, and Damien really did want to see it. The reason a true god would lay his hands on an innocent village in the middle of nowhere. How great could it be to provoke his greed? Chapter 1475, Calamity. Chapter 1475, Calamity 2. They approached not even an hour after the youths were sent to Gehenna. The numbers honestly weren't that high. There were 1,000 of them at most. In comparison to the usual army that existed under the influence of gods, it was minuscule. But in front of the Gehenna tribe, it was massive. The entire tribe consisted of at most 500 people, and of them, only around half could fight. Standing with their numbers only a fourth of their enemies, with the help of 2 otherworldly guests, the Gehenna tribe was forced to prepare for a fight. The Saintess watched her people evacuate the village and hide in the severed garden, praying that their peers would return from battle safely. She watched those peers grab their weapons and prepare for battle, expressions of doubt on their faces as they questioned whether they'd live past this day or not. This wasn't the first time she'd seen this scene, but it would be the last. She knew what would happen from this point forth, but she had no power to change it. Her job was to take care of the tribe until this moment. Every Saintess would have to deal with a cataclysm during their rule. For her, it was the Uruk's attack that almost eradicated their people. This time, the Count's arrival was a test for Talia. The Saintess was still alive, but the arrival of this calamity meant the end of her rule. And it also meant she could not help in this battle. Her eyesight spanned a great distance, homing in on the approaching army. The 1,000 men at the head were not too powerful. Rather, their power level seemed perfectly matched to that of the villagers. It was the Count's sadistic tendency that led to such a scenario. This army was unnecessary. The Count needed the Saintess and the elders to let him into Gehenna, but he didn't need anyone else's help to get that. With his power, what could the tribe do? They could either be eradicated, or they could comply. But what was the fun in an easy victory? The Count wanted to see a show. He wanted the villagers to maintain hope that they could win. Only then would they act the way he wanted them to. As such, an army that was impossible for them to beat was assembled, but it was made up of weak people, giving them the sense that they could win this battle. Perhaps some of the villagers were fooled by that facade. Perhaps some of them knew the truth, but convinced themselves otherwise so they could fight confidently. Tiamat and Darius didn't participate in their antics. They were not members of the village, but they had no choice but to fight in this battle regardless. For one, Damien was in Gehenna, and they really had nowhere to go until he returned. And on a more emotional level, both of them had become attached to the tribe to some degree. Still, they had more experience than the Gehenna people, and their power was also on another level. When they looked out into the approaching army, what they saw wasn't the small amount of weak troops, but the 3 people behind them. 2 of them were demigods, standing to each side of the Count, the only god present. One was a butler, while the other was a woman in dark robes. The 2 of them had powerful auras, sure, but they were nothing next to the man they served. The Count's aura was extremely terrifying for Tiamat and Darius, these 2 demigods. They couldn't see a way to win against him. This was a hopeless battle from the start. Unless Damien can return. The 2 of them had the same thought. Neither of them had seen it happen before, but Damien's reputation was quite extreme in Void Palace. The deeds he did during their 10-year training period had spread far and wide among the people at the main palace. The fact that Damien killed a god was well known, and a huge part of the reason why he was able to take the young lord position so rapidly. There was no way for Tiamat or Darius to know the specifics of true godhood, since nobody had taught them yet, but they believed that Damien could defeat the Count. We just need to hold off until he shows up. Tiamat spoke. Darius nodded in agreement. They could tacitly understand each other in this situation. It wasn't that hard. The villagers wouldn't be able to deal with the army alone, but they couldn't help because they had to take the two demigods and make sure they couldn't interfere. As for the Count, we can only hope that his personality is like that. Tiamat was used to the Nox. She'd seen how they operated, and if this man was part of the race that created the Nox in their image, it was obvious how he would act too. They never think their arrogance will bring them down. At one point, I didn't either. But at the end of the day, one would always meet one's fate if one lived one's life arrogantly. Okay, the villagers would fight the army, they would take the demigods, and they'd make sure the battle didn't end until Damien appeared. The most important thing was making sure the Count didn't notice anything off. If he believed he was being toyed with, or if he realized someone stronger was coming, there was no guarantee he'd remain arrogant. There was a lot of time. 5 long minutes passed before the army finally arrived at the tribe's borders. It was made up of mostly weak people below 4th class, after all. They stood facing the 250 villagers who readied themselves for the battle. These people didn't come here because they wanted to. When the Count asked for troops, he would get troops. These people were regular farmers and citizens, but they'd been forced to fight in a war they didn't understand the purpose of. They'd been terrified the entire way here, but they kept their mouths shut to keep their lives. Now, seeing their enemies, who looked like a bunch of uncivilized tribe folk who only knew how to use primitive weapons, their eyes glinted with hope. If it was just this much, they could survive and return to their families. On top of that, they'd receive a reward that would help them live much more lavishly than before. They didn't know what crimes the villagers had committed. They didn't know how this tribe in the middle of nowhere managed to offend the Count. But it didn't matter. They also had livelihoods. They also had families to return to. So they couldn't think about the livelihoods and families of others anymore. It was a war where neither side wanted to fight. It was a war that existed only for the pleasure of a single man. But it was a war that would take place nonetheless. The Count grinned. His eyes were on the Saintess. Nobody else had worth in his eyes. It has been a long time, Saintess, he said, his voice dark and malevolent. He grinned, his aura blackening the sky. This time will be different. This time, I have prepared a festival just for you. He raised his hand, memories flashing through his head. You will give me Gehenna. Otherwise, his army began its charge. I will take everything from you instead. Chapter 1476 Calamity. Chapter 1476 Calamity 3. Every battle ended in tragedy. There wasn't such a thing as a fight where nobody got hurt. It didn't matter who was good or who was evil. In the end, everyone would end up mourning someone they lost. In this battle, that tragedy was even more prevalent. There were indeed only 250 fighters on the Gehenna tribe side, and they were definitely weak by the standard of someone like Damien. As he and his peers dealt with unreasonably powerful people and unreasonably talented geniuses on a daily basis, the average person would always appear weak to them. However, the Gehenna tribe wasn't necessarily weak. Their methods may have had many weaknesses, but they survived in the cruel jungle for many generations for a reason. Damien himself said it at an earlier time. The heights they'd reached with their backwards techniques were genuinely impressive. Their opponents weren't weak either. They may have been common people, but they lived under the reign of a Count who would draft troops for random death missions regularly. They were forced to learn how to defend themselves, so they could have hope of survival. In fact, the training centers offered by the governing entity were one of the main sources of income for the territory. The Count estate didn't even eat up funds like that from the extremely high tax rates. In a place where fighting power was important for the most common of people, there was no such thing as an easy target. The two sides collided without much conversation, and deaths immediately became commonplace. The Gehenna hunters who took the front lines immediately rained down attacks with arrows, culling several tens of enemies with ease. Before the rest could advance, they took their swords out and charged. Weapons collided and blood was shed. Body parts and chunks of flesh and blood started to paint the jungle's soil, creating the foundation of what would soon evolve into a huge mosaic of crimson. There were no shields present on the battlefield. On the Gehenna side, it was because their bodies were more flexible than anything else. It was more efficient for them to dodge and use wrist guards and similar light armor to block attacks. As for the enemy troops, well, with a sadistic count leading them, it was granted that they wouldn't be given shields. The battlefield was quieter than a usual one. The sound of weapons clashing would always remain the same, as would the screams and shouts of those fighting. However, there was a lack of explosions and large areas of madness. The Gehenna tribe had developed a precise fighting style meant for hunting with absolute efficiency. They aimed for weak points to kill enemies in the least amount of strikes possible. Their opponents were humans. The Gehenna tribe never hunted humans, but they learned how quite easily by using what they knew about the weaknesses of their own bodies. Their fighting power turned out to be far higher than that of the enemies, mainly due to their cooperation. The enemies had good fighting skills. They couldn't match up to the Gehenna hunters who fought every single day of their lives, but not everyone on the Gehenna side was a hunter. Only 50 of them were hunters. The rest were merely people who could pick up their weapons and fight for their families. Against those people, they could fight properly and even kill. Over 10 tribesmen had already died. Still, the tribesmen had known each other for their whole lives. They lived together and interacted daily. Their understanding of how their peers would act in battle was at its peak. The enemy was a force randomly chosen from throughout the Count's territory. Most of them had never even heard of each other's cities before, and because they had to make the trek to the jungle in silence, fearing the Count's personality, they couldn't get to know each other either. They were extremely unorganized and often got in each other's ways. It wasn't rare to see one of them accidentally kill his fellow in the heat of battle. The Gehenna people naturally took advantage of this. It was precisely because of the enemy's lack of coordination that they'd only lost 10 people thus far. They got more and more confident, and the grief that flooded their hearts every time they saw someone they knew and loved die helped them find the drive to keep fighting. Maybe victory isn't impossible. In the heat of battle, where the Count's presence was forgotten, sparks of hope continued to collide in their hearts, making attempts to create a huge blaze that enveloped them. It was probably because they couldn't see it. They'd moved far away to make sure they didn't cause any collateral damage, and the explosive force had been contained within a certain area. Plus, the absence of 2 foreigners at a time like this wasn't something the tribesmen could pay attention to. It was good that they couldn't see it. If they could, they would immediately lose all the fight. But the Saints could see it, and, without a doubt, it was taking place. A battle on a completely different level from the one the Gehenna tribe was fighting. Tiamat and Darius were stealthy as they approached the Count and his people. Their goal was to take the 2 demigods as far away from the Gehenna tribe as possible, so they didn't opt for a head-on confrontation. Instead, they traveled far away from the clan, far enough that they could have sufficient space to fight while keeping their battle contained. The Uruk ruled a relatively large territory in the jungle, so it wasn't hard to find a place that met their qualifications. From there, they focused their auras and locked onto those 2 demigods, flaring their bloodlust. 2 heads immediately snapped in their direction, before turning to face the Count. "Go ahead," the Count said with a smile. "If you have been provoked, then you must answer accordingly. Go on and show them the terror I represent." The 2 kneeled and bowed their heads, thereby vanishing into clouds of smoke. They rushed several hundreds of thousands of kilometers to the west, and finally laid eyes on the ones who dared to mock them. "Hello." Tiamat nodded, giving a mild greeting. The 2 didn't respond. They merely flared their auras, directly combating those released by Tiamat and Darius. The butler had a pompous expression on his face, as if he was looking at beings who weren't worth an ounce of time or attention. The woman, on the other hand, remained completely stoic. "I see. Straight to the point types, are you? That works out better for me." Tiamat glanced at Darius. "Which one do you want?" Darius rubbed his chin as he looked them up and down. "I'll take the woman. That butler looks pretty strong." "I agree. I've been wanting to fight him since I sensed that vile aura he's releasing." "What?" Darius didn't sense what she was talking about at all, but he let it be, thinking nothing of it. Since matches have been decided, Darius grinned wildly. He was really starting to resemble Damien in his youth. Then let's get to the fun part. Flames appeared in his hands, and without a single second of delay, the first explosion of the day rang out on the battlefield. Chapter 1477 Calamity. Chapter 1477 Calamity. 4. First things first, Tiamat exerted her power, creating a dome that spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers to envelop the prospective battlefield. It was a domain of her own, which allowed her to use her power better, but it was also an isolation barrier that would make sure others didn't know the results of the ongoing battle. The dome was made of pure blackness, a representation of Tiamat's death laws, so in the sunlight, it looked somewhat odd. However, since it was almost time for the sun to set, it was fine. The barrier would eventually blend in with the surroundings. Darius was the one who attacked first. His sun and moon divine flame, which was actually just the sun flame at the moment, filled the atmosphere and pushed the woman in the dark robes back. Meanwhile, Tiamat approached the butler, provoking him into following her further away. It didn't take much for him to respond. Cairo had been the Count's butler for a very long time now. If anyone knew how the Count liked things done, it was him. While Count Varix was indeed a sadist that enjoyed watching people suffer, he wasn't someone who allowed loose ends. If he saw an enemy that would be a variable in his plans, he would make sure they were eliminated as soon as possible. These two demigods who provoked him and Kaisa were obviously not members of the Gehenna tribe. One of them even had the skin of an otherworlder. It was impossible for him to know why they decided to provoke him, but regardless of their reasoning, they were variables that needed to be eliminated. He would respond to provocation with action. In the end, it was all the same. But as he approached the woman who called him out, a strange feeling enveloped him. It was a feeling of familiarity, yet one of equal hostility. It was a disgusting emotion that he couldn't name. It almost felt like submission. His eyes narrowed as he stared at her. She certainly had the appearance of a noble. Compared to some of the other women he'd seen in the Count's circle, she was even more beautiful, and that was putting aside her dominating aura. It was rare to see people who looked like her, even rarer than seeing someone who had a skin condition and ended up looking like a foreigner from the other world. However, Cairo had never seen her before. That was only possible in two scenarios. The first, she was related to the Dark God himself. Laughable. It left only the second scenario for him to take as truth. She merely had the appearance without any of the class. If so, he had even more reason to kill her. His body flickered. He wasn't planning to give her a chance to fight back. Cairo's hands turned into blades of their own, coated in heavy layers of malak. He slashed out, already in Tiamat's blind spot. Or so he thought. Tiamat stumbled. It looked like a lucky move, allowing her to barely dodge the butler's blade. However, to everyone present, it was obvious this was a planned move. The butler's eyes narrowed further, and he pressed his attack harder, making sure Tiamat would die before she could show her skill. She didn't fight back. She dodged and dodged and dodged, making Cairo infinitely angrier, but she didn't make any moves to even the playing field as she was pushed into a corner. When she was observing Cairo's fighting style, what she saw was something like an assassin. Tiamat's fighting style was already set. She would always measure her opponent's skill before charging into battle. Her mind was a weapon among weapons. In the few seconds or minutes she spent on the losing side of the fight, she could come up with a plan that assured she'd be the last one standing. When she was observing Cairo's fighting style, what she saw was something like an assassin. He always tried to end things as soon as possible, but his attacks had a hint of boredom, as if he was already thinking about what he was going to do next. His malak didn't seem to contain any laws either. Tiamat was actually more established than Damien in this aspect for now, as she felt a connection with the Sacred Abyss universe. She had understood a lot about its relative law structure, Of course, she could only comprehend the death laws of this cosmos, but she was able to see how the others functioned in the process. She didn't see anything from Cairo. He was incredibly trained and had the skills to beat people above his level without the use of laws, but that didn't change the fact that he couldn't use them. Was it his own choice, or was it something forced upon him to keep his power and control? Honestly, Tiamat didn't care. For someone like him, an open hand, fashioned like a blade, swung down on her arm. Just let his own stupidity kill him. Tiamat raised her arm and blocked the attack. Her eyes flashed, connecting with those of her attacker. Cairo felt death, a sensation beyond words that could only be described as absolute terror. And Tiamat struck. Boom! Black mana flared out her body. No, when Tiamat used her power in this world, the surrounding Malak expanded and allowed her to wield it as she pleased. It looked like she was using her own mana, but she had yet to convert her energy or find out how to store two separate energy forms in her body. Cairo didn't notice that. If he did, would he have chosen to run? It didn't matter. At the end of the day, Tiamat was a demigod who was on the cusp of godhood, and she really didn't like Cairo. His aura had the disgusting smell of whatever she'd been sensing in recent times. The man in her memories, the man she couldn't decide whether to long for or hate, had a similar scent, and Cairo's was an extremely degraded version of it. She didn't want to be reminded of that person. She didn't want to think about the things that would distract her from the task at hand. But she was distracted regardless. She really was having a hard time keeping her cool. The longer she stayed in battle, the more that scent made her want to kill. That was why she decided to attack so early. And that was why, when she attacked, all hell broke loose. The blackness of the surrounding domain was all in her grasp. Instantly, the tide switched between Tiamat and Cairo. The environment itself rose up, supporting Tiamat and trying constantly to trap Cairo in a prison of its making. And Tiamat wasn't one to stand back and wait either. She gathered Malak, instinctually following the correct procedures to create a technique in the sacred abyss universe. Death gathered in the vicinity, making its presence impossible to ignore. But even with death causing such a scene, there was a spark in the darkness that refused to go out. A spark of flame, like a shining sun illuminating the world. There were two battles taking place within Tiamat's domain, and among them, Darius was definitely putting on more of a show. Chapter 1478 Calamity. Chapter 1478 Calamity 5. Darius had been close to fire for his entire life. When he was young, he was notorious for running around causing mayhem. He always enjoyed visiting the palace forges to pull the beards of the blacksmiths and play with their fire. There was a time when said blacksmiths wanted to take him as their disciple, realizing his love for fire, but those plans fell through. At the end of the day, Darius was a member of the Void clan. He was meant to use the main techniques of the palace. From the day he started learning about space and time, his connection to fire began to fade, but he had several small experiences that seemed to hint towards his affinity. And when Damien arrived, he was able to fully bloom, realizing his connection with fire and embracing it. Damien's arrival was a breath of fresh air for everyone in the palace, not just Darius, but it was to another degree for the youngest of the Void Sons. Ever since then, he'd been able to truly feel like himself. Ever since then, he'd been able to get rid of the hole in his heart, left by the lack of true affinity in his life. Every single day Darius spent training with fire was fun for him. He was happy when he was at Void Palace with ample time and resources, but when they came to the Sacred Abyss universe was when he really gained a connection with flames like never before. The Smiths of the Gehenna tribe viewed fire spiritually in a way others couldn't comprehend. When he started to learn from them and internalize their ways, he gained a new appreciation for the flames that he'd been getting used to for the past 10 years. Of the three of them, Darius was the one who made the most improvements overall. He had been waiting for a chance to test his mettle on the battlefield. This war couldn't have come at a more perfect time. However, it was a shame that the Gehenna tribe was involved. Because of them, this battle meant more to him than it should have, which meant his actions were governed partly by emotion. The woman he chose to battle, whose name was Kaisa, didn't look like an easy target. The reason he chose her was because he could instinctually feel that he had an advantage against her. He started off strong. Since it was currency daytime, his flame was in its sun mode. The benefit of this was its explosive power and ability to spread rapidly. The sun flame was more obnoxious in every way than the moon flame. It represented yang, and it was just as wild and untamed. The sun flame was far more suited for Darius' personality than the moon flame. So when he started fighting, he immediately took the advantage. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out everywhere, illuminating the darkness. Flames spread rapidly and enveloped a huge portion of Tiamat's domain, marking it as Darius' territory. Kaisa wasn't weak just because Darius felt an advantage against her. Rather, she wasn't much weaker than the butler Cairo. Darius felt superiority because of the laws he used. Kaisa flitted around the domain to dodge Darius' large, sweeping attacks. Her body moved in and out of the darkness, expertly weeding through the chaos to stay in her enemy's blind spot. It could be expected from her attire. Kaisa was an assassin trained since young by Count Varix. In line with her career, she used darkness laws. Darkness and shadow were the two laws used most by assassins. Shadow had two sides, but not everyone could use them like Zara, which usually left darkness as being considered the best affinity for an assassin. The problem with darkness was that it was a force leaning absolutely to one side. Unlike a shadow affinity, which had a natural resistance to many light elements, darkness had its enemies. Fire was a big one. Fire got humanity out of the darkness at a time long past. Its perception in the hearts of many was as the force that drove away the cold, dark nights. Fire inherently suppressed darkness, which meant when the battle began, Kaisa was instantly put in a position where she couldn't take initiative. Boom! 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 She was able to survive because of her experience, but it wouldn't be long before the fire consumed too much area and forced her into the light. Kaisa was observing her enemy closely. Darius seemed reckless. He was obviously good with fire, but his mentality seemed to be prone to rushing and not properly thinking through things before acting. She, as an assassin, wasn't somebody who fought directly. Her style was discreet, and just like the butler, she aimed to kill her opponents in a single attack. However, unlike her male counterpart, she didn't look down on anybody. She had been looked down upon for her entire life, whether by her peers or her employers. She was well aware that she could kill most of them quite easily if she wanted to, and she was aware that she couldn't be the only powerful person in the world. She was taking a similar position to Tiamat as the battle began, but unlike Tiamat, she didn't start attacking soon. She, instead, continued to wait. Could her hesitation be considered indecisiveness? Perhaps in the eyes of some, Kaisa was too afraid of the suppression she felt from the flames and refused to move forward because of it. In part, they'd be correct, but Kaisa's mind went deeper than that. Darius was the reckless type. If she could bait him into making a huge move and leaving an opening for her, she was confident in taking him down. Because she hadn't been dodging without attacking. She'd actually sent out several probes of Malik to judge Darius' perception. As of now, he couldn't sense her energy unless it was in an amount far higher than what she needed to kill him. The opportunity would come to her as long as she waited. It was even better if the enemy thought her a coward. Darius was throwing flames pretty wildly. It was the best way to use the sun flame. Unlike the moon flame, the sun flame didn't like to be controlled. It would listen to its owner, sure, but it would be sure to cause mayhem in the process. As such, the best way to use it was to just let it do as it pleased. Darius loved blowing things up. He was more than happy to blow up the environment in a way that his enemy could only interpret as recklessness if it meant using his flame properly. The sun flame may have been wild, but it was still a flame with an owner. As Kaisa moved around, trying to avoid it, it set its proverbial eyes on her. It watched her and stalked her movements, waiting and watching as it enjoyed the struggles of the prey it planned to consume. The flames grew bigger and bigger, creating massive pillars that reached the sky. It crashed around like a tidal wave, and as it all gathered in one place, Kaisa saw her opportunity to strike. Her body started to flicker. She rushed forward with all the speed she had access to, practically teleporting through the darkness. She was behind Darius before he could notice her presence. The sun flame was too busy running wild to attack her before she could reach him. She pulled out a knife, coated with a poison of darkness that would immediately dull Darius' power. She stabbed out, aiming for his throat. Swoosh! The blade swept through the air. But there was one thing Kaisa forgot to consider before she made her move. She may have been able to use darkness to her advantage, but the darkness here was not natural. This darkness had an owner, and that owner was very happily preying on her downfall. Chapter 1479 Calamity. Chapter 1479 Calamity 6. The moment Kaisa arrived behind him, Darius grinned. Perfect! He clapped his hands. They came together at the exact moment before Kaisa's blade pierced his neck, and the sun flame responded. The massive columns disappeared, and instead, a powerful spout of lava-like flames burst out from underneath Darius' feet and swallowed both him and Kaisa. The woman immediately screamed. Darius was immune to the flames, but Kaisa wasn't anything close to it, especially when the flames in question were heavenly flames from another cosmos. Darius grinned, spinning around and grabbing her by the throat. Her dark cloak was burned away, revealing her beautiful appearance and figure, but Darius wasn't fazed. Damien was quite thorough in training him. Knowing Darius was still a hot-blooded youth at heart, Damien made sure he was taught not just how to use his power properly, but on how to be a proper man. He couldn't be affected by beauty or unwanted emotion when he didn't need to be. For that purpose, he had to learn how to separate his emotions into those he wanted and those he wanted to throw away. Perhaps a decade ago, Darius would have hesitated seeing this woman almost naked in front of him, but he didn't have any of those feelings anymore. This was an enemy, and enemies could not be shown mercy. With sharpened eyes, he flared his flames, exponentially increasing the surrounding heat. Kaisa's skin began to melt off. She used Malik to slow down the burning and save herself, but her main focus was on finding a way to escape. She now understood how disadvantaged she was. The surrounding darkness belonged to the enemy. If she tried to move through it, she'd immediately give away her position, which would be shared with Darius. If she wanted to kill him, she needed to do it now, at a time when her loss was the expectation from everyone present. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Darkness began to creep out of her body. It was the darkness in her heart and soul, formed through the endless suffering she'd experienced at the hands of many powerful figures. Most of them were dead. As they died, however, the darkness in her heart faded. So Kaisa stopped killing them. She left them alive so the seething hatred she felt could continue to fuel her power. And the man who made her feel such emotion most viscerally, that was the man she decided to dedicate her loyalty to. Because just as much as she hated him, she couldn't help but love him. Malice, hatred, and twisted emotion created darkness beyond darkness, a force that Kaisa could control even better than she could regular darkness. Damien always said pain was power, but Kaisa took it to another level. She allowed herself to suffer constantly, because only in suffering could she make those she despises suffer as well. The new darkness oozed like sludge. As it came out of Kaisa's pores, it swallowed the surrounding flames, trapping them in a prison without light. Kaisa turned into a blob of blackness. Her physical body melted into the substance, allowing her to maneuver in ways a human could never imagine. Darius' eyes widened at the sight he didn't expect. He took several steps back as the blackness got closer to him. It was already on his body, since he was holding on to Kaisa's throat when she turned, and as he tried to use the sun flame to burn it away, he frowned. Dangerous. His eyes went up to the growing blackness. He could sense the twisted insanity within that mass. It was far deeper and more cynical than anything he'd seen before. I can't burn it. His flames weren't strong enough to compete against such malevolence. Damn it, he almost had it. The fact that he lost it at the last moment irked him, but he had been learning to control his emotions. He focused on the battle. His inherent battle instinct, the one Damien himself praised, was telling him to retreat. He had no choice but to follow what it told him. He took several steps back, covering his retreat using the sun flame. Kaisa had grown massive in the few seconds it took for him to make that decision. She was like a tsunami that melded into the surrounding blackness, charging forth with such stealth that one wouldn't recognize one was within it even after being swallowed. Darius knew that even he would be heavily injured if he was struck by that. He varied his path, making it hard for Kaisa to track him. At the same time, he enveloped himself in flames to burn off the small bits of darkness that had stuck to him. If she could possess those, his life would be over. It was absolutely integral to make sure no part of it could reach him. Darius' eyes narrowed. He stopped in his tracks, stomped his foot into the ground, and summoned the height of his flames. They formed a huge tsunami to fight against the one approaching, and as they met, the atmosphere itself exploded under pressure. Boom! The sun flame wasn't good for a battle like this. It was good for head-on collisions, of course, but in her current form, Kaisa was hardly a physical entity. He needed something more magical to defeat her. At most, his current flame could only hold her back. How long? Darius looked up into the sky. The sun had moved far along the horizon during the time he'd been fighting. It was already approaching evening when the battle started, but with the minutes ticking by, the sun had already made it to the end of its cycle. Soon, it would set beyond the horizon and be replaced by its serene counterpart. 10 minutes. Darius had learned how to judge exactly how much time it took for the sun to set over the horizon. In every new world he visited, the first thing he did was judge this cycle. 10 minutes. He was assured that in 10 minutes, the moon would rise, and the moon flame would awaken. Darius continued to watch his flames compete against the darkness. The physical weight of the flames created the wall they represented, but they weren't actually able to burn much of Kaisa's darkness. Small flecks could be destroyed, but a mass like that wasn't something it could handle in its current form. The sun flame was powered by emotion, and compared to the emotion he could put into it, the emotion within Kaisa's darkness was monstrous. Physical damage wouldn't work here, and if physical damage won't do anything, Darius gritted his teeth. Then I have to hit her soul. It was something he never thought he'd be capable of in the past. Speaking of the past, the sun flame probably wasn't the right choice for this job. Until the moon flame appeared, space and time techniques would be Darius' best bet at cutting down Kaisa's size. He smiled slightly as he watched the darkness crash through his fire. It's been a while, huh? A sword appeared in his hands. He took a stance that he'd nearly forgotten due to all the retraining he'd undergone. The 16 Swords of Heaven. What would they look like when the current Darius used them? Chapter 1480 Calamity. Chapter 1480 Calamity 7. Boom. 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 Bursts of dust and rock flew into the air every few seconds. Black sludge was flung through the air, infecting more and more of the environment with every move. When Kaisa changed her form, her entire attack method changed. She became more disorganized and instinctual, but at the same time, the power she could output was no joke. It was a trade-off she didn't usually like to make, but in a situation like this, it was necessary. She didn't have time, nor did she have an advantage to exploit. Still, no matter how disorganized she was, she could still destroy a great amount of things without much effort. The environment was currently under Tiamat's control, but the domain she put up wasn't being actively controlled by her. She was able to read the feedback from it to help Darius when she needed to, and she could use it to her advantage to fight Cairo, but in general, the majority of the domain was self-governed based on the rules Tiamat set beforehand. Kaisa was abusing this fact to try and turn Tiamat's darkness into her own. In the end, darkness and death didn't have much in common, so it was difficult if she was using her original power. However, when the power in question was driven by emotion, it was far easier to convert a death domain into one of darkness. Kaisa's every attack was aimed at Darius. He was forced to dodge using his instincts alone because of the speed at which they struck. Darius was still a spatial practitioner, even if it wasn't his forte. If anything, he did have the ability to teleport. With that, he could avoid Kaisa's attacks quite well, and despite their power, because her control had weakened, he didn't have to worry about old attacks chasing him or homing in on his position. He could dodge as he pleased, using the 16 swords of heaven to cut paths through the sludge for him to traverse. The problem was that the sludge didn't leave once it fell to the ground. Instead, it coagulated and created a coating on Tiamat's domain, claiming space for itself to thrive. If this continues, she'll trap me. Darius frowned. He did the right thing switching to spatial attacks when Kaisa transformed, but he didn't have enough firepower this way. He was forced to continue teleporting around, wasting his energy reserves. Since he couldn't use Malik like Tiamat and Damien, he was truly limited in what he could do once he ran out. The sun and moon divine flame was able to burn as long as energy was present, making it the best method to fight in an alternate cosmos. If only I had more control. Darius put in a lot of work, but he didn't have nearly enough time. With just a few more decades of experience and practice, he would definitely be able to fight against Kaisa on even footing and even overpower her in direct confrontation using the sun flame. But the current Darius was not so capable. Boom! Another wave of sludge struck down near him. It stretched out, trying to reach him, but as he teleported away, it was forced to give up and connect to its peers. This was routine at this point and had been happening for several minutes. And that was exactly the problem. Darius was waiting for his opportunity to come, but in the process, he'd left a huge opening for Kaisa. The amount of sludge on the ground now was definitely enough to cover a whole football field. When it came together and acted as a living being independent of the main body. Holy shit! Darius' eyes widened. Kaisa was relatively far away, but her massive figure still stood out in the blackness. It was intimidating enough on its own, but before Darius' eyes, another massive sludge being rose from the ground and extended its tentacles. Boom! 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 The attacks that only came from one side now came from two. Darius could still teleport, but it became easy for Kaisa to read his direction when she could see him from multiple angles. Bang! Darius was thrown back as a heap of sludge landed only a few inches away from him as he came out of the spatial layers. Damn! Darius glanced back. His trajectory was going to throw him into a new sludge monster that was rising from the ground. He planted his foot in the ground and let his sun flames loose. The soles of his feet burned, and as the flames came in contact with the ground, their force propelled him into the air, narrowly allowing him to avoid the inevitable collision. At least I'm getting better at this dodging thing. Darius joked with himself to ease his mind, but he really was in a tough position. Time was ticking. It had already been 8 minutes, which meant there were only 2 remaining before he could make his move. Whether he could survive for 2 more minutes or not at the rate Kaisa was growing was definitely a question, though. Even Tiamat had to ask herself if she needed to support him. Unlike Darius, who was really fighting a life-or-death battle, Tiamat was having a pretty easy time. The butler, Cairo, was definitely a powerful person, but it was clear that he had rarely fought people with equal or higher strength than his. At the end of the day, he was just a servant of a more powerful being. He did not journey for strength or try to increase his power to be the best. He only worked to be of service to his lord. His lord was not someone who liked people stronger than him, so Cairo always limited his growth willingly. And when he had to fight, it was usually because there were weaklings his lord wanted gone. Those who would actually aid Cairo's growth were all taken care of by others. Therefore, when he fought Tiamat, he did so like he was facing someone weaker. That was his mistake. Tiamat wasn't weaker than him at all. In fact, she was a few notches stronger. When she unveiled the true strength of her death laws, empowered by the Malik that seemed to willingly respond to her every command, he was left on the losing end of every collision. He was thrown back and injured several times. He suffered from tens of internal injuries, as well as many that ruined the pristine appearance he worked so hard to maintain. Tiamat didn't care about Cairo's feelings at all. She could tell he was getting angrier as they kept fighting, but that anger only made him more careless. It was pathetic. Tiamat entered this fight at the height of emotion. She felt an inherent disgust that made her want to end Cairo in the worst way possible. However, she didn't feel that anymore. Cairo wasn't worthy of such emotion. As they fought, Tiamat lost all respect she may have had for him. She couldn't help but look down on him, because he was nothing more than a dog. He was pathetic in every way. It was a shame that someone like him could elicit such emotion from her. But since Tiamat realized this, she was able to rein in those emotions and fight with a level head. That version of Tiamat wasn't something Cairo could handle. And as his death approached closer and closer, Tiamat stopped putting so much attention into her own battle. Even if she stopped attacking now, Cairo would die to his injuries if he couldn't escape her domain. More importantly, Darius' battle had to end soon. It had to be remembered that they were not fighting for themselves right now. Almost an hour had passed since they left the Gehenna tribe. And if Tiamat's gut feeling was correct, things were not looking good for them at all. Chapter 1481 Calamity. Chapter 1481 Calamity 8. It was amazing how time could pass differently for people regardless of their distance from each other. It was almost like the human mind was replicating reality, as if every mind was a different cosmos that ran on a different law of time. Just because two people spent their entire day together didn't mean they perceived time the same. For one, the day could pass so fast it was like it never happened, and for the other, it could have been the longest day of their life. The situation in the Gehenna tribe was like this. The battle Tiamat and Darius fought was fast-paced. An hour passed before they even realized it, because they were far too busy fighting to ever care about the time. By the time Darius even realized how much time had passed, only 10 minutes remained until day turned to night. However, for the people fighting at the tribe, the hour that passed felt like an eternity. Their numbers were already small, but they somehow managed to fight. No matter how much they pushed, their enemies just kept coming. The beautiful, pure, white glow that surrounded the Gehenna people as they fought was dwindling. Their numbers were doing the same. At the end of the day, they were indeed the advantaged side. At a certain point, they stopped fighting head-on. After losing over 100 people, almost half of their battle strength, they began to fight in a more guerrilla manner like they were used to. The jungle was their home. Unlike the people from outside, they could use this environment as a weapon. That was how they turned a 1,000-man army into one with the same numbers as them. But how could there be such a convenient future? The Gehenna tribe had a lot of advantages, but those advantages could only equalize their situation. They were too disadvantaged for anything to save them other than a legitimate miracle. One by one, the Gehenna warriors died. From the hunters to the average men who picked up arms for their families, those who defended Gehenna became cold corpses on the ground. There were only 50 of them left. The 50 of them who were hunters from the start. They fought with their lives on the line in a fashion that was practically suicidal. They charged in, using every ounce of their power to kill. It was a moment of hope and despair. Every second spent fighting felt like hours. Every enemy that fell was replaced by another one, and it was only natural for the hunters to get weary. Still, they persevered. They were the last line of defense. Plus, the Saintess was watching them fight. They knew she couldn't help. Her role in the village had nothing to do with battle. But her presence here, her decision to stay here instead of retreating with the rest, was enough to motivate them to push through. And they did it. Eventually, they managed to kill all of the enemies who came their way, leaving the battlefield stained in rivers of blood and sunken corpses. It was only at this juncture when the hunters almost found relief that they remembered the presence of the Count. Because Count Varix was clapping happily, ruining the silence that had fallen upon the jungle. Very nice. He grinned as he spoke. He didn't care about the troops that died. He was happy enough with the show of slaughter that had been put on for him. Now, where's Cairo? The Count barely paid attention to those who survived. After all, Count Varix never killed weak beings with his own hands. It wasn't something like morality that held him back. Rather, it was a germaphobe in the most twisted definition of the word. The Count believed that killing lesser beings with his own hands would stain them and ruin his purity. Kaisa and Cairo existed purely to take care of those he deemed too weak for him to kill personally. With them gone, the Count wasn't going to touch the Gehenna people. However, he would still make sure they died. Dear Saintess, are you happy? The Saintess stepped out of his vehicle. A layer of Malik separated him from the bloodied ground as he walked towards the Saintess. You know what I desire. You have known for very many years. You could have just given it to me, but instead, you let your people die. Why is that? Do you truly hate them so much? He smilingly spoke. With every step he took, the surrounding blood was pushed away, revealing a clean path in the midst of madness. Saintess, why don't you speak? Boom! A massive explosion suddenly rang out from behind the Count. A groundworm with scales that resembled those of the strongest beasts burst out of the ground. Its size was massive, taller than the tallest skyscrapers on Earth. Its entrance was random, unexpected by all. However, luckily for the Gehenna tribe, it wasn't aiming for them. The worm didn't have eyes, but its senses were locked on the Count. It was one of the many ancients of the jungle. Sensing the presence of a rogue god who did not belong to the jungle, it arrived here. The jungle had its own hierarchy. There was no such thing as a god who could come here and flaunt his presence without being confronted by those who truly belonged here. The Count turned around, an irked look on his face. And what might you be? He sneered at the worm, more than just annoyed that his fun had been interrupted. Leave this jungle. The worm projected its voice through Malik. It was gruff and tremor-like, as if it was the voice of the earth itself. Who are you to command me? Leave this jungle. The worm didn't speak many words. It instead chose to flare its aura, attempting to scare the Count off. But of course, the Count wasn't such an easy target. Leave? You wish for me to leave? The Count's eyes were taunting, as if the notion was hilarious. Then prove you have the ability to remove me. The worm immediately charged. It opened its massive mouth, lined with tens of rows of teeth, and slammed towards the Count. It was a god itself. It was a true ancient, unlike the Uruk. When it moved, the entire earth responded. The Count was entrapped in a cage of rock, and as the massive beast approached, the remnants of the Gehenna tribe behind him froze in fear. That worm, they had never seen it before, but they knew its identity. It was called the Sentinel, and it managed the safety of a large portion of the jungle. It was said that the Sentinel never showed itself unless it was absolutely necessary, and anyone who had seen it was already dead. Such a being was credited with the deaths of several powerful ancients. Since it was here, didn't that mean everyone was going to die? The Gehenna tribe was forced to watch without any ability to do anything, as their greatest enemy became the only wall that saved them from death. They were forced to realize that they were going to die no matter what happened. But, truly, they'd rather die to an ancient than the Count. The scene of two great beings colliding was meant to be a grand one. It was meant to cause great damage and be a battle among battles, a tale that would be passed down for generations. Such a thing never took place. The instant the Sentinel approached the Count, he put his hand out. It was tiny compared to the beast, like a grain of sand in front of the ocean. But that single grain of sand, the instant the Sentinel came close enough to devour the Count, that single hand became its nightmare. The Gehenna people didn't even see what happened. In 1 second, the two gods created a scene that could be immortalized in history. And in the next, the Sentinel's body was a collection of meat chunks flying through the air. Like a car hitting a wall at 300 miles per hour, the Sentinel splattered in 3 directions, leaving everything behind the Count untouched. Once again, his germophobia showed itself, and as he turned around, his image in the eyes of the Gehenna people became far more terrifying. Now, then, he smiled as if nothing happened, looking at the Saintess. Shall we return to our conversation? Chapter 1482 Crown. Chapter 1482 Crown 1. Every step Talia took towards the Pantheon became heavier after a certain point in time. She felt a sinking feeling in her heart, as if she was going to lose something important, but she had no way to identify the nature of those feelings. Unlike Damien, she didn't even know there was an extinction-level event happening for the Gehenna tribe right now. Since she was young, she'd been told she was the Saintess' successor. Her position had been decided at birth. She was chosen by the spirits. Talia never understood why. She was definitely more talented than most people, but she wasn't fit to lead the tribe. She was a hunter. That was her calling. She always took the things she heard about her future as the saintess with a grain of salt, barely believing she would ever actually get raised to that point. But it happened. She arrived here quite confidently because that was the mentality she held when going into anything and everything. But in reality, it was just now setting in the kind of responsibility that was being placed on her shoulders. Was she ready for it? I'm not. She wasn't even close to being prepared to lead the entire tribe. She'd shadowed the saintess for years and knew exactly how much she had to do to keep the tribe stable. There were many threats that only the saintess could deal with, things that threatened the tribe that the tribe's people didn't even know about. She wasn't mature enough, nor was she stable enough in her own self to take the position that she was destined for. Still, she pushed down the uncomfortable feeling in her chest. No matter what it stemmed from, what was ahead of her was more important. The second she entered that building, everything would change. She wouldn't be able to live whimsically anymore. She would willingly be trapping herself in a cage. But that cage is the one I have chosen. She was a free-spirited person, so it was a hard decision to make, but she always knew the answer deep down. She cared about the tribe more than anything else. For the tribe, she was willing to do anything. She may have been able to achieve the position of great hunter easily and gain the respect of everyone. But if she wanted to bring her ambitions to reality, the saintess role was her only choice. If she wanted to bring the Gehenna tribe as high as she envisioned it and introduce them to the wider world she saw through Damien and his peers, she needed the appropriate status. Therefore, her hesitation was nothing but a fleeting feeling. Her overwhelming confidence and the weight of her dreams allowed her to walk forward with pride, entering the pantheon to face her ancestors. Talia believed that she would see a bunch of heroic statues possessing souls, or maybe even the bare spirits of the ancestors themselves. But the pantheon was surprisingly dark and empty, almost as if it had been abandoned for a very long time. The walls were covered in murals, stories of those this pantheon was created to worship. The ceiling was also decorated. However, it was in the image of the highest power, that being who governed all things. The floor looked like it wasn't made of anything at all. Texturally and visually, it was no different from dirt. This was a sort of symbolism, representing humanity's connection with the earth, its ability to create heroes, and its submission under the great cosmos. Despite the beautiful decorations, Talia still didn't see any hint of other presences in her vicinity. Could it be that they have left? She was wrong, but she had no way of knowing that. Ironically, Talia didn't have much experience in the spiritual aspects of life. Her instincts told her to stay where she was. If she left now, the opportunity awaiting her would vanish. She could tell nothing else, and her environment showed no sign of hostility or danger. If she took this as another sort of hunt, she could easily wait as long as she needed to. Patience was a key skill for both a hunter and a leader. Talia had long grown used to waiting hours on end for her prey to show in. Opening. Waiting for her ancestors to acknowledge her was light work. So she stood there for hours, waiting for any sort of response. Unbeknownst to her, those same ancestors she was waiting for had been observing her since the moment she arrived at the pantheon. Her senses are incredible. A man with hulking muscles and shining golden armor spoke, rubbing his chin in respect. Indeed, this saintess is quite different from the others. Another man, his peer, responded. These conversations couldn't be heard by an average being. There were tens of them in the pantheon, sharing opinions as they continued to watch Talia. Many of them were men, great hunters who'd accomplished miraculous feats for both the tribe and Gehenna itself. A majority of the rest were women, saintesses of the previous generations. And unlike the men who were impressed by Talia's qualities as a hunter, they all had furrowed brows and concerned expressions on their faces. It was their job to bestow Talia with her ability. As such, they knew what kind of ability she'd be given. She already possesses a vestige of the past generation's future sight. If her own ability is compounded with that, a certain saintess who lived almost 10 generations ago spoke worriedly. The current trajectory of the tribe, is it good or bad? A fellow saintess finished her thought. They couldn't tell. Whatever Talia became when she finished digesting her inheritance. Whatever was happening in the outside world to provoke such a transformation, there was no way for them to tell whether it would be the tribe's fortune or its ruin. In the end, it is not our duty to decide. We can only grant her the power to persevere and watch over our descendants' journey. The first-generation saintess, the woman who originally allowed the Gehenna tribe to form a connection with the Gehenna and become what it was today, she was the one who said those words. And the others had no choice but to agree. The fate of a Gehenna saintess could be extremely cruel. They'd experienced it personally. However, if a saintess was able to persevere through that cruelty and come out the other side stronger, only one thing needed to be said. There's a reason the Gehenna tribe was once the ruler of the sacred jungle. Talia naturally didn't know any of this was happening. She was still waiting for some sort of reaction from the Pantheon. She had yet to realize that something inside of her was already changing. As the saintesses of past generations blessed her qualities as a saintess, and as the great hunters of past generations blessed her qualities as a warrior, a massive transformation started taking root in Talia's body. A power like nothing the Gehenna tribe had ever seen started to bloom. It was not a power meant to protect like most others had been, nor was it a power to foresee like the current saintess had. No, it was a power that showed only one future for the tribe Talia would come to rule. Conquest. Chapter 1483 Crown. Chapter 1483 Crown 2 Conquest. It was a theme quite prevalent in Gehenna right now, though it was on a completely different scale depending on who was experiencing it. For the younger generations other than Talia, this theme was relatively muted. They were being given inheritances that would strengthen them, but none of them could notice the subtle nuances behind the specific inheritances they were granted. For Talia herself, it was something mystical, a sort of destiny that would be decided by her hands. And for Damien, it was at a scale nobody here could replicate. With the mist as his guide, Damien went on a journey to find the crown that existed in this realm. The mist wouldn't tell him anything about it, but from what he could gather, the crown would be just as important to him as the mist itself, which, when remembering that the mist was one of the 6 concepts of existence, was truly telling. The crown was hidden deep within Gehenna, at a place none could reach. The mist around there was so thick, it was almost solid. The crown had existed in Gehenna for a very long time. In a certain sense, it was the source of Gehenna's mystical nature. It had been unguarded and untouched because Gehenna itself was only open to those who had already become ethereal beings. However, when the Gehenna tribe managed to form a connection to the realm, things changed. The mist was here from the start. The mist was an omnipresent entity that existed everywhere and in everything. It was one layer of the fabric of existence, and it could observe all things. It noticed the crown's presence long ago and had been carefully watching over it. But when Gehenna became connected to the real plane in the sacred abyss universe, at that, the mist couldn't sit still. It started to maintain a more physical presence in this realm that both inhibited people aiming for the crown and gave it the ability to communicate with living beings. Its first goal had been accomplished thoroughly thus far, but its second was only fulfilled when Damien appeared. And, whether it was coincidence or destiny, Damien was the man who was fated to wear that crown. The mist was able to alter reality itself to control those within the realm. Around where the crown was located, anyone who got close would be turned around, their souls completely forgetting the existence of such a location. No matter what, the mist couldn't directly interfere with reality. So this was the extent of it, but it was surprising the number of people and spirits that had been brainwashed by this place. When Damien arrived there, on the other hand, he was completely fine. He was now the owner of that mist. He couldn't control it unless it allowed him to, but he would not be affected by its mystery any longer. Surprisingly enough, as the mist itself cleared, Damien found that he was in the same place he started. In front of him was a path that led to nowhere, while behind him was an arch that led to a very familiar plaza. "It's over there?" Damien asked Riley. The mist gave him a positive response, of course. This destiny stuff is really... If he had chosen to move in the opposite direction when he first arrived in this realm, what would have happened? It was pointless to think about it, but Damien was curious regardless. As he walked that path, he was tempted to think about cause and effect, about the actions he took in the past, and how reality itself would have shifted if he had chosen another route. Causality was a strange thing Damien didn't quite understand. Destiny was the same. He always felt like he was someone who forged his own path. A path as twisted as him couldn't be forged by anyone else. However, at several times throughout his life, he felt like he was being led by some strange force. To a certain point, it could be described by his own actions. After all, he did influence reality from the void for a period of time after the war ended. His father also played a part in it. Like the legacies left on Death Emperor Star, Dante had planted several things in the lower universe for the purpose of Damien's quick growth. But that still wasn't enough to explain it all, especially when he came to the heavenly world. The instinctive feeling that parts of his path were being altered by something greater never left him, and he was hard-pressed to ignore that feeling. What was he supposed to do about it, though? There was no way for him to find out whether his feeling was true or not. He could only continue on his path and believe in himself. As long as he was confident in his actions, they were his own. And he was confident as he entered the vicinity of the crown. This area was similar to the one he started in. It was also a plaza with an organized look. It was surrounded by statues as well, but these were statues of men, monsters, gods, and demons. In the middle of the plaza wasn't a foundation, but a pedestal that seemed somewhat mundane compared to its position. Damien didn't say anything as he approached it. The crown had a specific aura around it. To Damien, it felt extremely familiar, yet extremely far away. When he got within a few feet of it, he started to hear indistinct whispering. He couldn't make out any of the words. The language seemed unfamiliar as well. There was one thing he caught, though: the crown of Reles. In other words, the Emperor's crown. Its name resounded in his head, a grandiose imagery accompanying it. But when he approached close enough to see it, it looked quite dull. It's incomplete. The crown was covered in wear. It looked like it was made of wood, but when Damien picked it up, he could obviously feel that it was metal. It didn't seem too ornate, but it also seemed like it was meant to be ornate at some point. It looked like somebody had stopped halfway through its creation and left it to rot in a corner. Yet, as the cool metal touched Damien's hands, he felt an immediate connection with it. This crown is not as it seems. He raised it above his head slowly. Imperceptibly, the surrounding statues turned their heads to watch him. Damien slowly lowered the crown until he was wearing it, and as he let his energy calmly circulate through his body, the crown came alive. It aggressively sucked up energy of any kind, with a particular preference towards void energy. Damien gritted his teeth as he coped with the sudden change. He allowed the crown to do as it pleased. However, he also maintained control over his mana, disallowing it from going too crazy. Energy boomed into the surroundings as the crown's consumption got higher. The crown itself began to glow, the debris on its surface melting away to reveal its true luster. Damien's eyes were wide open, but they were not the color of amethyst purple that had come to be known and loved. No, Damien's eyes were like galaxies, shining with the light of billions of suns. Chapter 1484 Crown. Chapter 1484 Crown 3. What did Damien see? As his eyes began to resemble true celestial entities, what did he experience? The truth was, it couldn't be described in just a few words. What Damien saw, in essence, was reality. In the past, he once had the chance to gaze at existence through the lens of the void. This time, he was able to see reality from the lens of existence. It didn't seem like there was much of a difference between these things, but it was actually quite significant. After all, existence was quite a few steps below the void, even if it was directly under it in the cosmic hierarchy. Damien also didn't have the ability to change anything this time. He wasn't able to maneuver himself and see specific events or change the way ordained events took place. He could only watch as he was being shown. It was a completely different kind of experience. Damien wasn't the one in control this time, so the things he was being shown weren't what he wanted to see, but they still had their own particular order. Damien saw the birth of planets, the birth of stars, the birth of galaxies, and the birth of universes. Just the same, he saw their deaths. The life cycle of a cosmos was similar to the life cycle of a human in many ways. However, there was something special about the images Damien was being shown aside from that. It wasn't a true material feeling, but something from the depths of his heart. Damien had never seen these galaxies or universes before. None of them looked similar to the true void universe he was used to. Still, he felt a connection to each and every one of them. The experience was similar to when he first became a celestial, as if his existence had become bigger than itself. But what did those images mean? To begin with, the Emperor's crown wasn't a treasure. It didn't have an ability, and it didn't necessarily empower Damien in any way. When its wear and rust peeled off, revealing the beautiful pentacolor shine of the crown's true appearance, it didn't do anything special or cause any sort of scene outside of the change in Damien's eyes. The crown had 7 main jewel slots. 6 of them were lined up side by side, circling the entire crown, while the 7th sat above them. Currently, only 3 of the jewel slots were filled. The jewels themselves couldn't be easily identified, as they weren't jewels that existed in reality, but they shone beautifully, each in their own unique color, and truly made the crown whole. However, the presence of the 4 missing jewels was definitely felt when one looked at it. The Emperor's crown was meant to be worn by the one who could possess all 7 jewels. And these jewel slots, at least according to what Damien could glean, were reserved for the concepts of existence. The 3 that he already had, order, harmony, and mist, manifested in their own images, setting themselves in the crown the instant they recognized it. When Damien found the other 3 concepts of existence, the bottom row of the crown's jewels would surely be filled. But what about the last one? As Damien traveled through all of existence under the crown's guidance, he had to wonder what that last jewel was. He had to wonder what he didn't know yet. At this point in life, Damien had become so incredibly powerful that it was rarer to find something he couldn't infer on his own than something he could. Most of reality's truths had been revealed to him in the various encounters he'd had in the past, which inevitably caused his spirit of adventure to dim. What more was there for him to do but grow into his power? That was how he thought before he entered this place and found the Gehenna tribe. He'd been going through the motions, living with only his goals in mind. As a result, he neglected some more emotional aspects of life. He wasn't unaware of this change in his behavior, but he allowed it to happen because he believed it was necessary. He had to become powerful again, and he had to regain the status he held in the lower universe. Otherwise, how could he possibly focus on other things with peace of mind? The threats he faced were simply too big, so big that even he had difficulty imagining them at first. He didn't have time to enjoy himself. He held himself to that belief until recently, but as he stared into the starry sky of the Sacred Abyss universe, his thoughts began to change. As he spent time with the Gehenna tribe, learning their culture and fully immersing himself in their lives, he found that there were indeed things he still didn't know and things for him to enjoy. They were just so small that he'd forgotten to look back at them when his power got so immense. Existence didn't just encompass the larger things. It wasn't just a grand concept that had implications beyond what anyone could imagine. Existence was the greatest of gods, the peak of all peaks. But it was just as much the life of a common farmer and the techniques he used to make sure he could earn his family a happy life. The crown helped Damien understand himself. It showed him the things he wanted to see. Only, it didn't show him directly at all. Instead, it analyzed his subconscious, judging his worth. The crown of Release. It was called the Emperor's crown because only such an existence could bear its weight. And as it accepted Damien as its owner, it allowed him to view those same images more clearly. It showed him the deepest desires in his heart. Visions of the future, visions of the present, and even recollections of the long-forgotten past flew by Damien's eyes in rapid bursts. And among them, a strange four-dimensional space, a tesseract. It was a microcosm of existence, yet a reality of its own. It was a place where the common laws of nature simply didn't exist, a place where the average man was never meant to go. However, within this tesseract, there was indeed a man that Damien recognized very well. His eyes widened. His heartbeat sped up. At that exact moment, the images he saw changed. Like a camera zooming out, Damien's sight was thrown out of the tesseract and into its vicinity. His field of view continued to expand. What was once a nondescript scenery suddenly became a location Damien was able to recognize. And as he put his everything into remembering the images he was seeing, he gained certainty on what exactly that place was. It was something he'd been looking for. He didn't think he'd be able to find its location easily, and he definitely didn't expect it to appear in front of him like this. It was the source of most of his worries, and the exact goal he was currently working towards. There was no doubt about it. That place was the Celestial Prison. Chapter 1485 Crown. Chapter 1485 Crown 4. What did it mean to rule? To be a leader, to be responsible for the lives of countless people. What did that feel like? To some, it was intoxicating. Such power to view others as ants was exactly the goal of a large portion of people. And though they were considered leaders, they did not lead. They used their power to fuel their own selfish desires while those under them suffered. Naturally, they were not true rulers. An emperor would only ever be as good as his empire. What was the use of an emperor when the people were all dead or impoverished? What proper qualities of a leader did such an emperor possess? Perhaps they were domineering. Perhaps they had the arrogance of a leader that would allow them to make great strides in negotiations with foreign powers, but none of that mattered. When Talia was asked what it meant to rule, she answered simply. She'd seen the saintess work hard for the people. She'd seen the elderly woman suffer in ways nobody her age should have suffered so that her people could thrive. She understood sacrifice, and she understood honor. To her, a ruler was somebody who could maintain prosperity for their people. She did not want the Gehenna tribe to live as the weakest force in the sacred jungle. She didn't want them to suffer for the sake of food, always wary of the ancients who might one day think of them as prey. She wanted to give them better lives where they could live safely and enjoy serenity whenever they wanted to. She wanted to give them a life where they would never have to suffer again. So what did it mean to rule? It meant having the loyalty of the people. It meant having a strong heart that could stand against any threat. It meant truly becoming one with the body one governed. At first, Talia didn't consider herself a ruler. Talia was extremely devoted to her tribe. That was a well-known fact. In terms of the aspects most people usually ignored, she knew she'd excel. But she never believed herself powerful enough to achieve her ambitions. No matter how she looked at it, it was impossible for her to become someone capable of ruling the sacred jungle or even escaping it. Actually, Damien was the one who inadvertently helped her out of that mindset. What he showed her was power achieved through hard work and effort. What he showed her was a will that transcended such petty doubts. When she went to see him that fateful day in the jungle, she asked him what he did for power, what power did for him, and most importantly, how he became a monster. His answer was simpler than she expected. It wasn't something grand or philosophical. It wasn't a hypothetical that really didn't answer anything at all. He told her clearly, power would change her. But as long as she remained comfortable in that change, it didn't matter what she ended up as. As long as her people could thrive, it didn't matter what she had to do. She realized then that she was willing to make the sacrifice. She was willing to give up everything for their sake. So when she came to the Pantheon, while she did enter somewhat fearfully, it was completely gone by the time a few hours had passed. Talia sat on the floor in a meditative posture. She'd been sitting like this for a while after realizing nothing would happen if she continued to tire herself out by keeping her guard up. She closed her eyes and thought over the qualities she possessed, the qualities she needed to improve upon, and a realistic plan for the future development of the tribe. She inadvertently found herself in possession of a ruler's mindset, and once she realized it, she stopped doubting herself entirely. She accepted her destiny. She accepted her role. Truly, that was all she needed to do. Unlike Damien, She walked a path that was watched over by countless beings who only wanted the best for her and her people. All she needed to do was express her willingness and show them that she was ready, and they'd support her to the fullest of their capabilities. It wasn't just Damien being crowned today. There were two enthronements taking place, only on two completely different scales. For Damien, it was an enthronement that really only served as ceremony. The position he was trying to claim was out of reach, and at most, his crown merely gave him the qualifications to fight for that position. However, for Talia, this was everything. A crown began to form on her head. The current saintess had a feathered crown. She was gentle and reserved, quietly working for her clan. Talia's path wouldn't be anything close to hers. As Talia's crown formed, a wave of gas spread through the incorporeal spirits who watched her enthronement. It was pure black iron. The crown was etched with a domineering pattern with countless grooves, as if each and every one was to be filled with the blood of her enemies. It was spiked in 4 directions, almost as if it was meant to be used as a weapon. The metallic blackness that was almost a darker shade of gray gave off an aura of icy indifference. It made one wonder if seeing it was a sign of death or prosperity. The crown was not covered in jewels. It wasn't extravagant at all. It was definitely muted, but not in a way that symbolized peace like the current saint's crown. Talia's crown was one of an iron-blooded empress. It was a crown that prophesied her tumultuous future. It made the worry of her ancestors exceed its previous high by a large margin. But when it found its place atop her head, Talia felt strangely comforted. She could also see it, her destiny. The crown didn't hide anything from her. It made very clear exactly what Talia would be faced with as she moved through life. If she couldn't handle the adversity, then she needed to forfeit her position now. That was the message it gave her, and she rightfully ignored it. If adversity was enough to bring her down, she would have died a long time ago. She didn't live the brutal life of a hunter, the only position in the tribe where death was common, for fun and games. She was prepared for this day. She would not give it all up just because it would be difficult. That was the clarification the world needed. That was the mentality Gehenna needed to see. And as it gave its approval of her worth, as her ancestors funneled their power into her, Talia started to feel something budding inside of her. It was different from Barak, different from the way it was stored too, but it also seemed like some sort of energy container. This entity was extremely connected to her. While she didn't understand the concept, it had made itself one with her core, binding with her soul. It was her saintess ability, and it manifested in her head as a single word: domination. Chapter 1486 Wrath. Chapter 1486 Wrath. 1. Gehenna didn't have a pattern for when it appeared. It would show itself to the world when it was needed, otherwise hiding away where it was meant to be. Gehenna and the real world weren't supposed to have any interaction in the first place. But since they become connected, Gehenna had become inextricably tied to destiny. Sometimes, generations could pass without any sign of it. Of course, the saintess would always come in contact with it somehow, but for a majority of the saintesses, Gehenna appeared in their minds, not in person. They were granted power in their sleep, blessed by the real secretly. But this time, Gehenna appeared. It came specifically for the 2 enthronements that were taking place within its borders right now. Damien was enlightened by the crown of Reles. He was able to understand its purpose, and as he was shown the location of the celestial prison, his mood became extremity calm, almost disturbingly so. On the other side, Talia's crown formed and put the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. She felt fulfilled, as if she'd finally found her truth in this world. The 2 of them had accomplished what they needed to do in this place. They'd both met the objects of their destinies. Therefore, Gehenna had no more purpose in the real world. Whether it was coincidence or something planned by the mystical forces of this realm, the lesser geniuses who entered the realm also finished digesting their inheritances around the same time. That was why, as soon as Damien and Talia stood up, their eyes and minds clear and their crowns proudly displayed on their heads, Gehenna began to change. It was time for those geniuses to return to the real world. It was time for them to see the state of the Gehenna tribe. Blood. There was so much of it. The Saintess had never seen so much blood before, not in real life at least. But she'd seen it endlessly in her dreams. She'd seen it, but regardless of what she did, she couldn't change it. What did she have done? She had no fighting power. Her power only allowed her to see things other people couldn't see. She didn't have the ability to fight, nor did she have the ability to protect. She'd managed thus far, because she was destined to reach this point, but she didn't believe it would last much longer. She absolutely believed in destiny. How could she not? Ever since she was a young child, she'd been seeing visions of the future. There wasn't a single time when those visions didn't come true. Even when the Uruk came the first time and killed so many of the tribespeople, she knew it was coming. Back then, she was younger. Even though she'd been the Saintess for a few decades already, she still maintained hope that she could change things. And she tried. She did everything in her power and used all of the tribe's resources to try and save them. But still, the Uruk came and killed. The tribe managed to survive, but it still lost some of its best hunters, including Talia's parents. That was when she lost all hope. No matter what she did, it was impossible to change the future she saw. The ongoing events only made her more hopeless. Saintess, what's wrong? That putrid creature spoke again. He was the reason for all of this. His petty greed was the reason why all of her tribe's warriors were dead. The entire 250-man group that took up arms to protect their families was lying on the ground as nothing more than bloody puddles. And the Count didn't even touch them once. He was a germaphobe, after all. If one asked how they died, however, nobody would be able to answer. They just died. It was like the world itself wanted them gone. The Count refused to kill those he considered lesser beings. That was indeed his code, and it was indeed the reason why people like Cairo and Kaisa were always around him. But when Cairo and Kaisa were both gone, naturally, the moment would come when such a situation arose, and the Count was long prepared for it. His method was simple. If he did want someone dead, he just needed someone else to kill for him. Cairo and Kaisa were his attendants. They didn't just take care of the trash, they also had their own jobs they'd have to do at times. Whenever he went on an excursion, the Count genuinely kept a third person around him, a true shadow guard, whose existence was quite literally only for the purpose of killing ants. It was an inefficient method at its core, but it was also the easiest and most abusive, which was always the path Count Varix would choose over any other. The 50 hunters who managed to survive until the end all died before they knew what happened. As their bodies dropped to the ground, the Count approached the Saintess with the same smile on his face. Come on now, don't glare at me like that. Maybe a few decades ago it would have done something to me, but you've gotten a bit old now, haven't you? He really didn't care. He didn't care about the hatred in her heart or the grief she felt about the deaths she'd witnessed. He didn't care about the people he'd killed, nor did he care about the ones hiding away in the village. He was here for one thing, and by now, he was well aware that the Saintess had no plans of giving it to him. What's the point? He asked. The Saintess didn't reply for obvious reasons, but he continued talking anyway. I really don't understand your hesitation, but that's not what I'm asking right now. Rather, what's the point of me being here if you won't give me anything? He needed to find Gehenna. The Saintess was the shortest path there, but if she didn't cave, he didn't have the patience to force her. You know, I can find that place on my own if I really try hard enough. I thought I could get a pass from you and be on my way, but now I feel like I've done all this work for nothing. Isn't that a shame? A shame? A shame? That's how he considered all this slaughter and bloodshed. In the end, to him, it was just a shame that he wasted his time. The Saintess was boiling over with so much rage that her face was turning red. But again, there was nothing she could do as he approached closer and closer, until he was standing right in front of her. Saintess, you know what comes next, don't you? The Saintess closed her eyes and turned her head to the sky. She knew. She'd seen this time many times before. Then, the Count grinned. Let's get it over with. Unlike her people, the Saintess was someone worthy. And since she refused to cooperate, since she had no use to him, the Count raised his hand, and in one swift motion he impaled his arm through her heart, holding it in his hand as it protruded out of her back. The Saintess coughed up a mouthful of blood, which the Count proceeded to gleefully lick off his cheek. And as they stood in silence, almost frozen in time, space shook. Gehenna really was a cruel mistress. It was at a moment like this, just a moment too late, when it decided to return them to the world. And the first thing both Damien and Talia saw was that. The scene of the Saintess' pointless death. Chapter 14, 87 Wrath. What were they expecting? It certainly wasn't this. Of all things they could return to, the corpses of their warriors and the sight of their Saintess with her heart in the hands of a man they'd never seen before was not what they expected in the slightest. And how were they to react? For most of them, the only answer was shock. Those other than Damien and Talia were shocked into a stupor. The instant they appeared in the world, their bodies froze and their minds did as well. There was nothing that could be done to snap them out of this state. Until they could accept the scene before them, they would remain frozen. There was no sound. The atmosphere was eerily silent as the Count processed the situation and the geniuses tried to regain their wits. That only made it worse, because everyone was forced to listen to the Saintess' blood as it poured out of her chest and made impact with the ground. Still, not everyone was frozen so thoroughly. Talia was definitely petrified at the start. She couldn't easily comprehend the scene. After all, she had no knowledge of the happenings of the outside world. She didn't even know there was danger approaching until she exited Gehenna to this carnage. It was natural that she couldn't accept it. But more than anything, what she couldn't believe was the sight of the Saintess before her eyes. She knew how it usually went. No two Saintesses could live in the same generation. Once one was crowned, the last would lose their power and slowly pass away. This wasn't slow at all. This was murder. The murder of the main parental figure she'd had in her life since the day her parents died. Talia felt the exact emotions one would expect of her. It was a huge bundle of negativity and grief that clouded her mind and made her want to recklessly charge at the enemy ahead. However, the crown she wore pulsed, calming her emotions. She had to accept it. The Saintess was dead, and the tribe was facing a calamity. She was the new Saintess, effective immediately, and before she could grieve, she had to find a way to save her people. Talia's eyes dulled. She shut off all emotion and extraneous thought. She could only look at the bigger picture. She was not allowed to grieve or panic. Just like her predecessor before her, she had to suffer for the sake of the tribe. But Damien didn't. Damien's first thought was I was too late. He knew the Count was coming. He thought that as long as he moved as fast as possible, he'd be able to save them. He didn't move fast. He didn't play around at all or spend any time exploring the parts of Gehenna he didn't need to. Eastern fantasy, he did everything he could. Yet he'd arrived too late. With an injury like that, Damien could not heal her. Unlike him, the Saintess was close to a regular human, especially in offensive and defensive capabilities. The second her heart was removed, her fate was set. Was there any way to save her? There isn't. If there was, she wouldn't have done so much to make sure he didn't find out about the danger until after he was already in Gehenna. Then, what was he supposed to feel now? Damien couldn't tell. He'd gotten close to the Gehenna tribe, but due to the Saintess' machinations, he couldn't feel the same emotions for them as he felt towards his own people. That was supposed to make him unwillingly indifferent to a scene like this, right? Wrong. It made him even angrier, because he understood how much care went into the Saintess' actions. She didn't need to do that. Damien was just a guest. He had fate with Gehenna, sure, but the Gehenna tribe had no reason to welcome him. He was just an outsider, after all. In the end, his presence was not a benefit to their society. Yet, what had the Gehenna tribe been but welcoming since his arrival? Even when they doubted him, when did they ever treat him poorly? They were an unreasonably kind people, a kind of people that simply didn't exist in the world today. Damien knew that kindness was a sin. However, he couldn't help but respect those who'd managed to somehow preserve it. When even those people were swallowed by the greed and vice of the world, the immutable rage in his chest wasn't a laughing matter at all. The Emperor's crown that he possessed didn't have many effects in the short term. It was currently in an unsummoned state, but it was eternally existing atop Damien's head in a dimension nobody could sense or measure. And as long as it was there, Damien would never experience setbacks or rejection from laws, regardless of where he was. The instant he returned to the sacred abyss universe, its laws stopped resisting him. And the instant its laws stopped resisting him, he comprehended them instantly. He didn't need time to sit and comprehend them when he'd personally experienced them for over a year. All he needed was permission from the cosmos itself for those comprehensions to enter his soul. He had it now. That influx of power combined with the emotion burning in his heart, needless to say, it was nothing good. Damien stepped forward. He looked back at Talia, who was still shaking, but whose eyes were slowly becoming more grounded. And he turned back to the Count. Count Varix grinned. "Are these the returnees?" He glanced at the Saintess' dying self mockingly. "It seems my goal has come to me before I had to go chasing it. Isn't that wonderful?" The Saintess glared at him with every ounce of emotion she could muster. She knew she was dying. She knew she wouldn't last long. This was the moment her prophecies ended at. She couldn't see further than this, not because there was nothing else, but because she was destined to die here. She prepared for it. Lightsville, she'd been ready for it. However, as she turned her head and saw the pitiful appearances of her young geniuses, she felt a pang in her heart. She really didn't want to go. She didn't want to leave the tribe alone at this critical moment. But she had no choice but to entrust everything to Talia. As she felt her final breaths approaching, the Saintess turned to Damien, a weak smile on her face. One word. She had one word. Run. With that one word, she tried to warn him. And that only made him angrier. Damien took a deep breath. I've held it in for a long time. Rage, anguish, negative emotion in general, he'd been containing too much of it within him. But he couldn't keep it in any longer. When he looked at the Count, the only thing he saw was someone who needed to die by his hands. There was no need for conversation with someone like that. There was no need for negotiation. Damien's instincts kicked in, and he instantly disappeared. In the next moment, the sacred jungle was torn to shreds. A battle of untold proportions had begun. Chapter 1488 Wrath. Chapter 1488 Wrath 3. The Count was not anywhere near the strongest of the gods who ruled the sacred abyss universe. He was not even the strongest among the 32 counts, and above them, there were 16 dukes and 4 grand dukes below the dark god. When he was compared to his peers, Count Varix didn't have much to show aside from his massive ambitions. As such, he wasn't respected by very many people, at least of those who were on the same level as him. He always hated that. But since he was such a twisted person, their animosity only worsened his bad qualities. The Count wanted the crown of Reales for multiple reasons, but none of them were worthy of the crown itself. He wanted to become strong enough to step on his peers. At the end of the day, he was just thirsting for validation. Damien knew that. For some reason, as he looked at the Count, all of the man's habits and behaviors became clear to him. The environment had slowed down as well, not that it mattered. Damien was currently seeing everything in frozen time. He was already blasting towards the Count, and he was teleporting, so there really wasn't much time to be slowed in the first place. Still, he felt like he had more than enough time to analyze the Count before striking him. Have I gotten stronger? He didn't know when. Nothing he had received in Gehenna should have made him stronger. The mist was like a talkative companion, while the crown was more of an invisible aura that would provide no benefit until a certain point. But something like this, why did he feel like the Count would be easy to defeat? Why did he feel like he could absolutely crush this man if he let loose his full strength? Damien was already holding himself back, you know? Even under the suppression of the sacred abyss universe's laws, Damien held himself back so as to not scare off the people of the Gehenna tribe. It had been over a year, even more than that if counting the pseudo-time of Gehenna, since Damien had actually been able to feel the full extent of his power. As for the last time he was able to actually use it, wasn't that back when he fought that homunculus and charged through the Divine Order's territory? He could feel it bubbling inside him now. He could feel the Ananta matrix roaring, infused with a new sense of spirituality it had never possessed before. He held back so the people he cared for in this realm would not be harmed or terrified by his power. But they were dead now. So what was he holding back for? Power was meant to be used. especially if it was to exterminate pests like Count Varix. Saying that the entire sacred jungle was torn to pieces the instant Damien attacked was not an exaggeration. He made multiple moves at once. Firstly, he placed a barrier around Talia and the group of geniuses so that they wouldn't be harmed by the collateral damage of the fight. Secondly, he put a barrier around the village that froze time, just in case there was anybody inside who could be saved. And thirdly, once safety precautions had been taken, he let loose his aura. Boom! The explosive force was massive simply because of the sheer weight of the aura. Damien's power spread in every direction like the sharpest blade in existence, tearing down the trees for several tens of millions of kilometers and killing several tens of thousands of creatures. A massive patch was formed in the sacred jungle, and that was before Damien even reached the Count. Once he did, he attacked again, not giving the Count a single chance to fight back. Boom! A punch landed with a force enough to generate more heat than 1,000 suns. It slammed against the Count's face, cracking his jaw and sending him flying backwards several million kilometers. The Count's eyes immediately turned serious. There was such a being in this remote tribe. He immediately stopped underestimating the enemy when a punch that was thrown without energy to support it managed to injure him. He couldn't sense any sort of godly aura from Damien, but since the man could harm him, he had to be powerful, which meant he also couldn't joke around anymore. The Count raised his mana. BOOM. Damien arrived before he could do anything. His energy acted like a machine. It was already coagulated into an attack before even Damien had a chance to control it, and the instant he arrived, it burst forth. It was an energy close to existence. Far closer to existence than Damien had ever been. The Count wasn't sent flying this time. Instead, he was slammed into the ground, his body creating a crater that only continued to widen as more and more force was thrown into him. His bones shattered, and blood spewed out of his mouth. He roared in pain, his eyes filled with hatred for the man he'd only just seen for the first time. But Damien didn't care. Damien was in a mood to rampage, and his power was supporting him wholeheartedly. Damien's energy was acting different than usual. Right now, it acted as if it had its own sentience, carrying out Damien's will without him even having to provoke it. This is the Mist's doing. He felt the spirituality in the Anunta Matrix a while ago, but he didn't realize the reason until now. When the Mist integrated with his systems, it became like his personal assistant. As it was connected to his mind, body, and soul, it could execute his will with a precision that even he himself couldn't naturally reach. The Mist, in a certain sense, could be considered synonymous with energy itself. Therefore, when it had control, it could do things humans could never imagine no matter how strong they were. With its support, with the Emperor's Crown's support, and with his own power, Damien had finally reached a point where he could kill weaker gods without tricks or schemes. He just had to fight, which in this situation was perfect because he really wanted the Count's blood to drench his hands. Damien dropped his eyes. The Count had sunk almost a kilometer into the ground before he was able to neutralize the force pushing him down. At the moment, he was glaring at Damien like he was his worst enemy, and his malak was filling the crater with ethereal blackness. It didn't matter. It would never matter. You think you can fight? Damien didn't say any words. He merely glanced at the Count with clear mockery oozing from his gaze. His intent could be read clearly. This wouldn't be a fight. Damien wouldn't allow that. This would be a one-sided massacre, and the entirety of the territory the Count ruled would witness it. Count Varix slammed his foot into the ground and shot out of the crater. He was aiming at Damien, his mana prepared to exert a technique that would surely raise countless kilometers of society to the ground. But, again, nobody needed to get their expectations up. Just like the Uruk before him, the Count was just a target in Damien's eyes. And a target that Damien set his sights on could only ever have one fate. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 1489 Wrath. Chapitre 1489 Hat, 4 existences. Damien still couldn't fathom how to properly use it. But in a moment like this, it seemed to fight alongside him, executing the imagination he couldn't access. The mist knew those things that Damien couldn't fathom. Now that he had it, he had gained the creativity necessary to utilize existence as a law. It was a benefit he never expected when he first allowed the semi-sentient entity into his body. Nevertheless, it was great. Really. Boom. Another explosion rang out, but the force didn't come from mana. It came from Count Varix's body, surpassing the speed of light as his body flew out of the crater. He was a god in his own right. He refused to be an easy target for anyone, especially not some random person like Damien. His body disappeared beyond the capability of the human eye. In most cases, this would make him invisible to all perception. Damien wasn't most cases. Damien could easily sense him moving through the folds of reality. Even if he couldn't, he could use the all-seeing eyes to enhance his visual perception until he could see him. Regardless, there was quite literally no way for the Count to escape his sight. Bang! The sound was fast. The Count arrived instantly and cut forth with his arm. Malik flared into the atmosphere and created a massive sword filled with an aura of blood and wrath. This blade was one of the Count's main killing techniques, God-killing blade. For most opponents, this alone was enough to slaughter them. After all, the laws within were no joke. At their height, the moment they came in contact with an opposing aura, they'd infiltrate and corrupt, giving the Count full control over his enemy's body. However, the previous sound didn't come from this. With the God-killing blade in his arms, the Count slashed at Damien's head. Damien hadn't reacted yet, almost as if he couldn't see the Count's movements. However, bang! That was when the sound happened. The Count didn't even see Damien move. He didn't even realize something had happened until he found himself flying high into the sky. The pain came later. Far later. So far later, in fact, that it didn't come until after Damien had already struck him again. Boom! 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 Damien used physical strength alone. With existence supporting him, every impact was amplified 1,000-fold, slamming into Count Varix with the weight of an entire galaxy. The Count was shot further and further into the sky, his body spinning like a rag doll as he lost complete control. The God-killing blade was unsummoned because the Count's mana was thrown into chaos by the strikes. He was left unarmed, and while he was trying to regain control, boom! Damien slammed into him one more time. As his body entered what looked like the stratosphere of this world, he encountered a wall he'd never felt before. Damien grinned. As expected, the invisible walls that separated this territory from everything else. If everything was as normal, these walls would have only restricted him, allowing the Count to move freely since he was a denizen of this world. However, again, the mist allowed Damien to use existence to his advantage. The Count was subjected to the same walls, and as his body went too far into the territory's borders, he slammed into the ceiling with the insane speed he'd gathered from Damien's continuous strikes. His body flattened like a pancake. Blood splattered across the invisible ceiling before raining down to drench the clouds below. Count Varix's body was ruined. Black smoke appeared from his internals and covered him, evidently some kind of healing ability, but it wasn't able to do much. Practically all the blood in his body had been forced out of his pores. His bones were a powder, and his muscles had become no more than a pile of mush that sludged together with his organs to occupy the deflated frame that his skin had become. But the Count wasn't dead yet. Damien could sense his life signs very clearly. That putrid breath that signified the existence of a tainted soul. Damien's eyes narrowed. Come here. He held his arm out, and that thing was forced out of its body. Did you think you could hide? A soul so tainted and evil that it had turned crimson, the soul of Count Varix. It was hidden inside a parasite that inhabited the Count's body. It was a safety mechanism that would allow him to escape even in the worst-case scenarios. However, Damien would not let him leave so easily. He looked at the soul struggling in his hands. It had the Count's image, which made its screaming and squealing a lot of fun to watch. Gehenna is trying to take you. Gehenna only took the worst of the worst. Just what kind of crimes did he commit for such a place to want him? This man was a god. At one point, the Count was someone who ruled over several trillions of beings. He was a being who stood near the peak of existence, the final level of power. However, here he was. He only had the chance to attack once, and even then, he wasn't even close to landing it. Is this what I've become? Damien almost couldn't recognize himself anymore. He thought back to what Talia had asked back then, and he remembered his answer. He didn't become a monster for power. He became a monster so that he could protect and avenge those he cared for. Power was just a medium. My path. Damien took a deep breath. He didn't know why he was doubting himself. Maybe it was because of what the crown of really showed him, or maybe it was the things he saw and the memories of those evil spirits he devoured in Gehenna. Regardless, it was useless. Other people wouldn't become peaceful because he wanted them to. When the other side was willing to commit enough evil to dye his soul in blood, Damien needed to be willing to do the same. Because if he wasn't, he would never be able to defeat them. As long as I keep my line and don't cross it, it doesn't matter how much of a monster I am. He'd learned this same lesson multiple times, but every single time he internalized it and kept it in his heart. This time, he looked at the soul of a murderer, the soul of someone who'd taken away people he cared about and people his friends cared about. And for his own benefit, Devour, that soul entered his body, becoming a part of him. The sins of that murderer became his own, and he accepted them willingly. Damien glanced down at the world below. It was massive, far bigger than he expected it to be, and as the Count's soul became part of his existence, something else entered Damien's body as well. A qualification. No, a deed. It was a mark of ownership that gave him control over the Count's territory. I can conquer this cosmos. No, he could dominate existence. Damien's eyes shined. Domination. Another concept of existence. It had just now come to greet him. Chapter 1490 Aftermath. Chapter 1490 Aftermath. 1. The battle seemed a little short, didn't it? It really did. With existence supporting Damien, the Count was practically fated to die. There was nothing he could have done, and at every turn, nothing worked out for him. His mana didn't listen to him. The atmosphere disallowed him from correcting his stance or balancing himself, and he was always open to Damien's attacks no matter what he did. The battle was indeed short, because Count Varix was turned into a puppet who had no free will of his own. But that didn't mean it was a quiet fight. Damien did an insane amount of damage. It had to be remembered that the releasing of his aura alone raised tens of millions of kilometers of land to the ground. Every time he struck the Count, massive gashes were made in the jungle's ecosystem. Other than Talia and her group, who watched on, the village, from which the surviving villagers were slowly starting to emerge, and Tiamat and Darius, who were just now returning from their battles, nothing was left untouched. Half of the jungle was non-existent at this point, while the other half was barely holding on. When Damien threw Count Varix into the ground and formed that crater, the horrifying tremors in the earth managed to wake most of the ancients who had been slumbering or hibernating while alerting the rest to danger. But it wasn't over yet. Boom! Damien took Count Varix into the sky. The first impact raised the rest of the jungle. The air pressure was truly a weaponized wind that even endangered some of the ancients. The second, third, and fourth impacts only became even more ferocious. The amount of force Damien was using had to be remembered. His own physical force was enough to destroy planets without any supporting energy. When he hit the Count, Damien used that physical force amplified thousands of times by the weight of existence. If he returned to the lower universe with that kind of power, entire galaxies, or maybe even sectors could have been destroyed in the same amount of strikes. What would happen when that force exploded and sent its power in every direction? The devastation spread far past the bounds of the sacred jungle and into the rest of the territory. Earthquakes plagued the citizens, making many houses and buildings collapse. The rushing winds that slammed their way through the lands picked up many a straggler and threw them into the sky. As for the infrastructural damage caused by the winds, it didn't even need to be mentioned. Damien's attacks, while simple in the moment, were catastrophic to those not involved in the battle. It truly was a battle of gods. No, it was more than that. The destruction did happen. Because of Damien's recklessness, the entire territory was almost destroyed. Countless lives were needlessly taken, an offense beyond offenses. When Damien was finished absorbing Count Varix's existence, he looked down at the world and saw the result of his actions. This was not the domination he desired. He did have the desire for conquest. He did want to rule over existence. But he did not want to do so through fear. Just as he did in the sanctuary, he wanted the people to live as they pleased, free to choose any path, whether that be rebellion, servitude, or anything else. Damien did not want to kill for no reason. He didn't want to become like the people he despised, even if he made the decision to become a monster to fight against monsters. At least for the innocent people who had no involvement in his path, he wanted to be something better than a monster. Fix this. He told the mist to take care of it. Their souls were still present in this world, yet to ascend into the wheel of samsara. The mist voiced its hesitation. If it did as he told it to, the repercussions he'd have to face wouldn't be a joke at all. If he wanted to rewrite the world like this, I don't care. Just do it. The concept of domination. Not only was it a concept related to the domination of all things within existence, but also a concept that allowed one to dominate existence itself. Since Damien gave the command with surety, the mist could not deny him. The world began to change. The damaged jungle regrew, and the bodies of those injured or killed in the aftermath were healed back to full health. Their souls found their vessels soon after, and as if nothing had ever happened, the world was reverted to the way it was before the battle. But their memories remained. Damien said he wasn't going to take away their free will, so he allowed them to remember what had occurred, so they could make their own decisions on how to view him. Whether he was a savior or a monster, it's not up to me. Damien took one last glance at the world below. Since the Count is dead, there aren't any other gods in this territory. Tiamat and Darius can handle things for a while. Damien had a few plans in mind, which he used this moment to share with the two who had just returned to the village. And with that, he disappeared from perception. He'd once again acted against causality. As such, he had to bear punishment. But, unlike that time with the homunculus, this time, Damien truly would suffer. The events that had just occurred were truly a shock for any and everyone, including Tiamat and Darius. They had been in the middle of their own battle when it happened. Cairo died at Tiamat's hands, and when the sun finally set, giving Darius access to the moon flame, Kaisa was also taken care of. At the end of the day, her power of twisted darkness came from the emotions in her soul. When Darius used the moon flame that was created to burn the ethereal and specifically target the soul, what more could she do to resist? She was made quick work of, and as Tiamat and Darius prepared to rush back to the village, the entire jungle around them was blown to shreds. They were fine, of course. Damien sensed them and gave them protective barriers as well before he started the fight. However, neither of them had expected Damien's power to have grown so much. They watched the battle in awe. As demigods, they couldn't see it directly, but they could sense it vaguely and interpret what was going on. It was a brutal battle, a true one-sided massacre as Damien intended it to be. They watched as the Count was killed in the most visceral way, where even his soul was forced to eternally suffer. They watched as the destroyed territory around them was brought back to normalcy, and they received Damien's message soon after. It was something along the lines of, "Take care of the rest. I'll be gone for a while." But they knew Damien better than most. They knew that something like what they'd seen at the end was not something he should have been capable of, which meant Tiamat sighed while Darius gritted his teeth. Damien didn't know it, but just as he watched others and noticed the small things, others watched him and did the same. It was things like this. It was the moment when he decided to take on punishment from the heavens themselves, to right his wrongs, when people looked at him and felt the kind of reverence and loyalty they usually felt. It was because of moments like this that his people never viewed him as a monster. And so, as Damien silently sacrificed himself to save those trillions of people who were affected by the battle, they swiftly made their way back to the village. They would accomplish the tasks he'd assigned them, because he was a man worthy of their loyalty and respect. Chapter 1491 Aftermath. Chapter 1491 Aftermath 2. 1,000 years of suffering. That was Damien's punishment. He had to spend a time span that was almost 10 times as long as the life he'd lived in a state of torture. He was locked away in a natural realm made specifically for his punishment. The time in that place was non-existent, so there was no way for him to measure how long he'd been inside once he was there. He just had to sit there and suffer. Physical punishment, mental punishment, torture of the soul. Damien had 1,000 years to experience it all, but nobody would ever know. He would return to reality not long after he left, and nobody would ever understand the kind of pain he went through. Still, 1,000 years was quite a long time, and with it, Damien was able to somewhat improve on the things he had. Of course, it was difficult to do so while he was in extreme pain, but in the instances of respite he found over that millennium, he relentlessly meditated and practiced. The jewel representing the concept of domination appeared in the Emperor's crown. It, originally, was meant to dominate the concept of existence. However, it did have a relationship with the true definition of its name. With domination and mist, Damien gained most of what he'd been wanting for a while now. Damien could now control existence to an alarming degree. The only thing left was to find the last two concepts and truly complete his law. But there were things to be done before he could do that. Honestly, 1,000 years of silence was something Damien needed. He didn't need to stress about his thoughts, because he knew that he would be stuck in the darkness for a long while more. Damien now knew the location of the Celestial Prison. He knew how to get there from the Stria clan's territory. And it was quite coincidental, but as he was shown the Celestial Prison, the Emperor's crown accidentally showed him information about the Stria clan's forces as well. It was hard to find time to think, but the time eventually did come, and Damien used it to the best of his abilities to create a roadmap for both his and Void Palace's future path. The pain was torturous. No matter how much agony Damien had experienced in the past, the cosmos could always find a way to make him suffer more. In the Sacred Abyss universe's perception, this was his first offense, so its standards were somewhat skewed. That was why Damien could find time to think and practica. There was no second chance, though. Not here, and not in the true Void universe. If there was a next time, Damien was going to experience something unreal as punishment. Nevertheless, 1,000 years passed in an instant. And about 6 months later, Damien returned to reality. The light in his eyes had dulled a little, but that was it. He had a plan, and he had the power to execute it. He couldn't wait to go back now, because soon it would really begin. Var, a true war against the true Void universe's greatest traitors. It took a long time for life to return to normalcy in Count Varix's, or rather, Damien's territory. For those who didn't know the context of what had happened and experienced what could only be called a glitch in reality, it was somewhat easier. The people wrote it off as some sort of worldwide illusion and continued their lives normally. They had no way to prove those events were real, and they had no basis to believe any one person had actually caused those events. As for the Gehenna tribe, Damien's actions honestly didn't matter much to them. No, it was more that they couldn't really find it in their hearts to react positively. There were so many dead. Damien couldn't save them. They had died before he came to this place. Their souls had already entered the wheel of samsara. If he wanted to save them, he needed to do more than just twist reality. So, while the rest of the world regained their families, the Gehenna tribe was forced to cope with loss. The first 3 months were spent in mourning. The bodies of those who'd passed were gathered and pieced back together before being burned. In a massive fire pit, it was the usual method of cremation the Gehenna tribe used. Through ceremonies like this, they hoped their dead could join their ancestors in Gehenna, living out eternity in peace. There were still a lot of people left in the tribe. There were the women and children, along with those like blacksmiths and elders who had other roles in the village. At the end of the day, while almost half of their people died, they still existed. They could still live on. And they had to, if not for their own sakes, then for the sake of those who died, to give them that chance. Talia had spent the past 6 months learning to lead the tribe from the elders. For 3, she led every funeral ceremony personally, sending every single one of her deceased brothers and sisters away personally. Darius and Tiamat were helping the entire way. They helped the tribe rebuild their homes and gave them the resources to survive in a situation where they didn't have any remaining hunters or battle-ready people in their group. And, according to Damien's plan, they've been trying to convince Talia to take on a position bigger than herself. When Damien came into possession of the territory, he knew he couldn't be the one to lead it. His home was the true Void universe, not the Sacred Abyss universe. He needed someone to take the reins here in his place. And who was better for that task than Talia? To protect the Gehenna tribe and to make sure they wouldn't be challenged in the future, to assure that someone trustworthy was ruling the territory in his place, and to honor the Saintess who'd protected him in her own way. Damien wanted Talia to take control of this territory. But Talia herself seemed hesitant. As long as Darius and Tiamat had been trying to convince her, she'd been shutting out their words. For the most part, she didn't allow them to try. She was busy with her duties, so it couldn't be helped that she felt swamped. The problem was more that she didn't seem receptive for other reasons. Was she running from an opportunity? Did she have some sort of problem? The two of them had no way to find out because she would not open up to them. Her eyes had dulled ever since that day. No matter how much time passed, the light in her eyes never returned to the way it was before. As of now, there was only one way to find out what was holding Talia back. There was only one way to see what was going on in his mind. Damien needed to return, now that his punishment had ended and it was time for him to come back. Maybe, just maybe, the darkness that had been growing in Talia's heart could be cleared. Chapter 1492 Aftermath. Chapter 1492 Aftermath. 3. 6 months without Damien. To Tiamat, it was normal. Damien had a habit of disappearing for long stretches of time here and there when he ended up in situations beyond his control. Darius was less used to this as he'd spent less time with his brother. However, he'd heard the stories and knew Damien would come back fine. As for the Gehenna tribe, it was a bit different. For the most part, they didn't know how to view him anymore. They didn't hate him. Emotional instincts pushed them to antagonize him, since he revived so many people, but the ones who died fighting to protect the tribe were left dead. However, their rational minds allowed them to push back that instinct. Damien killed a god for their sakes. If he had the ability to bring their people back to life, he would have done it. As such, the dilemma in their mind became less about whether they should view Damien positively or negatively and more about how they should treat him from now on. They all saw what he did. They all witnessed his actions that were practically those of an almighty being. Did they have to treat him like a god now? Did they have to view him with reverence? It felt strange since they'd been interacting with him in such a friendly manner until now. But at the same time, it only felt right when the gap between them was taken into account. Still, as Damien didn't return, this question slowly left everyone's minds. The traumatic experiences they'd gone through were still fresh in their minds, but they still had to move on. That was life. So when Damien finally did come back, and that question was brought back to their attention, they were once again stumped. Damien really did return as if nothing happened. The 1,000 years he spent in agony were his alone to bear. They were, at the end of the day, a valid punishment for his actions. He didn't need pity or respect because he got punished for correcting his mistakes. Therefore, whether it was Tiamat or Talia, Damien had no plans of telling anyone what happened. As he entered the tribe's territory 6 months after everything went down, he found an atmosphere that was still solemn. The number of people in the village had gone down considerably. They were still somewhat plentiful, and their daily lives were relatively normal, but nobody could ignore the loss of those people. There was now a massive stone monument at the center of the village dedicated to those who protected them. And, unlike the generations before her, the deceased saintess had a statue of her own, a show of respect by the people she once ruled. The new saintess, Talia, was different than most of those who came before her. She spent most of her time learning how to lead the tribe from the elders, but she also acted as the tribe's main hunter bringing in enough resources to help the tribe survive through these harsh times. Of course, Darius and Tiamat helped, but only minimally. Talia hunted because it helped her keep her mind in order. Yes, she was helping the tribe, but she mainly went out because she could only find peace in the jungle. She had a spot just like Damien, and that's where he went to find her. While he didn't have the ability to respond, Tiamat had been sending him updates about the situation over the past half a year, so he was already informed about Talia's attitude towards his proposition. He had no plans of forcing her. If she really didn't want to take on the position he was offering her, he'd find someone else to take it. But before he made that decision, he wanted to talk to her and see what was going on in her mind. He walked up quietly. Unlike his spot, where it was best to go at night, Talia's spot was better in the daytime. It was a peaceful place where one could be free from the dangers of the jungle and purely enjoy the calm. It was a clearing at the edge of a lake, clear and glassy. The red sun above painted it in quite a strange color, but it had its own ambience that definitely felt relaxing. When Talia was here, she could have time alone with her thoughts. That was pretty much the opposite of what she wanted right now, but that was exactly why she went. No matter what was happening, she had to get her mind in order. So she sat at the edge of the lake and stared at her reflection, wondering about many things. She didn't expect to see someone else's face appear in that reflection with hers, but on this day, it did. "I thought you wouldn't invade my private space," she said quietly. "You did it first," Damien responded as he sat down. Talia looked over at him, her eyes the same as they'd been since that day. "Did you come for the same reason as your friends?" "I'm the one who told them to ask you about that stuff, so what do you think?" Talia sighed. She knew what she wanted to do. Logically, there were many pros and cons to Damien's offer that she needed to consider, but she'd gone over most of them on her own. "I don't think the tribe will survive if we're put in the open like that." That was the conclusion she came to. She wanted to bring the tribe up to that point, sure. She wanted them to become more powerful so they could eventually grow out of their current status and become something greater. However, it was too big of a leap to immediately take. "Damien, we are weak," she said straightforwardly. She didn't allow him to speak, but he didn't mind. It seemed she already knew what he was going to ask and say. "I'm glad we have befriended you. I'm glad we have been given this opportunity. But we are too weak to take it. We always have been. Especially now, when our tribe can barely survive in our homeland. How do you expect us to survive out there, in a place where people like you exist?" Damien almost wanted to say something witty, maybe something about how nobody like him existed outside either, but he refrained. Talia was right, after all. He understood her hesitation. Genuinely, the offer he made to her wasn't one she could ever dare to take. It was far too much of a risk. Maybe another Damien didn't exist outside the jungle, but several gods did. And more than the fact that they existed, they are your enemies, are they not? Talia looked straight into his eyes, and Damien had no choice but to tell the truth. "They are." She nodded as if she'd been expecting it. "I am happy to be your ally. However, if your enemies become my enemies, how will my people survive?" They wouldn't. She'd seen it personally the instant she returned from Gehenna. When someone of that level got involved, there was no future for the tribe but extinction. Damien watched her as she spoke. Her hollow eyes, her demeanor that was completely different from the lively self she'd shown him until now. Yes, in a sense, she'd matured into a ruler. But that didn't mean she had to lose herself in her role. And on top of that, you're only looking at things on the surface. Damien swept his hand through the lake's surface, disturbing their reflections. The offer he made was never as simple as just letting Talia become the ruler of this territory. Even he knew that their current strength was pathetic. But there was one thing Talia failed to consider. Damien also wanted the Gehenna tribe to thrive. And with the resources he had in his hands, as long as he could keep them close, he really could help them become something amazing. Chapter 1493 Aftermath. Chapter 1493 Aftermath 4. Talia was different now. The Talia Damien knew was gone. The way she responded to the Saintess' death was severe. She killed all the free will in her body and turned herself into someone who only acted for the benefit of the tribe. Because if she could sacrifice herself and help her people, she would do it without hesitation. It made Damien a bit sad, seeing her current state. He didn't like seeing her without any light behind her eyes. But it's not my job to help her. She didn't want his help. If she did, she wouldn't have acted the way she did. When he was put in this situation, what could he do? At most, he could try to help the tribe and hope that its revival would help Talia gain some of her normal self back as well. Do you want to become a god? He could breach the subject now, because after an incident like that, Talia's worldview wasn't the same as it once was. I can make you one. I can bring the tribe up to that level as well. All you need to do is ask. It was an arrogant thing to say, but it was true. Talia looked away, staring at her reflection again. Frankly, she also didn't know how to act around Damien. Back then, she definitely had some sort of feelings for him, but she always knew it was impossible for them, so she never entertained them. Now, she couldn't feel those feelings even though she knew they existed. So when she looked at Damien, she just felt awkward, especially when he talked about something like godhood. Talia knew what she needed. Along with power, worldview was incredibly important. The knowledge necessary to survive in the world outside the jungle was something she couldn't gain without help from others, and Damien was the perfect person to give it to her. His backing was definitely something she wanted for the tribe. But what's the catch? Nothing in this world was free. You already know the catch. That's hardly a catch. Trust me, it definitely is. The world is massive. The world you'll see if you accept my offer is even bigger. If you really do choose to get involved with it, you will definitely find yourself facing dangers beyond your imagination. My promise is the power and backing to face those dangers. However, even with that, if you and your people don't have the will to accomplish what you've said you want to accomplish, nothing can be done. Talia didn't respond. She had to make a choice. Did she want to live safely but restrict the growth of the tribe? Or did she want to take a risk that could exterminate them, but also had the potential to make them powerful? It wasn't an easy choice to make. It was something she needed to think about deeply, and it was something she needed to talk about with her people. I'll leave you alone to consider everything. Just come see me when you make a decision, and remember, Damien put his hand on her shoulder. I'm always on your side. Whatever you choose, I'll support it to the best of my ability, so make your decision without any pressure. Damien told her his true feelings, and without staying past his welcome, he left her alone. He would now return to the tribe to spend the last few days or weeks he had in the Sacred Abyss universe. Soon, he would have to return to his home to fight his own battle. He could only help them until then, and he could only wait until then. Talia sat staring at her hands. Damien had already been gone for several minutes, but she hadn't left this position. In truth, the worries she voiced were not her main ones. She knew that Damien's support meant the world. She did have pride of her own, and she did want to help the tribe with her own abilities. However, she wasn't going to halt their growth because of those selfish desires. She was tempted to just say yes and give him control over the tribe. But she had a responsibility towards her people. And frankly, she was scared. It had to be remembered that Talia was a village girl. She'd never left the jungle before, and it was the same for most of the tribe's people. To suddenly thrust them into the wider world, and in a position of great power at that. For them, it was absolutely terrifying. Everything would be new. Everything would change. Talia didn't know if they'd be able to adapt properly to the terrifying world outside. And more than that, she was afraid of her own power. Domination. Damien wasn't the only one who gained that power. For Damien, it was the ability to dominate existence, but for Talia, it was the ability to control people. She'd tested the ability already, not on people, but on beasts. And as she'd learned, as long as she desired it, and as long as she had the sufficient ability to do so, she could force anyone to do anything. Talia was afraid of what would happen if her power was allowed to grow. She was afraid she'd become like the Count who'd killed her people for greed and power. She thought back to the conversation she had with Damien, and she thought back to the way she accepted the advantages and disadvantages of power. However, when absolute control was the power in question, she couldn't bring herself to accept her own acceptance. Will it be okay? She didn't know. Will I be okay? She didn't know. There was nothing she knew right now, and that was exactly the problem. Talia couldn't be a risk-taker anymore. She couldn't put her people in danger, because of her ambitions. But wasn't it her job as the saintess to help them thrive? Was it right to hold them back? Was rejecting Damien truly going to hold them back? She held her head in her hands. Her thoughts were getting too chaotic. I really don't know. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't force the tears out of her eyes. Saintess, what do I do? She wasn't ready for this position. She wasn't ready for this responsibility. No matter how much she tried to prepare herself, being forced into power like this was too much for her. I don't want it. The tears came on their own. When she stopped trying to force them out, they flowed freely, wetting her face and falling into the lake below. Saintess, Grandma, she couldn't do it. It was too much. Talia cried her heart out. She wailed because she knew nobody could hear her. Life had been cruel to her. She didn't want to live this cruel life. She wanted it to just be over, so she could sit back and be happy. But was that even something allowed to her anymore? Was that something she could ever do? The problem was never Damien's offer. The problem was the weight on Talia's shoulders, crushing her into the ground and forcing her to die slowly as it killed her. If she couldn't cope with that weight, Talia cried. She cried and cried and cried. And when night finally fell, her tears went dry. Her eyes were back to their dull and indifferent state. The decision she had to make was not about whether she accepted Damien's offer or not. No, what she had to decide now was if she'd fold right here and now, or if she'd persevere through it all. To Talia, who was still too young for life to hit her like this, it was a decision beyond any other, because giving up seemed far too tempting to disregard. Chapter 1494 Decisions. Chapter 1494 Decisions. 1. Everything went fast for the people of the territory from that point forth. For the Gehenna tribe, it was a tense time. That night, Talia pulled herself together. She accepted her role and truly accepted her responsibility. Truly maturing as she wanted to would be a slow process, but what mattered was her choice to persevere. As long as she didn't give up, she'd get to where she wanted to be. That was a foregone conclusion. When Talia returned to the tribe the next morning, she immediately gathered the elders and told them about Damien's proposition. After speaking to them about it, she took it to the rest of the tribe. Everyone deserved to have a say in this. For the most part, they were terrified. They didn't think they were nearly good enough to become rulers above trillions of people. That simply wasn't their role in society. They were just common people, after all. Putting them in an aristocratic position when they had no knowledge or expertise in the role was absolutely not the right choice. The reactions to Talia's proposal were mostly negative, not because the tribe didn't want to grow, but because they wanted to do so slowly. They hadn't even recovered from the calamity they'd just faced. How were they supposed to elevate themselves to the top of society right now? Talia and the elders decided that the matter would be put to vote, so the tribe could decide what the tribe wanted to do. And that vote ended in failure. The majority of the tribe's people said no to the offer. Those who said yes were mainly the younger geniuses who still had the hot-blooded desire to see the wider world. It was decided then and there that the tribe wouldn't accept Damien's proposal. However, that wasn't the end of it. The tribe's people didn't want to leave the jungle just yet, but they didn't want to limit Talia's opportunities. Maybe for them, it was too dangerous. For Talia, on the other hand, it was the chance of a lifetime. Talia was still young. She was their saintess, yes, but she'd always been an independent woman with dreams larger than any of them could imagine. Times were tough right now, but tough times were exactly what bred heroes. They wanted to see Talia thrive. And when Talia thrived, she could come back to the jungle and bring the rest of them up to her position. Because Talia wasn't just a saintess to them, she was a daughter and friend. They respected her, but they also loved her. There had never been a saintess who'd been forced into her role as young as Talia was. In this special situation, where an even more special situation had presented itself, they also had to give a special answer. The tribe as one declared it. While they would remain in the jungle, Talia needed to take this chance and become a ruler beyond all rulers. That was the destiny she was meant for. The support of her people meant more to Talia than they'd ever realize. It was this moment when they all came together to support her that she finally managed to overcome herself. A little bit of light returned to her eyes. and the ambition she'd gradually been killing slowly started to make its return to her heart. That same day, Talia went to Damien and accepted his offer, telling him about the decision of the tribe. He, naturally, already knew what had happened, and he'd already made preparations for it. 6 months had passed since he killed Count Varix. Those left at his estate had already been questioning their lord's disappearance. At this point, a makeshift order had been created to take care of things in his absence. Damien visited that place last night, and he exerted his power. Discreetly, he read every soul in that place and weeded out the good from the bad. Afterwards, while removing the rotten parts of the estate, he used some mild brainwashing so the people there wouldn't make problems for Talia when he brought her into office. And finally, Damien brought some Nox beings from the sanctuary to fill in the positions that were left open and supervise the original members of the estate that were left. The Nox could adapt to Malik far easier than regular denizens of the true Void universe. And since the Nox under Yong An's control were loyal to him, Damien didn't have to worry about them falling prey to old instincts. Damien had already removed any trace of foreign race control from the Nox's bodies. No matter what the Dark God's forces tried, they'd never be able to regain the control they once had. Nevertheless, the Count's estate was prepared for Talia's arrival already. From the demigods who'd protect her to the people who'd help her manage managerial tasks, everyone was present. As an extra safety measure, Damien also left one more person, though. Well, whether or not he could be considered a person was a real question at this point, but he was once one. He, of course, was Void Palace's sixth sword, Rain Winchester, who'd been reborn as a homunculus after Damien gained the concept of order. He'd been in the sanctuary until now, getting used to his new body. Damien originally brought him along as insurance against other gods, but now he'd found a perfect place for the man. The homunculus body Rain inhabited was not human and responded extremely well to new stimuli. It could adapt unlike anything else, so Rain could use his power effectively even if he was placed in a new cosmos. Everything was set, and Talia matched Damien's expectations perfectly. With her commitment, there was nothing left to be done. Damien took her to the Count's estate, her new residence, and introduced her to everyone and everything. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay to watch how she grew. Damien had to get back to the heavenly world as soon as possible, not just for his own matters, but for the Gehenna tribe as well. Count Varix may have been relatively weak, but he was not unknown. His death was sensed by several people across the cosmos, and they would soon turn their eyes to this place. Before that happened, Damien had to start a war with the Stria clan. The Celestial Prison was his goal, and the Celestial Prison wasn't something that could be created by the people of the true Void universe. There was only one being with enough power to create a prison that could house Dante Void. From beginning to end, it was because of that person that Dante was forced to suffer. The Dark God. Even after absorbing Count Varix's existence, Damien didn't know anything about the elusive figure but his title and gender. All he could tell was that the man in question was more dangerous than anyone else in existence. And he was the enemy Damien had been working all this time to face. To save his father, to strike the foreign races, and to turn attention away from Talia and her people, Damien needed to leave. He returned to the tribe only 5 days later to regroup with Tiamat and Darius. After saying their goodbyes, which were laced with the awkwardness of not wanting to part, but being faced with a strange distance and dissociation, the group made their way back to the original Dimensional Cracks location. With Damien's control over the Count's territory, he could now open the crack from this place at any time, but to arrive in the same position as he entered from, he needed to open it here. He turned around, giving the jungle one last look. It was nice while it lasted. A little vacation away from struggle, albeit one that was interrupted, was something he really did need. And now that the time had come, he opened that portal. He could finally return home. Chapter 1495 Decisions. Chapter 1495 Decisions 2. There were a lot of things left unfinished in the newly named True Void territory in the Sacred Abyss universe. Damien wanted to supervise Talia's growth so that she could rule more efficiently and provide him with the things he needed from her, but he didn't have that kind of freedom. Since he'd left good people with her, though he believed she'd meet his expectations once again, so he left without much worry. It was a little bittersweet, though. It was never mentioned, but Damien knew of the feelings Talia developed when they were hunting together for a year. He didn't say anything about it, and neither did she, but they both knew. On her side, it was the fact that she was more worried about the tribe than romance, and didn't think she had time for it. More than that, as a future saintess, she would have to deprive herself of such joys. She'd willingly chosen to shut her feelings off, and after the saintess' death, whatever remnants there were got crushed. It was a bit of a shame that her first glimmer of romance ended in such a way, but perhaps it was better that she cut those feelings off herself, because, though it was selfish, Damien would have felt terrible cutting them off for her. He already had 4 wives waiting for him at home. He already didn't give them as much attention as they deserve as it was. So how could he bring another one home? On top of that, with his current mental state, he frankly didn't have a single romantic bone in his body. He was too focused on his goals to look at anyone in any way that wasn't platonic. It was always fated to end badly, but Damien still felt a bit sour about it, especially since, putting aside her feelings, they were still close friends. Whatever the case, she made Damien's time in the Gehenna tribe a memorable one, and their time together would always have a place in his heart. It was such a mentality that let him arrive home in peace, without any excess emotion ruining his mood. I guess it's a thing with saintesses. The 2 saintesses he met were the ones he respected more than anyone else in that cosmos, and they were the reason he left there with a positive impression of it. They didn't know it yet, but that positive impression would go a long, long way. Damien didn't waste any time after returning. Feeling the fresh aura of mana around him, he first checked how much time had passed. Since the 2 cosmos operated on different laws of time, it was obvious that they'd have different time flows. There was no accurate way to measure the exact relationship between them, but it had been around 2 months since Damien left, so that was something. The short span of time he'd been gone was a great thing for him. Some more difficult cracks did indeed take a long time to close, so nobody would question why the area had been closed down for so long. And in only 2 months, the tension between forces couldn't have heightened enough for Damien to return to any unexpected situations. If there was one thing to note, it was the fact that this area, unlike any other closed crack location, was not left corroded. The foreign race territory that had formed here was completely gone. It was the first time in history that something like this had ever happened. Damien met up with Dominic and the rest of the Void Palace forces guarding the crack the moment he got out, and as Darius began excitedly telling his brother about his adventures, the group made their return to the palace. He didn't realize how much he missed this place. The halls that had become familiar, the feeling of home he thought he wouldn't be able to feel for a while, the people who were all family to him. He got another chance to remember just what he was fighting for. Damien wanted to immediately go meet his wives. He'd been thinking about how little they'd been able to see each other recently a lot, but he first had to call a meeting and inform the people he ruled about what they'd be doing next. This was an important moment. It could not be postponed for anything. Before news even got around that the young lord had returned, a notice of an emergency meeting concerning all-important personnel was called. Everyone arrived with the same confusion. People like Claire and Serena, the 12 Swords, the elders, and important military personnel. Naturally, they were all surprised to see Damien standing at the head of the hall when they arrived. For the most part, nobody asked questions, both from the look in Damien's eye and the fact that he'd called this meeting before informing anyone of his return told them that something important was about to happen. And after everyone was present and seated, Damien finally opened his mouth. "I've found it," the first words he said. He looked directly at his mother as he spoke. "I've found the celestial prison." The hall was instantly thrown into silent chaos. Claire's eyes shook, as did Serena's. Persia had serious eyes, while those from the 12 Swords had mostly surprised expressions on their faces. They didn't even know Damien knew about the celestial prison, and he'd already come back telling them he knew where it was. If it wasn't surprising, what was? The rest of the room was filled with confusion, since none of them knew what the celestial prison was. Hugo stood up and slammed his hands down on the table in front of him. "Are you telling the truth?" His voice came out almost as a roar, which brought people's attention back to Damien. Hugo, or rather, Brontes, was one of Dante's closest friends and someone Damien called uncle even though they didn't have any blood relation. Seeing his excitement made Damien happy. So happy, in fact, that he couldn't stop himself from smiling. I'm telling the truth. During my excursion in the other world, I gained an opportunity and saw it with my own eyes. I'm confident I can get there. Ha ha ha. Hugo immediately broke into excited laughter. Good, good, good. He repeated the same word over and over again. Meanwhile, Claire and Serena were already holding back their tears. The news meant more to them than it did to anyone else, after all. Damien looked around the room. Looking at all these people, every single one of whose names he knew, his mood began to change. Excitement, anticipation, all these emotions that were clouded by the events in the Sacred Abyss universe returned to him. His smile widened into a grin. The reason I've called you all here isn't just to reveal this news. I'm sure it's confusing to a lot of you right now, but it boils down to this. Damien's eyes narrowed. Get everyone ready. Effective immediately, we'll be waging war against our enemies. It all came down to this. With this operation, we will save Dante Void and bring him back to our palace safely. And this time, we won't stop until they're all exterminated. Chapter 1496 Charge. Chapter 1496 Charge. 1. Damien proceeded to lay out his plan before all these eyes. He'd done a whole lot of pondering on this one. It was a plan he'd carefully formulated so that there would be no mistakes in the operation to rescue Dante. Wars took a long time. Damien had participated in many over his lifetime, and even the shortest ones raged on for several years before finally calming down. In a certain sense, the war between Void Palace, the Divine Order, and the Stria clan had been going on for a very long time too. However, it was less of a war and more of a one-sided beatdown. But Void Palace was not going to take it anymore. And rather than letting this war become another one that lasted for years and years and cost more than anyone could imagine, Damien wanted to end it as fast as possible. The complete extermination of the two influences that inhibited his path was his goal. And the current Void Palace was more than just ready to help him accomplish it. See, the barrier around the palace was never taken down. The protections Damien put in place came with a function to alter the time flow. When Damien asked his mother if she could look after the palace while he was gone, he wasn't just asking her to do the dirty work that he didn't want to. He was asking her to train the palace members in his place and continue on the set trajectory they'd been following. Claire understood her son's intent, especially when he gave her control over the mechanism that affected the palace's internal time flow. Thus, in the 2 months that had passed in the true Void universe since Damien left to explore the other world, Claire may or may not have been a little bold with it. Serena was also a goddess who controlled time, wasn't she? Damien's barrier was amazing. To be able to turn every day into a year was something most couldn't dream of. However, with Serena's expertise that focused specifically on time, that effect could be enhanced manifold. As such, the barrier now had an even more wondrous capability. And in the 2 months that Damien had been gone, for the majority of the palace, almost 200 years had gone by. Other than the areas that had their own unique time flows, like the young lord's residence, the entire palace was placed in a startling dilation that nobody else in the heavenly world could ever dream of. The results of that? Naturally, the people of the palace had grown into monsters. All those who hadn't been able to ascend to divinity were taken straight there. Even the most common maids of the palace were now demigods. As for gods, well, the barrier between regular divinity and godhood was far greater than any barrier a practitioner would experience before that level. So one couldn't expect a huge number of gods to appear just because some time passed. There were thousands of high-rank demigods among the palace's warriors, though, and it wasn't as if nobody ascended to godhood. There were a few select individuals, people who were elders or high-level members of the palace beforehand, who managed to gain the opportunity of a lifetime during these 200 years. 5 of them, to be exact. The Void Palace Damien returned to had not 11 swords like the one he'd left, but 16. It was perfect. We're waging war on 2 fronts, so we'll have to be relatively careful with our movements. Here's the overarching plan. Damien had already assessed the palace's current strength before coming here. He knew exactly what to do with his people, and he knew exactly how to strike his enemies. We'll obviously hit the divine order first. Damien couldn't conserve his forces or split them when he was facing them. The weaker of the two. They definitely had strength hidden that the palace's information network couldn't see, but Damien was confident that they couldn't stand against the current palace. But that's only a front. The main enemy was the Stria clan. Damien couldn't conserve his forces or split them when he was facing them. We need to drop their guards, so we'll start a few skirmishes here and there with the divine, in order to make them doubt our overall strength. The core of this plan is elsewhere. There were a few favors that needed to be called in, but before that, Damien gave the necessary exposition for those who needed it. He told them about Dante's imprisonment, then went on to speak about what he'd learned about the Sacred Abyss universe and the Stria clan's connection to the foreign races. After that, he expanded a little more on the few connections he'd made since coming to this world. Since everyone had the necessary foreknowledge for the coming conversation, Damien was finally able to get into the guts of the plan he'd concocted. There was a lot of preparation to be done. Some of it was in matters the people here couldn't even fathom, but since their young lord was speaking so confidently, they had no choice but to believe his words. This was too serious of a matter for jokes and exaggeration. After all, it took Damien over an hour to get through it all, and by the end, everyone in the hall was left speechless. The thoroughness of this plan, the fact that it didn't even leave a single crack for the enemy to escape through, it was quite a monstrous display of scheming. And that's what they thought without knowing everything. There was a certain fact Damien kept to himself, his own power level. He was confident in his plan mainly because of how much of it relied on his own participation. He trusted his abilities more than anything else. The problem was, he couldn't let others have the same feeling right now. He couldn't let them get overconfident because they were following someone powerful. That was a fatal flaw that caused many an influence to fall during Damien's days in Grand Heaven's boundary. Nevertheless, the emergency meeting soon came to an end. The confusion that everyone entered the hall with was gone, replaced with a sense of anticipation and seriousness. Damien gave them a month to prepare everything they needed. It was only a month because there were things that needed to be done before the war could begin. As the meeting hall cleared out, Damien stayed back with his mother, aunts, and uncle for some extra conversation. He told them a more in-depth version of what he told everyone else, and more than that, he stayed back just to chat with them. They were his family, after all. What was the point if he only ever talked to them about serious matters? By the time that conversation ended, a few more hours had passed, and by the time Damien returned to his residence, it was already nighttime. He'd spent the rest of the day finding the two fastest messengers the palace had to offer, and the two in question had just set off for their own unique destinations. Everything was moving according to plan. The only real question was whether or not all this planning was really enough. Chapter 1497 Charge. Chapter 1497 Charge 2. Within the month that passed after Damien announced his declaration of war to his people, the two messengers he chose were able to effectively reach their destinations. On one side, at the eastern edge of the heavenly world, a woman with starkly white hair held a token in her hand. There was a strange smile on her face that looked both incredulous and impressed. "He sent this?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am. This message comes directly from our young lord." The one who spoke was a man in black clothing that covered the majority of his appearance. "Young lord." She'd known the news for a while now, but it still surprised her every time she heard it. "He really moved fast, doesn't he?" She shook her head with a smile. The message she received was a wild one. For Damien to be planning something of this scale mere months after he left for Void Palace was absolutely preposterous to her. How could she know that it had actually been far longer than that? It took more than just a few words for Damien to gain respect and position in Void Palace. Perhaps nobody in the world knew what the current palace looked like because of him. Nobody knew how the people of Void Palace truly looked at their young lord. Regardless of her information, or lack thereof, the things he'd done were not outside of her expectations. "I've been scammed," She smiled wryly. 5 years of work definitely wasn't enough payment for a job like this, but oh well. She was the one who agreed to it. So she was more than happy to deliver on what she promised. Send word back to your young lord, she said, addressing the messenger. The Veritas clan will fully support his plans. The messenger's eyes widened slightly. It seemed he didn't know who he was talking to until now. Someone who could speak for the Veritas clan. Someone who just said that the Veritas clan would participate in their war. Though it probably didn't matter in the long run, there was now one more person who religiously believed in Damien. And that person was now returning to the palace with great news. On the other side, the second messenger had to make a much longer journey. Luckily, Damien's support meant traveling with means that others simply couldn't imagine. Despite the fact that the trip she made was meant to take at least a year, even with teleportation arrays, she reached within 15 days. Somewhere in the northwest of the heavenly world, she kneeled before an old man who was dressed like a pope. His face was clean and blessed with vitality, but one could still see the wrinkles all throughout. He also held a token in his hands, which he looked at curiously. This, he almost couldn't stop himself from exclaiming when he saw the contents. Ha ha ha, I truly cannot believe it. He held his hand up to his head. He'd never met the sender of this message, but he was thoroughly impressed with the man's ability. So this is your successor, Dante? The man smiled happily. It seems he's carrying your legacy better than you could have ever imagined. He looked down at the messenger, his smile still as warm as always. It was as if he viewed all beings as equal, all beings as his sons and daughters. Please go inform your young lord. Our holy empire will absolutely aid him in his righteous endeavors. The messenger bowed her head and immediately left. That was all she needed to hear. Meanwhile, the old man turned his head to the sky, opening his eyes for the first time in a long time. His irises were circles of gold, with nothing like pupils present anywhere within them. He was looking at something others couldn't hope to see. Goddess. There was something nuanced about his expression. Is this perhaps a hint? There was an answer he'd been seeking for a very long time, and something about this moment gave him the feeling that he'd find it soon. Damien Void. The smile of the Holy Emperor was especially mysterious as he said the name. I truly can't wait to meet him. Other than those 2 meetings, which took place in absolute secrecy, nothing major happened during the month that passed. Void Palace was still keeping a low profile. It mostly focused on ruling its own territory, just as it had done until now. There was nothing particular going on that could raise suspicion from anyone uninvolved. Tensions were, of course, high between the palace and its enemies, but it didn't look like anybody was willing to make the first move. The Divine Order was still being forced to hide away by the Stria clan, and when it came to the Stria clan itself, something big has happened. The Divine Council was holding another meeting. This was the first they'd had since they received orders from the Stria clan to turtle down. I'm not sure of the details, but there seems to have been a stirring in the other world. Those at Stria have been concerned with it, but they haven't told us anything. This meeting had one particular purpose, and that was betrayal. We cannot keep on like this. The Divine Order had been under the Stria clan's foot for almost the entirety of its existence. Over this unbelievable span of time, they'd hardly received any benefits. The way they were treated was like trash. They, of course, never wanted to be someone else's dog. However, they never had a choice in the matter. Until now, there had been a stir in the other world. The foreign races were pulling away from the heavenly world to focus on it, whatever it was. At a time like this, if the Divine Order could form a greater connection with them, one that could rival or even surpass the Stria clan, wouldn't they have an opportunity to free themselves from the Stria clan's rule? It wasn't a surefire plan, but they couldn't deny the existence of the possibility, nor could they deny the ambitions in their hearts. The 12 gods of the council, who were now 12 again after their deceased member was replaced, had come together precisely to plan for that possibility. However, their timing was quite bad. The Divine Order's luck had never been good. It wasn't the first time that they'd experienced a situation like this, but none of those other cases could compare to this one. It was as if fate itself was against them, because while they were still in the middle of that meeting, while they were still plotting on how to increase their standing, they got the news. The southwestern region was under attack. Forces from Void Palace had already crossed the border and taken the principalities on it. But that wasn't it. On the border between the eastern and western cardinal regions, another army was also pushing inward. The Veritas clan was making their move. And while the Divine Order was currently unaware of their presence, there was one more army approaching them from the north. They were surrounded, immediately turned into prisoners of their own territory. And as the horns blared, a war between great clans had begun to rage across the heavenly world. Chapter 1498 Charge. Chapter 1498 Charge 3. The favor Damien called in from the two influences his palace was closest to was simple. He asked them to help him eradicate the Divine Order. He didn't say a single word about the Stria clan. That was his own battle to fight. The Divine Order was just a small fish in comparison, and Damien didn't mind sharing the meat. The Veritas clan was present to provide real battle power, since most of Void Palace's forces against the Divine Order were just there for show. And the Holy Empire was coming to free the citizens from their brainwashing. It took Damien a while to figure out how to do so. They had been brainwashed since birth, so none of them knew life outside of it. To remove them from the Divine Order's control was to leave them without any identity whatsoever. That wasn't the right solution. After a lot of research and even more postulating in his mind, Damien created a theory that was basically already tested and proven. He modified that theory so that it could be used by others, and he gave it to the Holy Empire, since they specialized in, obviously, the more holy elements of the world. It wasn't an end-all be-all solution. All it did was remove the Divine Order's direct control over the citizens. As for their belief in the religion, it wouldn't change, nor would their daily lives, since it wouldn't be revealed to them that they were brainwashed in the first place. For the Divine Order, Damien planned not only their extermination, but also their revival. He would create a religion for the people of the southwestern region, a new version of their own religion that didn't exploit them. For that purpose as well, the Holy Empire was necessary. Still, that wasn't the entire reason behind the three-pronged assault. To outsiders, it didn't look like Void Palace was leading this operation. To them, it looked like the three great clans had formed an alliance for the sole purpose of destroying the Divine Order. And with the Divine Order so deeply connected with the Stria clan, naturally, they couldn't act indifferent to these matters. They had to be wary. The instant news got out about what was happening, the Stria clan immediately secured their borders. They now had to watch out on three sides. Well, mainly just two. To the Stria clan, the rising Void Palace still wasn't enough of a threat to take seriously. But also because of that, they had to be careful of the alliance in question. Nevertheless, with the Stria clan forced to watch themselves from every angle to assure their own safety, Damien gained several holes to exploit. It was exactly what he expected. His own part in this operation was quite a bit more important than everyone else's. It was also the reason most of Void Palace's forces were still hanging back. They were waiting for his signal. At the moment, Damien was already in the northern region. He spent the majority of the month of respite he had with his wives. It wasn't much time at all, but it was at least something. But after this, I'll be free to spend a lot more time at home. This was a major operation. If everything went according to plan, the Void Palace would have no more enemies remaining in the heavenly world, which meant this place could truly become secure. To ensure that said security would become a reality, Damien left them once again after only 20 days, making his way towards the northern region. And after changing his existence into one he'd never used before, Damien was able to enter easily. The northern region, at least before the war began, was the easiest region to gain entry into, because the Stria clan's territory was unique among all the rest in the heavenly world. It was called the Lawless Zone for a reason. Criminals and people who couldn't find a place in normal society always migrated towards this place. It was truly a land of evil, where crime ran rampant without any sort of punishment to follow it. The only rule of the northern region was strength. As long as one was strong enough to commit the crime and strong enough to avoid persecution, one could get away with quite literally anything. This was a land where one couldn't live if one wasn't evil. This was the land that birthed people who'd go on to work under the Stria clan and commit such vile deeds that they'd be known as the Four Evils. It was actually the most convenient setting Damien could have asked for. In a place like this, he could act without worries. The disguise he'd taken on was a battle-hardened man, bald with scars covering his face. He wore a deep black cloak to hide the rest of his body, but anyone who saw him could tell he was strong. Even if they couldn't sense his power, they could definitely sense his malevolence. Damien himself hadn't committed much evil. When he did happen to do something against his morals, he always made sure to right his wrongs and fix his karma, as he did in the Sacred Abyss universe. However, Damien had devoured the evilest of evils in that cosmos. It wasn't hard for him to tap into their auras and use them as his own. As such, he was currently bathed in a bloodthirst that made everyone around him stray away. The funniest part, though, was the fact that he didn't even stand out. This level of bloodthirst is discomforting to the people at the edge of the territory, because most of the people here are just passing through. Putting them aside, Damien only had one goal in coming here. The further he got into the region, the more Damien saw people who were bathed in bloodthirst that matched, and even sometimes surpassed his own. It's insane to see people just walking around like that, but I guess that's what it means to live in a lawless zone. It was a badge of honor for them, a survival mechanism as well. Putting them aside, Damien only had one goal in coming here: infiltrate the Stria clan. He needed to find a way to get in contact with the highest level of the enemy clan, because that was where his target was. As he'd seen in the visions shown to him by his crown, the one who held the key to his father's prison is none other than Malevolon Stria, the ruler of the Stria clan, a man that really only existed in rumors. I have to find a way to meet him, and not only that, I have to find a way to snatch the key from under his nose. That man was his father's main enemy. More importantly, he was one of the top strongest people in the entire heavenly world. And Damien, as a mere demigod, had to find a way to fool him. This is going to be fun, he mumbled wryly. At the end of the day, he was the only one who could pull it off. After all, I guess I just have a very particular set of skills. Skills that would become more than just a nightmare for people who stood against him. Chapter 1499 Charge. Chapter 1499 Charge. For Damien's current target was located in a study somewhere in the Stria clan's manor. There were several problems that stemmed from that fact alone. It was a place Malevolon Stria frequented, and a place only he could go. Damien didn't gain absolute information from the visions he saw. He could only make guesses about most things, but he was certain he saw that man there. It was the first time he'd seen him, but his identity immediately became clear. After all, the study was filled with his aura. It was powerful, domineering, and filled with a cold cruelty that reflected a twisted indifference. When an aura like that was let loose, nobody in the vicinity would be safe. Only the owner of that aura was safe, along with those he decided to protect from it. However, Malevolon was not a man who knew the meaning of the word protect. Whether it was ordinary people, his clan, or even his own wife and kids, he treated them all equally, like ants. When Damien told his mother and family about the true nature of his mission, they gave him plenty of information about Malevolon himself, along with information about the Stria clan. The Stria clan had always been something evil. They never got along with the other great clans, and they were always doing their own thing, oftentimes butting heads with their peers. Their rise was unquestionable, though, as was their power. And more than anything, they were like a necessary evil in the heavenly world. The lawless zone acted as a massive prison that kept people who couldn't roam elsewhere contained. As long as they were in the lawless zone, they'd feel like they were free. And yet, they would no longer terrorize the places they were once terrorizing. It had grown to the point where some people with more evil tendencies would migrate to the lawless zone before they even started committing vile deeds. Overall, because of the Stria clan's existence, the amount of trouble the other great clans had to deal with had lessened considerably. They were allowed to exist, at least until they grew to the point where nobody could decide whether they were allowed to exist or not. At some point, the Stria clan became massive. Its growth genuinely couldn't be explained. unless one knew of their connection to the foreign races, that is. Nevertheless, the Stria clan was now massive, and though it hadn't been in any major wars throughout its existence, nobody doubted its military strength. For Damien to have to break into their manor, where the best of their forces lived, and steal something from their clan head, a man second only to Dante Void, wasn't it just asking for the impossible? When Damien had to just think about it, yes. Yes, it was. The problem was that he had to do it anyway. There was no better alternative. No matter how many people he brought, or how much planning he did, he was facing an enemy that could easily make all their efforts meaningless with a flick of a wrist. In a situation like this, there was no better option than a single expert taking the risk alone. Because, even in the case that something went wrong, it was still possible to extract relatively unharmed. Getting to the manor isn't the problem. Just like everyone else, the Stria clan was quite grand in the architecture of their main edifice. It was a pitch-black mansion that almost resembled Void Palace's main palace. However, the aura around it was more eerie. It looks like a place people would go to learn necromancy or something. Damien was on the outskirts. Well, he was further than that. He stood roughly 1,000,000 kilometers away. His eyes could see the manor in perfect detail regardless of the distance. I need to find a way to see inside. Oh wait, that's easy now. He'd become stronger so fast that he'd forgotten how strong he'd become. For the current Damien, creating some type of organic life form that was connected to his own consciousness was easy. The main problem with this approach was the fact that a place like the Stria clan manor didn't have any sort of animal infestation. But if Damien went with something stranger, something more purpose-built, he could pull it off. I just need to create something that can traverse the manor without being noticed. It doesn't matter what the form is as long as it can do what I want it to. He contained himself within a barrier to prevent his mana from leaking, and using the Emperor's crown and the Missade, he began the process of controlling existence. It couldn't be explained yet, because Damien was only borrowing the control. He didn't actually have the ability to do it for himself. As such, the only thing he felt was the movement of his mana as his trusty helpers did the rest for him. A being was created. It had no consciousness, it had no life signature, but it had life. It looked stringy like a jellyfish, but without the bulbous head. There was no way this organism would be taken by anyone as a living thing, let alone a spy. As for how to get it into the manor, well, that was the easy part. Perhaps it was just for show, but the Stria Manor also had a guard unit that regularly patrolled the outskirts and stood by the gates at all times. These guards had their own accommodations within the Stria clan's land, but the point was that it was beyond the gate. Damien easily attached the life form to one of the guards, and when he went inside to switch shifts, he controlled it to move onto a nearby maid who was headed for the main manor. Really, it was that simple. The hard part came later, since the life form would have to make a far more dangerous journey, starting from the moment it entered the manor. Damien didn't know where that study was. He needed to find it, and after he found it, he needed to observe it for a considerable amount of time, so he could figure out exactly when was the right time for him to strike. This time, the stakes were extremely high. The Stria clan couldn't be allowed to gain a clue about what was happening. If they happened to mobilize their army because they sensed something wrong, the entire operation would be ruined. In the worst-case scenario, the Celestial Prison Key would be placed under even more protection, making it impossible to reach. Malevolon Stria didn't believe anyone could enter his study. Because of that, he displayed the key proudly, so he could always look at it and remember the day he defeated his greatest enemy. He spent a good amount of his time here. It was actually rarer to find an instance when Malevolon was out roaming. But Damien was only going to find that out as he continued to observe the space. The habits of his enemy were just too stubborn. With Malevolon as the enemy in question, it really became a question if success in the operation was possible without a direct confrontation. Chapter 1500 Celestial Prison. Chapter 1500 Celestial Prison. 1. How much time did Damien need to spend observing the study after his life form made its way there? Realistically, the answer was several months. There was no such thing as being too cautious in an operation like this. However, realistically, Damien didn't have nearly that much time. There was a war going on, and a lot of things related to it needed him to complete this mission and get out of the Stria clan. The fact that they had Dante imprisoned was really the only thing the Stria clan could hold over Void Palace's head. The second he was saved, the palace would be free to act without restrictions. Until then, they had to walk on eggshells and make sure they didn't do anything that could lead to Dante being lost. Such an attitude wasn't fit for war. Since the operation had already begun, it was too late for failure or extraneous thought. Damien observed the study for a week. The string-like life form he created for that purpose was doing its job properly. After leaving the body of the maid it inhabited, it managed to find the study quite quickly by tracing Malevolon's aura signature. It was impossible for that life form to enter the study. The moment it did, it would be discovered. But that was fine, since Damien had already seen the inside of that place. He knew exactly where the key was placed. It never moved, because Malevolon had no reason to move it. The position in which he placed it was already perfect. Not being able to enter the study was definitely detrimental in some ways, but what Damien wanted was to find a way to get into that place without being noticed. And more than that, he had to find an opportunity when Malevolon himself left the room. However, over the week that passed, Damien realized that the opportunity he was looking for wouldn't come soon enough. Malevolon simply wasn't leaving the study. No matter what happened outside, he stayed there, and even when he gave orders to his people, he did so remotely. Was there a reason why he couldn't leave the study? Damien didn't know. From what he'd seen of the man, he was strong and healthy. There shouldn't have been any external circumstance that could force him to hole himself up in the study. But that didn't change the fact that it was exactly what he did. I have no choice. I have to risk it. Damien's eyes narrowed. Malevolon wasn't accommodating at all. Well, that was obvious, but it was still annoying to experience personally. If he wanted to pull this stunt off within the time frame he allowed himself, he needed to take the risk of direct confrontation. In the worst-case scenario, he made his way towards the manor. It's not shameful to run. The path Damien took to infiltrate the manor was similar to the life form he'd sent prior. He first snuck onto the periphery and scanned the area, checking for any formations or arrays. There were hundreds, but none that could directly penetrate his stealth as long as he used existence. That was all the information he needed. The rest he'd already done once, so it was just a matter of going through the motions. Damien slipped through the cracks in the guard easily, and by the time he was inside the manor grounds, he had already changed his existence to mirror one of the maids he'd seen frequently go in and out of the main manor. He didn't really have a choice, since there didn't seem to be any male servants allowed in the manor. What happened from there? Well, it was fairly straightforward. Damien found the maid he impersonated and kidnapped her into the sanctuary for the time being. He took her place, doing her duties for a few days, before finally finding an opening to make his move. The study was relatively deep into the manor, so there was no way for him to justify himself if he tried to approach it naturally. As such, he needed to be a little careful about it. First of all, he used his memories of the past few days to alter the original maid's memory and make her believe nothing strange had happened to her. After that, he switched places with her once more, giving her life back to her. As for Damien himself, he turned into a familiar form, a stringy entity that didn't look like it could ever be alive. He inched towards the study and made it outside easily, meeting up with the life form that had been waiting for him there. Surprisingly, he didn't have any interaction with the main members of the Stria clan during this time. Was it because of Malevolon's strict rule? From the gossip of the other maids, it looked like they hardly made contact with people outside their family, and they spent most of their time hidden in their rooms training. The Stria clan had been laying low for a long time in order to execute the plans given to them by the foreign races. The power they needed to execute those plans. Now that Damien had seen how they lived, he could tell that they weren't aiming for something as selfish as the destruction of Void Palace. Their goal was bigger, but for now, that didn't matter because they'd be exterminated soon enough. From this point on, Damien had to be absolutely focused. His first move was sending the inorganic life form into the study so he could see if Malevolon would notice its presence. He did. Damien didn't know exactly what happened, but the second that entity moved past the door to the study, it was eradicated entirely. This isn't looking good for me. Regardless, he had to push forth. Damien covered his microscopic form in a layer of stealth formed through existence and made his way inside. Hugh! 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 He could hear his own breathing, but it was all in his head. His current body didn't need to breathe. As he made his first move through the doorframe, he held his mental breath and carefully inched his body forward. It was a scary moment, imagining himself combusting instantly with no idea what happened. However, Hugh! Another breath. He made it through without problems. And the first thing he saw was Malevolon. He can't see through my mana. It was a relief. But the moment Damien made his move, he saw the celestial prison key on the desk. It was no more than a few feet away from him. Hugh! 6 feet. Damien inched forward. He didn't think about anything but getting that key in his hands. 5 feet. Malevolon still hadn't noticed his presence. The man was looking out a nearby window, observing the world as if nothing could bother him. 4 feet. Damien was close enough to grasp it, but to do so, he needed to return to his real form. In that fraction of a second that it took for him to transform, Malevolon would notice his aura and attack. He needed to get closer. 3 feet. 2 feet. The desk was only a single foot away. The key that was on its surface was already within Damien's grasp. Damien glanced over at Malevolon. No matter how unaware the man looked, his suffocating aura made it hard to believe he would allow this heist to happen. Damien glanced back at the key. It was so close, even in the situation where he was indeed caught. Fuck it. Hesitation now was just stupid. He gathered his resolve. He focused all his attention on the single movement he'd have to do to get that key. And without a single extraneous thought, he moved. Instantly, the comm study was sunken into chaos. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.